My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God? You think you can just make up stuff? Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? You're in this story now, and I'll make you suffer.
The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now. When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing. The hitchhiker has been taken over by the dark presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him vulnerable again. Here, take the light. Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away.
The page was autobiographical, a memory from my childhood. But I didn't write this. It was a page written by Thomas Zane.
Alan, 7 years old, would fight sleep to the bitter end. When he did sleep, he soon woke up, screaming, the nightmares fresh in his mind. One evening, his mother, sitting by his bed, offered him an old light switch. She called it the clicker, and flicking the switch would turn on a magical light that would drive the beast away.
The dark place. That's where I was.
You will need weapons. It's not the light itself, but what it represents. You will need it.
Leaving this place would be hard. Maybe impossible.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
We have 5 days to set up before the first raid. Our first priority is chopping trees for wood and then using that to set up the base. Because it's always nights, all plants on our map will not grow any further, so we have to be really careful with how we spend our wood. And just on a side note, the anomaly starting scenario does start you off with a pretty good amount of wood and other materials. To increase difficulty, however, I modified it so we don't start with any extra resources. We only start with anomaly related stuff so we can start checking out that content right away. To conserve our precious wood, we're going to make a pretty modest starting base design with 2 rooms, and we could have probably just made 1. We didn't need to make the prison cell on day 1 because we're not going to get raided yet, but I just decided while we're building to get out of the way before I forget about it. Our main room is a combination of a bedroom, dining room, and recreation room, and I made it pretty large because I want space for more beds when new people join us. We're going to build wooden floors over anything that's giving negative beauty, except the rock. We can have someone smooth that over later for a beauty increaser. Having more room also allows us to build some more plant pots. If you're a RimWorld veteran, you may know how overpowered plant pots are. For some reason, I never thought of this before, but how does it make any sense that you get the full amount of beauty from the plant as soon as you plant it? You'd think the plant would start out at like 0 beauty, and then as it grows, it would become more beautiful over time. But no, I guess the seedling is what people find beautiful about plants in RimWorld. Alan planted daylilies in each plant pot for a whopping 18 beauty, but I find out that we can get even more from this special venomous plant. It's native to this new biome we're playing in, the Lightless Empyrean, and 22 beauty may sound like a lot for a plant, but I'm guessing since it's poisonous, if we get animals later and one of them eats the plants, they'll get sick or something. We buffed up the room to slightly impressive, which is good because we're out of food. Alan's now got to cook up some of that twisted meat we started with. Barry doesn't mind eating it, but Alan gets a -10 moodlet on top of the -10 hidden moodlet we get from the losing is fun difficulty. Having a nice bedroom, dining room, and recreation room help to counteract those. Now that we've fully set up our starter base, Alan will check out this fallen monolith. This is the beginning of the new anomaly expansion, and Alan's essentially going to wake up the anomaly. If we keep focusing on the fallen monolith, we're going to turn it into a void monolith, a doorway into another dimension. We can now gain anomaly research by studying the monolith and other special anomaly related stuff. You can only study something once every few days though, so I should have started this event back on day 1. Because Alan Wake is a writer, he's got really high crafting. One could argue that writing's an artistic skill, but in the story it can be interpreted that Alan writes things into existence, essentially crafting them. With his 20 crafting, Alan makes a couple excellent bows, and sometimes his Blessing of Zir trait will buff the quality of what he makes, so I guess this one would have been good. We're going to use the one that has the tearing enchant on it, which gives an extra 10% damage. The other bow had a blunt enchant, which essentially makes arrows do blunt damage. I think this is good to use on like a prison break, so we don't hurt the prisoners too bad, or we don't give them injuries that can be infected. We get our first anomaly related event. A sight stealer appears out of thin air. In this scenario, you're supposed to start with 3 colonists and a ghoul, but we just start with 1 colonist and a ghoul. And this ghoul is Barry, Alan's childhood friend, who later on becomes his agent, and he's now going to become his bodyguard as a ghoul.
Here we go! I'm earning a 15% commission.
Ghouls are only capable of fighting and cannot use weapons or armor. Unlike normal humans, they do get a claw and bite attack. They feel no pain, and they only eat meat at a 2 times hunger rate. The coolest part about the ghoul is they regenerate pretty quick at a rate of 100 HP per day, making Barry a good situational tank with his tough trait. And as you saw, he was capable of soloing the sight stealer. We're able to strap this thing onto our 1 holding platform that we started with, and Alan can now study it for anomaly research. We'll get more into that in a bit. With about a day left until wave 1, Alan heads 2 tiles west to chop some trees on this map tile, and he's able to carry almost 200 wood thanks to this carry capacity fix mod, which adjusts how much someone can carry based on their stats. After leaving, Alan abandons that map tile, which means he can never go back to it. I could have left this settlement there, but the game engine has to run 2 colonies at once, which can cause some annoying lag spikes. We are pretty early on in the playthrough, so lag's not a huge deal, but I'm just trying to make the viewing experience as smooth as possible. If we want to do another wood run later, we'll have to go to a different tile. There are a few that aren't too blocked by mountains, and while we're on the world map, we can see that the Empire is close by, but not only do we have to get high rank with them to trade, I did a modification so that we start out at 100 hostile with all factions. This means we can get raided by any faction, and if we want to trade later, we'll have to give over a lot of gifts. Our first raider has some interesting combos. They're a genie, so they get bonuses to intellectual and crafting, and Alan can't really do research right now. They do take 15% more damage though, which is going to make them a worse fighter, but as you can see, they do have 18 melee, and they're a spell thief class, which gives them some melee bonuses, and they have some abilities that I'm not too familiar with. On top of Zir's corruption though, which does give them increased melee stats, they're going to have that negative 50 moodlet, and then Vengeful, I believe, gives them a negative 20 if they don't like someone on our map. And it's pretty much guaranteed that eventually they're going to have someone they don't like. And I do think there's a thing in RimWorld where the first raider is always going to get knocked out, and so I'm going to test that theory here by saving before the raider gets to us. And basically the strat is Alan's going to run. She does evade that thumper, which is fantastic. Now Barry's going to tank, and then Alan can get behind Barry and shoot at Grand Seer. We do end up killing them, so that mechanic does not work with Winston Waves. Instead, what we're going to do is before the raider gets to us, we're going to build a door here, and essentially the raider still thinks he has a path to Alan, so he's going to hit the trap. Then we're going to build a wall here. Now the raider knows there's no path to Alan, and we're going to have him fleeting light out of there, which is the Duskbringer's teleport ability, and the raider is going to now chase Alan around, and eventually he's going to go down to blood loss in 12 hours, and we can for sure capture him. If you're not familiar with RimWorld, usually if you knock someone out by shooting them or stabbing them, there's a pretty good chance you kill them, but if they go down to blood loss, there's no chance you kill them. We kited the guy all the way back to our entrance, and now Alan's going to have to outmaneuver the dude. The guy can cast spells on us, so we don't want to get too close. We're going to flee in light about now, should be good, and then just run. The red circle around the dude is his range, which is not that much. He can cast spells a bit out of that range though, so we got to be careful. While we are cutting the guy around, we can go over to the Duskbringer class. The guy has a mental breakdown or something. Crap, that's not good. Let's take the steel, we need that really bad. And then we're gonna have to flee and light in here and just fight the guy, I guess. Wait, is he not gonna flee? Oh, he's just doing sad wander. Okay. Well, that works. We'll just let him sad wander for a few more hours. And then once his blood loss gets to 60, he will go down, which is not going to take that long. While we're waiting for him to go down to blood loss, we can go over the Duskbringer class. And we'll start with the dark abilities. So we got Shadow Step, which blinks to a target, clips, knocks nearby enemies back, and pulls in distant enemies. If you hit people into a wall, they're stunned. Umbra does damage to a target and increases the amount of dark damage and light damage the target takes. That ability's range, and then Nightfall's melee, and it just does damage in melee. You can autocast both these abilities, so Alan will just use them in combat whenever he feels like it. But for some reason with this update, the stamina pool of the Duskbringer is bugged. You can see it's NAN over 0, whatever that means. Well, what it does mean is essentially we can cast our dark abilities when we're in Aura of Light, which is essentially Alan clicking on the light side. And normally in Aura of Light, he's only supposed to be able to use his light abilities, and then he gets these stat boosts, increased consciousness, psychic sense, shooting accuracy, and aiming time. But since the stamina pool is bugged, he can use those darkness abilities we talked about earlier, plus his light abilities, which we can go over now. We already went over Fleeting Light, that teleport ability we saw earlier. Radiance blinds nearby enemies and gives a very brief invulnerability. It only lasts a couple of seconds. Refulgence is a beam of light, and we'll be seeing that ability momentarily. And finally, kind of his ultimate ability is Daybreak, that does do AoE, but it can do friendly fire. The guy did go down. He's gonna bleed out in 5 hours. We'll have Alan carry him back home. We're probably gonna make it, but the guy's blood loss is at 93. We're just gonna first aid him, which is a part of a mod. When the guy gets infected, that's what I was trying to avoid. Essentially with first aid, you can tend someone quicker, but they tend really crap tends, so the injuries are pretty likely to get infected. We don't want to first aid the infection. Okay, we didn't. Good. We want to use good medicine on the infection, so we'll harvest some heal root. We'll see if we can get an okay tend here on the infection. 55% is not bad. I think you should survive that. One thing I also messed up with is I forgot to floor in the prison cell, and right now it's really dirty, so there's a pretty good chance that he gets another infection, which would be very bad. But after flooring it in and cleaning it, it is now clean. The girl's actually doing really well against the infection. Her immunity's at 31 and the infection's only at 16, which is crazy because the 10 is not even that good. Because she had a mental breakdown, she gets this buff cathartic adrenaline, which increases her blood filtration and pumping, and I believe those are both helping her get over the infection. I know at least one of them is. Yeah, that's because of her ideoligion. When people do have mental breakdowns, they get a 60 bonus moodlet instead of a 40, and they get those increased stats. So people constantly will be having mental breakdowns, but they get increased stats when they do. While the girl's in a really good mood because of Crazed Catharsis, we're able to talk to her twice before the next raid, and we get a resist down to 8, which is pretty good. Once she does get out of Crazed Catharsis though, it's going to be a lot harder to recruit her. We're running out of food, but there's a herd of boomalope near our base, and as the next raid gets here, I was just trying to piss off one of the boomalopes to attack the raiders, but Alan managed to piss off all 3. Those boomalope will hopefully still be manhunting by the time the next raider gets there. It's another genie, and this guy is a part of the mercenary faction, so he has pretty good armor, really good armor actually, and a really good plasma gun and a ranged shield belt. I think you can fire out of this thing, which is kind of nuts. The guy is yet another class, and I thought I'd tone down the amount of classes that are going to be in the game. The way you tone down the amount of classes that are in the game is you go to RimWorld Magic settings and you click default, which turns on death retaliation, which I don't like. It makes raiders that are casters blow up after a few seconds when they get downed, so it's really hard to capture them. The only other thing I'm going to change is turn on AI hard mode, so the AI is harder, and then we can go into class options and we can see the list of enabled classes, which is all of them, and that's not good because there's a couple that can like cast through walls and stuff, and needless to say that is really brutal when the AI gets a hold of a class like that. Default settings are supposed to have a really low chance to run into a fighter or magical class, but as you saw, the first 2 raiders were classes. My theory is the chances increased the more classes there are in the game. RimWorld of Magic has 35 classes and Kuri's expansion adds 59, so even with default settings we'll still see a decent amount of casters. I've also tried challenge me mode, but it adds way too many casters. The dude is now going to duke it out with these boomalope, and his gun is really good. Holy moly, just annihilated one of the boomalope. Threw the boomalope down. Oh no. And boomalope number 3 is down, and he sets our freaking wall on fire. What a jerk. Hopefully that wall doesn't burn down and release the ghoul inside, although that wouldn't be that bad for us because we're gonna have to be doing some serious fighting here. Let's see, what abilities can we use? Let's try this one. No line of sight, eh? How about now? Hopefully we don't hit Barry with that. Oh yeah, we just hit Barry with that. Goes all into Barry. Oh no. Well, how do we do this? I might have to use some of the dark abilities here. If we go into the dark form, there's not really any reason why we can't use dark abilities. Alan's got the melee. Like, we have to use Nightfall, I think. Oh, we killed him. Okay, that's not really what I meant to do. What do we take here, by the way? I think we gotta take the wood, because wood's limited on this map. We got a really good gun off of that, a fine plasma gun. And it does feel weird knowing that we can use this without having to use ammo. But unfortunately, Combat Extended is not updated yet. I'm thinking we'll try out Yao's combat for its ammo system, and I'll just turn the Yao's combat adjustments off. So moving forward, our ranged weapons will need ammo, but combat mechanics will be the same as vanilla RimWorld. We talked to Grantseer a couple more times, and we can see he already has the My Rivals Are Alive debuff for -20 mood, and he has that because he really hates Barry, because Barry's a ghoul, and Barry ate human meat, which is against his ideoligion. I should not have let Barry consume the raider. Since we have so much wood, we finally built a research bench, and we can check out the new anomaly tech, which says it's research by studying anomaly related stuff. We got void provocation, which can discover new entities, summon an entity that can be captured and studied. There's a chance that the invoker will fall into a coma. If Alan gets knocked out summoning the entity, Barry might not be able to handle it, so I think we'll hold off on that tech for now. Bioferrite extraction allows us to craft this nerve spiker, which can stun a target. That sounds like it could be really good for raids, so we'll research that first. To fight the next group of raiders, Alan's going to put on the gear we got from the last raider, which is tainted, so he's not going to want to wear it, but it's really good. 132% protection to everything that's not the head, hands, or feet, and then it gives some really nice bonuses like 1.5 movement speed, 20% lowered aiming time, and 50% more global work speed. The helmet is also really good, as mainly it's just very tanky. Alan did already start with some pretty decent gear. It was all made out of Thermo fur, and I did that because I didn't want him to necessarily replace the gear right away, because I spent time making the gear look like Alan Wake, and it is thematic on him. The suit jacket won't fit under his armor, but everything else will, so pretty much all of his body parts are protected except for his hands. The next group of raiders are 3 of these Yatkins, which are exceptionally beastly. They get 50% more melee damage and take 25% less damage. I didn't realize this, and on my first attempt we get absolutely owned. Barry's gonna get knocked here. Barry's dead. Yikes. What just happened to Alan's HP? Arm got what the? We are doing no pause challenge, but I found out you can go half speed, and so we'll go half speed and check out these guys' stats. They get an animals boost, and this guy has 19 animals, which is quite nuts. This dude also has really high animals. 0 melee though, so we don't have to worry about that guy too much. This guy had 9. And then this dude has 11 melee, and he's tough. The dude's coming in. Okay, so we're gonna have him not hit the trap, actually. He's gonna hit the door. The reason why they're hitting that door is because someone used that door as the raiders were coming in. But yeah, we're gonna have Barry just tank this dude. Oh, and this guy's gonna pass by Barry. What the heck? Is that something raiders can do now? I thought you can choke them up. We're gonna put Alan in Wreath of Darkness mode, and that's gonna make him a bit tankier. I just got knocked out from the melee animation mod. I think my settings got reset on this, and I just like the animations. I don't like the extra mechanics that it adds, because yeah, being knocked out randomly for an hour is pretty stupid in my opinion. So we're on the melee animation settings, and I think what happened to Alan was some kind of execution. We're gonna disable executions, and we're just gonna use the mod for the visual effects. None of these guys have range weapons, and they're not casters, so we might as well have Alan just go out and try to do some damage before they get here. Not really able to do too much though, I'm guessing, because these guys are much quicker than him with their corrupted by Zir trait. He's only able to get 1 shot off. That was ultimately pretty pointless. I'm just gonna have him get back in here and hopefully flee in light behind Barry. And he's able to, and then take out the plasma gun. And these guys, yeah, they're not able to get past Barry, which is good. And then after we knock both these guys out, which I don't know where that guy's going, and textile drop or medicine and meals. Textile could be good textile, but nah. Okay, let's just get out of here. I don't care about knocking those guys, it's the thing. I want to knock this dude up here because he is tough. I'm trying to think of a way that we could for sure knock this guy without there being really any chance that he dies. I'm not really thinking of one, so I guess if he dies, he dies. And we do not really have space for prisoners right now, so if he does end up getting killed, then that's okay. But you can see he's taking like relatively no damage with probably what I would imagine is pretty crap armor. We can also try our refulgence attack on him. So I really don't want him to get out. And I don't want to use our really good plasma gun ammo, but I guess we could just use that. I think it's worth to potentially knock out a guy who's got the tough trait and lowered incoming damage from his xenotype thing. From his race. This is doing some pretty good damage to him. He's got 17 hours, and we killed him. Dang. We get a random crash ship chunk event, which gives us quite a few components, and with that we're able to set up a wind turbine for power, and with the steel we got from that, plus the steel drop earlier, that's enough to connect the wind turbine to our new electric stove, and it's great that we're able to make that, so we don't have to use our precious wood on a campfire anymore. And since we can make wall lights now, we don't have to use our wood on torch lamps. You also may have noticed I put a torch lamp where we were fighting, because we get combat bonuses in light and enemies get combat penalties in the light. Pretty much my greatest fear was just realized by Barry. I'm pretty sure the dude just got hit by lightning. Like there's a lightning storm going on and he's on fire. There's no other explanation for it. I'm currently in Thailand and I guess it's approaching the rainy season. The thunderstorms here are brutal. After getting hit by lightning, Barry has to deal with another terror. Another one of these sight stealers appears out of thin air. He's able to take it out and unfortunately we can't capture it because we don't have the ability to make more holding cells. We need to research entity containment for that, and then we need to build a holding platform which requires 40 steel. We don't have steel for that. That tech also costs 10 of the anomaly research points, which is quite a bit. We've been researching whenever we can, and we still only got 3 out of 5 points for bioferrite extraction. Another way we might get research points is by planting corpses next to this harbinger tree. This is another one of the new anomaly mechanics, and these things can eat corpses. And I'm guessing when it's fully grown, we can study it. Right now, we do not have the ability to study it because it's only 15% grown, I'm guessing. The next raid is from another new faction, and I know later on, once they get stronger, they're gonna have some really powerful creatures, but for now all they really have going for them is a blood mage, which is a really good class. I would like to capture the blood mage. The rest of them just have melee weapons though. Crap, I messed up. I was gonna have Alan try to release the entity before the raiders got here and have it fight them for us, but he gets hit a couple times and his torso is actually pretty banged up. And crap, we gotta pull him back. Pull back. Nice. So anything that has the Blessing of Zir trait does blow up when it dies, and it stuns everything nearby. But worse than that, it gives a massive negative moodlet. Is that guy dead? No, he's not dead. He's crawling. I guess there's a new crawling mechanic, like Rust, where when people get knocked... Wait, let's actually aim this guy, because this is the Blood Mage. We do not want to knock the Blood Mage. Barry, can you stop hitting him for a second? I'd like you to just sit there and not attack if you can. Manage that. Wait, let's pull back. It's gonna blow. Alan needs to go into Wreath of Darkness, and I'll show you guys what that does momentarily. Oh, we killed the Blood Mage. Okay, whatever. Pawn join could be good. Yeah, let's take that. Could be a good pawn. And we gotta name our faction. Guess we'll just name it that. But yeah, if we activate Wreath of Darkness, we lose all of our mana pool, so we cannot use our mana abilities, and we don't get the stat bonuses from Aura of Light, but we do get Wreath of Darkness, which makes Alan really tanky and increases healing rate by 6 times. So these injuries are gonna heal up very quick. This torso already healed up 1, and then the Storyteller Winston Waves does double healing rate already and increases global work speed by 50%. We also did manage to knock out one of the raiders. He's really good at intellectual and crafting because he's a genie. His traits are Brave, which lowers mental break by a ton, but it's suppressed because he's a wimp. Oh, that's lame. And wimp makes him just really easy to knock out. He is good at crafting and intellectual, but Alan's really good at crafting, and then Grand Seer can do intellectual. And then speaking of Grand Seer, we can actually talk to him again. The dude does have Crazed Catharsis for 1.1 more days because he had a crisis of belief and lost a bunch of certainty in his ideoligion because his mood was so bad. With his mood being semi-decent, Grand Seer's almost ready to join us. Not quite. And speaking of joiners, we got Sam, who does have Zir's corruption, so she's going to be having a mental breakdown pretty soon here. Sam is exceptionally good at shooting with the Careful Shooter trait, which does increase aiming time, but it increases shooting accuracy, and when you're using an ammo mod, this becomes a much better trait because you want to be more accurate. She also can tame animals, which is helpful. There's some alpacas on our map that we might have her tame. Before we have her go do anything, she is going to have a mental breakdown, so we're going to put her into a cage, and she's going to be in there for about the next next 40 hours until she finally has a crisis of belief. We're also going to cage Grandseer, who finally joins us in a terrible mood. And in her cage, she's going to research smithing and machining so we can start making ammo for our gun. Before she starts working on that, Alan needs to borrow the research bench to decrypt the mechanoid transponder. We got this from an ancient Exostrider midsection that I believe is on every starting map if you have the biotech expansion. Decrypting the transponder gives us this quest that calls in a shuttle with the mech guarding it, and it's now gonna hopefully help us in the next raid. And this one is especially nasty. This is my third attempt at it, and wow, that mech just got owned. We're gonna drop a daybreak right in the middle of them, which hopefully is gonna connect. And we do actually connect right in the center. We kill one, one's almost dead as well. Alan does have a really bad debuff, which we can go over later, but Twilight is going to cleanse off that debuff. And essentially, Daybreak just costs so much mana that it gives him a debuff, but Alan does have the ability to cleanse it. Let's just actually blink this way, and hopefully we can fight them in our choke point here. I did also open the door to our holding platform as we get a transport pod with a ghoul inside. And here they come. Barry's gonna do a good job of tanking. Why are you not shooting at this guy? Shoot at this dude, please. This is the guy actually that we need to kill. We'll just have this guy be in front because he's got the gun, and this guy in the back with the melee weapon is doing nothing. Well, Barry needs to get out of there. He's gonna die. Then you need to back off actually because it's gonna stun everyone. This is actually kind of perfect. You need to stun and then get in there. Open that door. This door needs to be open though. I could have played that better. Wait, why are you not shooting at them, Alan? Let's use Wreath of Darkness, actually. We killed that guy, very nice. Let's keep him right here. Nope, nope. Okay, we're gonna just walk that way. Wait, that actually works. Alan wasn't in combat there for some reason. I'm getting some weird Alan going out of combat things. Oh, and here we go. The containment ghoul got out. We're gonna Shadow Step inside, which is a darkness ability. But to be fair, oh nice, we actually win. And we get tons of cash, holy cow. We're gonna take the cash. So we did use a darkness ability, Shadow Step, but to be fair, we are in Wreath of Darkness form, so we should be able to use that anyways. And the Barry did not die there, but his brain is pretty much done. R.I.P. Barry, basically. It turns out ghouls can actually heal scars, so Barry's gonna be up and at him for the next raid. And speaking of ghouls, we got a random ghoul transport pod crash event where this ghoul is knocked out for 3 hours. I make the mistake of not capturing the ghoul, but instead carrying it. There's no option to put something you're carrying onto the holding platform. You have to drop it first, and when we dropped the ghoul, it had already woken up, so Alan has to beat it down in melee, and he ends up killing it. One of the side stealers we knocked out earlier is still alive though, so we're able to recapture that to study it more. Inside this crashed ship is a dead Mechaneater, and he won't be needing his mech link anymore, so Alan's gonna yoink that and stab it into his own head. This gives us either a lifter bot that can haul or a constructor bot that can build, and we do get lucky with the constructor bot. I prefer this because it can build and repair stuff full time, giving Alan more time to relax while we wait for the next crisis. Speaking of crisis, Sam has recovered from her mental breakdown, and she's going to deliver our last reward to a nearby faction. The Doom faction would be the obvious choice because trading there is really overpowered for a lot of reasons, so I've banned trading with the Doom faction on my runs. I knew the Ranger faction was high tier, so I thought maybe we could get some ammo from them. We give them over 500 gold and 1,000 silver, and that's enough to get up to +8 neutral relations with them. We're now able to trade, and later on we can look more in depth at what they got. Right now there's a lot going on at base, so I just try to get this transaction done quick. For 3k silver we buy beer, wood, and steel, and some donkeys to help us carry it all back home. What's really cool about this faction that I did not know about is if you're above 10 relations with them, you get this option to enlist. This opens up a lot of options, and the first thing we're going to do is check out the missions tab. Select a mission for 50 bucks. Seeing some missions that I kind of know what some of these do. There's danger pods. This quest allows us to call in a mechanoid cluster, which actually could help us out, and we get relation with the Empire, which is nice. The next raid is going to be a lot easier. It's just tribes people, and there are 2 casters among the group. This guy's a faceless, which can possess someone, so we got to be careful about that. And this girl is a necromancer, which can raise dead and be really good if we could knock her out somehow. The necromancer raises one of the pigs from the last raid and the dead Mechaneater that was in that crashed Mechaneater ship, and so we're going to have to fight those those guys as well. The pig is going to hit 2 of our traps. Oh no, that's a waste of 90 wood. And I guess the pig is going to blow up because it has Zer's corruption, which is kind of perfect timing because the raiders, well, this guy actually is going to get stunned, but he's going to get hit by that trap. And that's actually not enough. Alan's in his tanky mode. Get the constructoid bot away. Oh, and that was perfect AoE, by the way. If Alan was any closer, he would have got hit by that stun, and he would have got the horrible negative moodlet. Very nice, we kill this dude, and let's actually just grab that spear. And where's the Faceless, though? Well, the Faceless is setting fire to our wind turbine, which did get killed in the last raid. We had to build another one. We'll get Alan out of there. I really like this half speed mode, by the way. Makes playing a no pause challenge actually kind of manageable. But yeah, the stun is about to go off. And we are in shadow form, so we're just going to use our shadow abilities. They do have cooldowns, so it's not like stamina is really a big deal. Like, if you've ever played World of Magic, you don't really have to worry about stamina too much when you're playing a stamina class. Let's use Nightfall. It doesn't do that much damage. Like, I know it killed that one dude, but yeah, it's not that crazy. And then this actually stuns people. Wait, did we just kill 2 with 1 hit there, by the way? And then, oh crap, the Necromancer, I think, just raised this dude. How do we play this? We gotta just get in there and kill the Necromancer, I think. We just gotta reach the darkness in. And then kill the Faceless first. Use Umbra. If you can. I think we're out of the radius, by the way, of that explosion. I really hope. We have to pull back maybe a little bit. Pull back like 1 cell or whatever. Oh, dude. What is that positioning? It was perfect. The positioning there was perfect. See if we can get some hits on the Faceless, who does, by the way, have increased dodge, I think. He has 6 melee. Oh, this is not good. Dude, maybe you just pull out the ranged weapon. Get here, pull it out, and go on this dude. Hit him, please. Oh, crap. The Necromancer is raising more undead. Oh, no. This is really bad. We gotta kill the Faceless, like, I don't know. And then we can get in there and start mailing the Necromancer. Barry's doing a good job of distracting. Got a couple hits on the Faceless. Really need to just kill them. We've got 13 hours left, and they're unwaveringly loyal, and the Necromancer is as well. Especially cannot recruit them. There's no point of, like, trying to, you know, draw this out or whatever. Umbra on them. The ranged damage ability. There we go, we actually knocked them. Which again, they're unwaveringly loyal, so that doesn't matter. We gotta get Alan in here with the melee weapon, take out the Necromancer, and then Grandseer actually is ready to fight. I completely messed up this fight by not getting them in here. But yeah, let's just go on normal mode for a second. And then we can actually use Spell Steal on the Necromancer. And maybe we can raise Undead. So we can get that cast off. Oh crap. Somebody's about to blow. Let's have Alan Shadow step out of there. And then Grandseer is going to get hit by that AoE. We got this ability Deathmark, which I'm not really sure what it does exactly. We'll check it out in a bit. Mainly Alan just needs to get back in here and use Nightfall on the melee guy. Does that hit the Necromancer in the back? No. Oh wait, that guy's gonna blow up as well. Okay, Alan's gotta pull back. Yo, this is such a slow fight, but I feel like this is how I have to fight it. And Barry cannot get killed here, hopefully. Then Grandseer needs to back off, actually. Oh, Grandseer got hit. Not ideal. Another explosion. Let's get in here and finish off this Necromancer dude. And we killed the Necromancer, and they're fleeing. Very nice. Well, some of them are supposed to flee. Take the normal weapons. It's the only normal reward. And we gotta get in here and save Barry as well. Or never mind, actually, Barry saves himself. Very nice. I totally forgot to check the normal weapons drop. And we got a charged rocket launcher, which has a value of 5,600. Normally the value is 7k, but it's deteriorating. It's down to 78 durability because I left it in the water. We also got these plasteel paralysis daggers from the Kaijin race mod that I guess can give people paralysis, which might be a little OP. And then finally we got an AR-10 from the Ranger faction, and that's a pretty decently long-range rifle. It's good we chose not to cheese and join the Doom faction earlier, because they're about to raid us in 2 days, and though they are very powerful, it'd be really good if we could capture one of them. The Wildcats are always tough and have awesome bionics. While we're waiting for the Doom Raiders, Alan's making the nerf spiker that we finally researched the tech for. This cost 40 of our 100 bioferrite we started with, and I think it was definitely worth using those resources on it. Holy, what the... Oh, that's scripted. Normally it's not possible for even a level 20 crafter to make something legendary unless you have an inspiration. So Blessing of Zir did bless Alan here by making it legendary. I think the way the trait works is sometimes it will buff the quality by 1 level. So I guess Alan was supposed to make it masterwork, and then Blessing of Zir buffed it to legendary. Because it's legendary, the accuracy is increased by a lot, as is the damage. The damage number here is only 3 though, because of the concussive enchant, which essentially multiplies this new damage number by 5 and turns it into blunt damage. This enchant is rare, so on top of that it has a 10% chance to stun, and the bow I guess also has a chance to stun. I was hoping the bow just had a chance to knock people out, but I don't think that's the case. It's also got another rare enchant which I think just has a chance to buff Alan. And just on a side note, if you're not familiar with the random enchant mod, basically anything masterwork or legendary usually will have some pretty good rare or legendary enchants on it. Since the crossbow won't cause bleeding injuries, and I don't know if the stun is just a temporary stun or if it can knock someone out, we won't be testing it for this next raid. Instead, we're going to use the paralysis dagger, which I believe can not only inflict bleeding, so we can knock them out to blood loss, it can inflict paralysis, which I believe can also knock someone out. Both of these knockout methods are from loss of consciousness, which doesn't give them any chance to die, unlike if a raider gets knocked out to pain shock as they walk over these steel spike traps, for example. I accept the danger pod quest we got from the Ranger faction, and there's not enough room on the map for the mech cluster to land, so I had to do a little terraforming to give the raiders more space when they enter the map, and this should also help the raiders if they want to set up like a siege camp. The mech cluster now has enough space to land near our entrance, and after Alan wakes it up, the Doom Raiders are finally here. Okay, so we got this dude who's tough, nimble, and has Zir's corruption. Tough and Zir's corruption. And then this dude is not tough, which means that he's actually pretty trash. Yeah, he has the business suit, which means he's like a trader or something. Or I guess he's an agent. These other guys don't have good helmets. That's their weak point. They both have toques. Their tracker armor's pretty good. And they win the battle without really getting damaged at all. This Inferno turret might get a hit off though. Or never mind. For some reason the trader, who was the one who sucks, decided to attack first. And meanwhile the other two guys were chilling on the beach, and one of them had a mental breakdown and went berserk, and they're now fighting each other, which is not ideal. We actually want them to attack us. Here we go. They're gonna actually attack us now, I think. Or not. Livius is gonna attack one of the local wildlife, and she ends up getting killed. No, that's not what we wanted. The Doom Girl almost got to our base and then decided to turn around, and we got a message pop up that said they gave up and left. There was an error from the advanced AI mod, and so I'm thinking I'm just gonna disable that. So without the mod, I guess the raiders are a bit dumber and they're gonna attack us. Before, I guess they were just so smart that they knew there was traps here. They sent the agent in to test out our base system, and as soon as they saw the agent die, they knew there was traps. Now Laurentina is nimble, so there's only a 10% chance per trap that they actually hit the traps. Livius is not, and she's gonna actually die, which is unfortunate, but that's alright. Hopefully Laurentina only hits one trap. Oh, and she actually does hit one trap. Perfect. Back off. And she is only bleeding at 99%, which is a lot, but it's not enough. We're probably gonna have Alan stab her a few times with the kite and daggers, I'm guessing. And that stun actually does not hit Laurentina. Not what Laurentina is doing. There we go, the trader dies. And what the heck is going on? You're hitting the light, I guess? Oh, and she's so smart that she's destroying the light, so we have to fight in darkness. And she's gonna go for our wind turbine, I guess. She really is trying to cut our power. That's spooky. I think we'll just have Alan's shadow step on her and try to stab her a few times. He is in Reach of Darkness mode, so he takes less damage. This girl is still gonna punish him though, because she's got 14 melee. We do hit her with the toxic from the daggers, and she's actually gonna bleed out in 21 hours. She's in only 31% pain though, so we can hit her a few more times and it's fine. Toxin from the daggers is moderate, only 11%, which doesn't seem like that much. Doesn't seem like that'd be moderate, but I guess it is. Her torso is at 25. Gotta make sure we don't destroy that, because if we destroy her torso, then she's dead. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play this out in half speed mode. It's pretty important that we don't kill this girl. If we can knock her out, we get an amazing Doom person that has these really good implants. And while they're fighting, actually, we can check them out. 200% efficient eyes that give plus 70% sights. Bionic spine gives crazy stats. 70% manipulation and movement, and it's 200% efficient. We've got some other implants down here that are also really good. Synthetic arms increase our manipulation. Legs increase movements. And her bleeding is not going up, which is a little bit bad because we need her to bleed out quicker. We don't really need it. She's only in 36% pain, so she's not in danger of going out of pain shock at, I think it's like 80%. So we have a lot more punishment that we can put down on her. And let's quickly see what the toxin is. 13 only? Not that much. When Alan's getting beat up, his torso is actually banged up really bad, as is his arms. And his leg is also banged up. We do not want him to lose any of those things. So, yeah, we're going to have him shadow step back in, I guess. And maybe we'll send Barry out to tank for a bit while Alan just heals up. I didn't want Barry to inflict too much pain on the Doom Raider, so I had him try to kite her away. Before she chases, she decides to destroy our butcher table. And as I was not paying attention, I believe the constructor bot was going to come out here and try to repair it. Not only does the bot's leg get shot off, it's knocked out in our doorway, wedging the door open for the Raider. The Raider is now going to simulate being a squatter for the next few hours, destroying Alan's beautiful living room and occasionally setting fire to stuff. Our main goal now is to minimize the damage by having Alan put out the fire while the Raider is busy destroying stuff. And though most everything in our living room does get destroyed, Alan is successful in preventing the entire base from burning down. By now, he's almost healed back up to full, so he's going to try to stab the Doom Raider some more with those paralysis daggers. At this point, the Doom Raider is in severe pain, but I think it was only like 50%, so she's not going to go down to pain shock anytime soon, meaning we were free to poke her a bit more with the daggers to help her bleed out quicker. What I didn't realize is the dagger poison is extreme at 20%, and that's enough to knock her out. Torso's 27. Oh, we knocked her. That was not from pain, by the way. Prosthetics. Heal. Get a random normal. Those are all looking pretty bad. Capture. Where's the capture option? It's not there. Capture her. Yes. Wow. Very nice. And we got a random colonist. That is amazing because it's a random normal. So it's better than a random poor colonist like Sam was, I think. Hammer is really good at mining, actually. We need a miner. Is there anything special about her? Oh yeah, she's special, alright. Torso scar and addicted to feather dust. That's kind of annoying because she's going to have feather dust need, and when that gets low, she will be freaking out. Before she does have a mental breakdown, we're going to give her a nice warm welcome to our colony by having her clean up this disaster of a living room. This is going to give Alan time to bandage up the Doom Girl and then focus on his mood, which is now in the dumps. We destroyed part of the mech cluster for 2 mechanoid components, which we could sell or use later, some plasteel and 1 component, and then Barry's going to finish off the psychic droner for 4 more mech components, 60 steel, 10 plasteel, and a component. Doing that does complete the quest, so we get quite a bit of relation with the Fallen Empire, and it also allows us to uninstall this mech node, which I believe is a Gloomlight, so it supplies light to a nearby area, but it's negative 20 beauty. There's a mod that's going to be pretty controversial, which changes that around completely. There's actually 2 mods. Not a lot of people know about this one. The only 2 people that commented do like the mod though, and I guess that's because it was only posted 2 months ago. It's Big Beautiful Mech Node, which apparently combined with this mod's simple utilities allows you to mount it on the ceiling. It's going to make the mounted mech node give 15 beauty and the regular one give 10 instead of the negative 20 beauty. I don't think those mods are too controversial, but people are definitely going to feel some type of way about this one, which turns the Gloomlights into sun lamps. I do feel like the loot you get from disassembling mechanoids should be buffed. Like 15 steel for a mechanoid is basically nothing. The mod gives you plasteel and gold for disassembling them, which I do like. It's just a question of, is having a sun lamp from the Gloomlight balanced? And some people are going to say yes, you know, it's a special event where you get this Gloomlight. Some people are going to say no, the sun lamp is something that's really hard to manage because it costs so much power. It takes 2,900 watts of power to power a sun lamp, and our wind turbine is currently outputting 1,600 watts at about 45% power. So if our wind turbine was running at full capacity, it could barely probably power the sun lamp. but that's about it. One thing I will say about the current state of our game is these Harbinger trees I do believe require light to grow, which I think might be a bug. So it says it requires 0% light level, but we have placed corpses down here and it is not growing. So maybe to counteract that bug, which I would safely say is a bug, we can get a free Gloomlight sun lamp and put it down here next to these Harbinger trees, so at least they'll grow. We now have a bit of extra time to check out what these Rangers have for goods, and since they're the only faction we can trade with for now, we'll go over everything they got. These guys have a lot of extra food if we need it. Cloth to craft. Thermofur is actually really nice to craft with, but it's really expensive. A bunch of shells, which I'm not sure what these do exactly. Some of them are a part of this biological warfare mod, and they may or may not be very overpowered. And then the mutagenic shell from the Pawn Morpher mod is actually really funny. And then down here, we still have 196 steel. I think we bought like 800 total. And then uranium and plasteel is better for building defenses out of, mainly doors, because they can make doors open just as quick as steel, but they're much tankier. Versus if you make doors out of limestone or sandstone, they take a while to open and they just make your colony less efficient. We do want to make some tanky doors, so I think we'll buy 100 plasteel for 4 tanky doors, and then we'll buy as much limestone as we can carry, as it's slightly tankier than sandstone. As for the other stuff they have, this mutasyringe gives someone wild boar DNA, but you need an item to kind of counter it, or they can permanently turn into a wild boar. And then the social one can turn someone into a social creature, but they can permanently turn into some creature like an owl or something if you don't have an item to counter those effects, and they don't. Then down here we got some ammo, which would be good if we had spacer weapons, which we don't. We got some implants and some weapons. Not really seeing anything that we need too much. Sleeping sickness gas grenade launcher uses industrial special. That could be interesting. And then down here we got some clothing and some armor. Ranger armor is good. But right now we don't really need armor. A telescope actually could be good for recreation. For the next raid we have 3 mental breakdowns. Hammer goes on a feather dust binge, and this one's actually pretty easy to manage. You can't pick up the feather dust because apparently drugs are lava, but you can wall it off. So she only ended up smoking 1 of the feather dust joints. She came with 5, I guess, so we still have 3 for later to manage her addiction. Grantseer, our researcher, goes catatonic, so she's going to be out for 2 or 3 days possibly. But while she was in her cage, she did research smithing and machining, and she's starting to research microelectronics, which is a really good tech that you need for more advanced techs, and we'll get more into that later. The Doom Girl Laurentina has a crisis of belief, so she just loses certainty in her ideoligion. Now she'll have crazed catharsis for 3 days, so we can actually start getting some relation with her. It will still take a while though, because she has 17.4 resist still. Our next raid should be pretty easy because it's a very low tier faction. I looked over all their stats and none of them are casters from what I could see, although one of them is a perfectionist, which makes them craft better stuff. And they do have a burning passion for crafting. If we could potentially knock out Octavia, it would be good. Although the more prisoners we have, the higher chance they'll try to prison break. And we really don't want to have the Doom Girl try to prison break. That could be disastrous. They're all really clumped up, so we're going to have Alan try to take them out with the Daybreak. We haven't put any points into the ability, so the AoE is pretty small. It requires 3 skill ups for 1 point of Daybreak. And right now we've put all of our points into Fleeting Light to increase the range of it, and Clarity to increase our mana regen, which will allow us to level up quicker the more mana we have, because the way you get XP is by casting spells. We didn't really have good line of sight where the raiders were at, and Alan's going to try to reposition to get better line of sight. Right now this wall is blocking us. Unfortunately these guys are splitting up a bit, but that's not a huge deal. We could just drop a Daybreak like right here, I guess is fine. And I'll be happy if we hit a couple, just so we don't have to use too many traps on them. We can check out the Arcane Weakness, Severely Ill. You get a ton of stat penalties for casting that ability, but if we do Twilight, Arcane Weakness goes down to Weakened only. It's not nearly as bad. And we'll activate Aura of Light as well. And maybe start taking some shots actually with our legendary bow. We'll see how that works. We don't have the greatest chance to hit them. Well, 54 is actually not that bad. Since we're shooting outdoors dark, it's a lot lower. We missed that shot too. Let's try to Fleeting Light on the berry. Right arm is almost cut off. What? That was a brutal hit, whatever that was. Jeez. Wreath of Darkness active. Right arm got hit for 20 damage. Holy moly. Berry, you're gonna have to tank, my friend. That dude's gonna blow up over there, by the way. Let's have Alan pull back a little bit. Well, I think he's actually okay where he's currently standing. Yeah, he's actually okay. Get back in here. The constructor bot really loves to come out here at the worst times, by the way. Barry's getting ripped up. He might die to Titus, who only has 3 melee. Like, what the heck's going on with Titus? We need to get a light in here, because, yeah, Alan has terrible accuracy. 46% would be at, like, 80%, I would guess, if we're fighting in the light. And there we go, we got the stun proc, very nice. Could actually use Umbra. I put some points into that ability. Could use it on, maybe Claudian. Octavia's pretty low from, I don't know what, maybe Daybreak hit him. And Umbra just does some damage. Hopefully Alan can get a hit off on Titus here. Our shield belt blocks the bow attack. It is a ranged shield belt. We can fire out of it. Yeah, Barry's getting ripped up. Sheesh. We knocked out Titus. I think we only need to knock out like one more person, and we should be good. We just killed Titus. Alan was aiming at him, I guess. Oopsie daisy. We'll use Umbra again on Octavia. That might knock him when this explosion's gonna go off. We'll shadow step out of there in a second. Normally you have to cast this on a person, but for some reason you can cast it wherever you want. I guess Alan's just an advanced Duskbringer, or it's bugged. One of the two. Yeah, this stupid bot, man, I put it in combat and told it to sit in here, and it did not want to sit there. That happened in the previous raid as well. It definitely disobeyed my commands and tried to grief us. But yeah, Barry's torso is at 6. If it goes down to 0, I think he dies. So we're going to pull him back, and then Alan's just going to maybe duke it out with these guys. If he's in Wreath of Darkness mode, I don't think he gets hit too bad. So arm got hit again for 12 damage. Ow. Okay, he's actually getting banged up. If that arm gets hit anymore, we're going to have to, I don't know what we're going to do. Could Eclipse. That's going to stun them. And then we could take out the S3 plasma gun. Let's see that. They're stunned. Got the plasma gun. Knocked Octavia. Was that the crafter? That is a perfectionist crafter. Well, we did destroy their arm and their leg, unfortunately. Although the crafter doesn't really need a leg, I guess, right? I'm not sure what to do here. This is really messy. Like, we knocked another person. Alan's leg is getting banged up, though. We're going to have him run, I think. Shadow Step's almost up. Well, run a second. That bot, man. The freaking bot, I'm telling you guys. I don't know what its problem is. It just doesn't like to... Oh, and they're fleeing. Very nice. Call list squad, sure. And here we go. Our list squad reward was some random stuff that is not gonna join us, but then we got a Fairless and a Dunalisk. These things are both pretty powerful to just use as tanks. We've got a quest that's gonna expire in a couple hours where this faction that's pretty high tier is chasing Mosquito, who will join us. The timing of this is a bit unfortunate because we still have 1.7 days till the next raid. Mosquito does come with a excellent body armor, which is really tanky, 130% protection. Doesn't protect the legs or hands though. It's got some coveralls which protect pretty much everything actually. They're coveralls. They protect everything except for the hands and the feet with a good amount of protection. Excellent hyperweave stuff. Wow, that's really good. A Devil Strand Balaclava gives 45% protection to the neck only, not the head. Then he's got a headset, excellent quality again, which has a nice enchant on it. Increase some good stats by 10%. Only gives 35% protection, that's not that much. 5% trade price improvement's interesting. As far as his stats, he is really good. Whoa, 17 melee, 15 shooting, 11 medical, and the dude is tough. Okay, yeah, that's definitely worth it. We also might be able to manage the dude's mood if we get him killing right away, because he is Bloodlust. His mood is gonna really go down though, immediately. I'm guessing his faction might all be tough like the Doom faction, and they have really good combat stats, because the same mod creator that made his faction made the Doom faction, where they have certain people that are always tough. Now the question is, are the people pursuing him also really good at combat? On really quickly, I forgot to show his weapon. It's got a toxic buildup enchant on it, which is interesting, and the damage is, I guess, 10 normally with the blood enchant working the way it does. The raiders pursuing the guy are all pretty good at combat. You can see they all have backstories. Whoa, 15 construction on this guy with his mercenary engineer backstory. And yeah, another really good combat guy. None of them are tough though, thankfully. So we got really lucky with Mosquito being tough. All right, here the raiders come. 4 steel spike traps. You gotta be kidding me. He was high on something that was increasing his pain shock threshold, I guess. That is just nuts. That was 4 steel spike traps for one dude. Mosquito's gonna have to take out the combat knife and melee while Alan shoots at these guys. And our spider's actually gonna help out, that's good. Still trying to figure out what to use our abilities on. Oh, one of them's casting something. I'm just gonna push them back and stun them. And actually, I should not have done that because they were going to get stunned by that dude anyways. What happened to our dude Mosquito? He got pushed back from Alan, I guess. Or maybe one of the raiders casted that. Like, Cicero has a bunch of abilities for some reason, even though they're not a caster. I'm not sure what's up with that. And then this dude is cursed, which I'm not sure what that means exactly. But, yeah. How do we fight this? Get Mosquito back in the action. And then the spider's actually tanking for us pretty well. You can use this ability Web, which will stun someone, I believe. So we'll have him try to use that. And that person's casting. What is that cast? Oh, they are actually a class. Consume building, they just used. What the heck? They just ate our door? I think that was a plasteel door, was it not? Yeah, that was a plasteel door. He just ate the plasteel door. What the heck? We're gonna take that guy out. Umbra on him, if we can knock him. He shouldn't be a class. Like, if we capture him and I end up save loading at some point, which, you know, I inevitably will exit out of the game at some point, I'm pretty sure this guy will not be a Ravenous class, which is what his abilities are. I think that's bugged. Our spider did get knocked out as well. This guy's casting something. Can we just Umbra him before he casts? I don't know. I don't know why he's not going down as well. Oh, he's high on Maxi Cola. He's bleeding at 1000%, but he just will not go down because he's high on whatever that is. Acidosis, cast success. Let's get Barry out here to help out, yeah. This dude literally has no body parts left. He's like that Knight of Knee meme, where the dude just has nothing left.
Alright, we call it a draw.
Oh, and they're running. Okay, just pull back. This dude's actually pursuing us, huh? Interesting choice. He's dead. The Mosquito enjoyed that fight. He gets plus 14 mood for witnessing death. He didn't get any kills, unfortunately. So we are playing with the Void mod, but they can't raid us till wave 50, assuming we make it to wave 50. We can still get random events from them though, and we got a N4 conversion chamber, which will destroy plant life near it, which is completely fine. I'm not sure what happens when we open this up though. Not long after getting that random void events, the storyteller gives us a random disease events. Muscle parasites is really annoying. It causes increased pain and people need to sleep twice as often. You have to tend it up to 300%, and Grand Seer just got a 71% 10, which is not good. We ideally want to make sure our 10s are 100% so we can get over it in about 6 days. Grand Seer is already catatonic anyways, so I guess it doesn't really matter for them, but we want to give Hammer some good 10s. And then actually our prisoner Octavia got muscle parasites as well. We got a better 10 on them, unfortunately. We don't care about 10ing them. Octavia does only have 6 resists, so they could join us pretty soon. But Alan's really busy right now, so we just stuck them in the mountain, which Hammer has been digging out. With her 12 mining, she's able to dig really quick. And we found a steel deposit back here, which is helping with making more traps. We're going to need quite a few steel traps for this next raid. That's not good. Mosquito goes berserk. Although Barry's ready to fight him. Unfortunately, Mosquito has a melee weapon equipped, which is not ideal. I wonder if Alan could just Umbra and then knock him out. Hopefully this doesn't kill him. Head is... Ooh, whoa, I thought the head got blown off, but it did not. Okay, phew. That actually worked out really well, because they're going to have Cathartic Adrenaline for the next raid, and they're going to have Crazed Catharsis as well. Just note to self, don't let any of these people have melee weapons when they're about to go berserk. Make sure that they're putting the melee weapons in their inventory, not ready to use on Barry, for example. Grand Seer recovers from their catatonic breakdown, and has another catatonic breakdown. I've never seen that happen before. But yeah, they're going to be out for another 3 days probably, so microelectronics is not coming anytime soon. Alan finally had a little bit of extra time to get some studying done on the monolith, and he gets a breakthrough, so he now gets 0.4 progress for researching instead of 0.32 I think it was before. And we are a bit less than halfway to entity containment. I know we're really far behind on the anomaly tech. We desperately need a delay next wave reward from Winston Waves so we can start looking more into this stuff. We got Laurentina's mood in a really good place. She's currently high on Smoke Leaf, which is really helping her mood. Eerie noises from the Void event is pretty annoying though. Everyone has a negative 10 from that till we deal with that whole thing. I also had to put a campfire in our room because we lost our wind turbine yet again. So we are currently out of power and we're using campfires to heat up our base because it is really cold outside. It's negative 16 Celsius, 4 degrees Fahrenheit, which is well below freezing. But yeah, we get quite a bit of resist down for talking to Laurentina this time. And then we'll have Craze Catharsis for another 20 hours. So we'll probably be able to talk to her like one more time. But after that, recruiting her is going to be really slow going. We have 15 hours to accept this Hunted Praetor quest, which is one you get on every run. And accepting that is going to give us Lucilia, who is a psycaster. She's got Silent level 4. And she should have some psycast abilities, which doesn't say she does. She does have a silent though, so I'm not sure what's up with that. Well, we're going to send her back into the base, and then Alan's going to wake up this conversion chamber, which spawns a black leper. Oh yeah, I remember that whole thing. It's actually attacking the conversion chamber for us. Is it going to destroy it? Be perfect. It did. No, it's not going to fully destroy it. And then Alan kills the hare that was manhunting Lucilia, and now this leper is going to chase us. Or will it? The next raid is coming in 4 seconds. The raid should run into this black leper. The problem with that whole thing is I kind of want these foxgirls to survive because they could potentially be really good. They are Revians. Whoa, did they knock it? Or they put it in stasis or something? Okay, Alan's got to run. With Alan floating lights over back to our base. We have a perfect amount of distance to be able to floating light from there to there. And then hopefully Lucilia is going to make it inside, which looks like she will. Our robot is finishing up our outer base design. We put a bridge over here so we can build limestone walls on the water. And so raiders actually have no way to get to our power supply anymore. We find time to build another one. But yeah, so everyone's inside. So these guys should go back for this leper, which did come out of whatever spell that was. And Green is gonna melee this dude. And she got one-shotted. Let's go on with the rest of these guys. Got a Chronomancer was the one that put that guy in a stasis. She put the black leper in a stasis with one of her Chronomancer abilities. Oh, and they killed this thing? They used aging on it, which gave it extreme carcinoma, and so it died. Okay, well, that worked out perfectly. The Chronomancer is OP, as you can see. We're going to open our plasteel door, which we did build another plasteel door. And we're going to just probably have these guys die to traps, I guess. It would be really good if we can get one Revian, because they have the ability to sacrifice raiders to buff up their soul reap level. And the Chronomancer would be exceptionally good. These guys are all bloodlust as well, so it's pretty easy to manage their mood. This person's actually a warrior, which is really good, although they have utter beginner inspiration. Oh, the Chronomancer went down, very nice. What inspiration is this melee? The warrior. Oh, they're fleeing. Okay, that's fine. We got random legendary. Oh yeah. We get fuel drop legendary. So fuel means materials. Let's get Alan out here to try to knock these guys. We just got so many materials. It's like 2,000 wood and steel or something crazy because it's legendary. It's the best reward that you can get. But yeah, let's try to knock it down the warrior if we can. It'd be amazing. She's frail. Soul Reap 7. Holy moly. She's got a bad back and she's frail. I'm pretty sure we can fix that with some... Octavia went berserk. Oh no, is that our prisoner? Oh, that's our prisoner that we don't care about. Octavia can go berserk till her something. I don't know what the saying is, but she can go berserk all she wants, basically. We killed this girl, dang. And she dropped 7 Luciferium, holy moly. Can we flame light over here? Yeah, we can. I would like to knock down... Oh wait, we have the Chronomancer. Let's get back over here and see if she's died yet. No, she's gonna die in 4 hours. Okay, that's fine. Barry, yeah, beat that girl down. Perfect. And then we're going to have Mosquito capture Fox. And Mosquito is actually our medic. It's fine if we don't knock these people, by the way. Soul Reap 4 on Snake Slayer. But other than that, I mean, she's really good with psycasting. Oh, we killed her for 7 more Luciferium. Okay, that's worth. Definitely worth. Let's not take Luciferium because we can't. Remember, drugs are lava in RimWorld. We can haul it though. There's gotta be a mod to fix that, right? Barry finishes off the conversion chamber, which drops this Havoc implant. It gives a small boost to a lot of stats. I'm thinking we install it into Alan because he's the only one not having constant mental breakdowns. There was also some advanced components, steel, plasteel, and regular components in the wreckage. For the next couple of days, gray clouds descend on our already dark map, resurrecting anything outside. That includes animals. This raccoon knocks out our builder bot, which we can repair. there's just no point because we're still out of power. While Alan's trying to fix that and set the power back up, he gets attacked by a zombie foxgirl. And with the biological warfare mod, there's a new disease added that comes from getting hit by these shambler zombies. The disease progresses just like any disease, plus it progresses more every time someone gets hit by a zombie. And with Wreath of Darkness activated, Alan's only threat from these zombies is the disease. As they beat on him, his armor is actually taking quite a bit of punishment as well. And we diverted our tech from microelectronics to another tech that's gonna help repair up our armor, but more on that later. Another thing about these zombies is they resurrect, and they are so relentless that I just give up on installing traps before the next raid. In the future, I'll definitely be using one of the recommended methods to dispose of dead bodies on the map, at least any that are near our base. The ones that are not near the base will actually help with the next raid. It doesn't say that this wave is any special wave, but they all have shield belts and some have exceptionally good weapons. Like this Sword of Darkness can be wielded by someone corrupted by Zir, and they won't get a negative moodlet of like -30 I think for using the sword. And the sword is insanely good. 45 DPS and 140% armor pen is just nuts for a melee weapon. These shamblers are putting up a pretty good fight against these guys who don't have that good of weapons. This Goldor Red Inquisitor saber actually is made out of pure gold, I think, and it's got a value of, doesn't say because it's biocoded, but I think if we smelt that down, we'll get a ton of gold from it. Falto was really far ahead of the other raiders for some reason. I tried to have Alan use his stun move on her, but it ended up not hitting the raider and only hit Grand Seer. Alan does one-shot her with Nightfall though, which is good because she drops this Grasping Dead Greatsword, which has some special effect, like it can do range damage, and it can call upon the dead to attack from below, damaging and slowing anything in the area. Attacks with the weapon can build up Rot Stink Exposure. Very interesting. And we gave the weapon to Grand Seer, who does have this ability that can make her invisible. She's the Spell Thief class, and she also has this ability which I've maxed out. Tease can send someone into a berserk rage, which we're going to use on the guy that has a Sword of Darkness, and hopefully that will make him go berserk. It was successful, but oh whoa, he almost one-shotted Grand Seer there. Pretty sure that attack could have one-shotted her, although she does have really high melee, so she has really high dodge. And then Spell Thief also increased her dodge by 10. And Attilius ends up one-shotting that dude. One-shots that dude as well with the Sword of Darkness. Attilius gets one more hit off before being overrun by the raiders, who are now heading for us. Earlier when fighting off the zombies, Alan uses Nightfall, which I find out can do friendly fire, and Fearless One's body gets completely destroyed. It took a lot of self-restraint to not save Scum here. Killing the Fearless may have actually helped us more because it resurrects as a shambler, and though we cannot control it, it does buy us a bit of time in the next raid while we focus down one of the raiders. Didn't see this guy's weapon. Stun Rod, which can stun people, I guess. I'm seeing some crappy combat knives that aren't crappy, but they're not, you know, crazy good. Seeing another Mutanite Spear on this guy. So 2 Mutanite Spears, which I'm not sure they can give injections to Fearless or Shamblers. Shamblers, by the way, do have increased stats, or they have reduced stats actually, but they take no pain. We also did Knockout Strapping, who is a hard worker. They get plus 20% global work speed, and they can do some stuff that could be useful, like construction. They are frail though, which is pretty bad. I don't think we're going to worry about capturing them. We have enough prisoners right now that we're trying to manage. It's pretty brutal. The raiders get past the shambler, and I'm really not sure what to do here. Grand Seer's T's ability is back up. It says there's a cooldown of 240 seconds. I feel like it's not been that long, but it's up again, so don't use Umbra on Barry. Use Umbra on that person, and then who are you gonna tease? I'm thinking tease Zeph, the guy that has the really good melee weapon. Can we tease him from here? We actually can. Got him Berserk, very nice. What if we could have Barry pull back, and then Alan goes Wreath of Darkness and just kind of tanks, I guess. Eclipse will push them back and stun them. And very nice, they're fleeing. Perfect. Board is some trash. I'm really not sure what to pick here. Just take their meals, I guess. We had to pick it before they blow up because I don't want Alan to get hit by the explosion. Rescue Grand Seer, get him out of there, or her. If we can get her out of that explosion, that'd be good, but I don't want Alan to get hit by it. And he's gonna get hit by it. We'll just let Grand Seer get hit. It's okay. Alan being in a good mood is way more important than Grand Seer. Oh, he actually brought her into the explosion. She might have been okay if we just didn't move her. The one faction that's not trying to kill us, the Rangers, send us a traitor. And I'm not saying they have really anything that we necessarily want, except for these exoskeleton suits, which are pretty cool. They increase manipulation and movement by 25%. For some reason, they're asking for 7,500 for these when their market value is only 2,400. They think we're suckers or something, I don't know. The traitor type doubles the cost, and then difficulty, and then the fact that we're buying it, I guess, also increases the cost. I have a plan on what we're going to do with our silver, so I want to hold on to it. These guys will buy like this golden mutanite spear and the golden battle axe for a crazy amount. We got both these golden weapons from the last raid. They don't have enough silver to buy them outright, but we can sell like this charge thumper, which is good for destroying walls, I think, but we don't really need to destroy walls. And then we can sell some of these other guns and stuff. And then 126 chem fuel, and that's gonna be all their silver. Before their trader leaves, I'm thinking we accept this quest, the Deserter, which is gonna send us some pretty powerful enemies that are gonna probably fight the trader. We also get the 2 Neuralink Psyformers, and we get a random dude to join us. This is the quest that you get on every run. And with the Vanilla Faction's expanded Deserter mod, it also unlocks the ability to do quests for the Deserter faction if you have a comms console, which we currently don't, so we need microelectronics for that. We're going to be in the process of researching that pretty soon. The trader's finally leaving, so we're going to accept the quest, and we get Segundus, who is really good at crafting and intellectual. Wow. They are a genie class. They cannot fight at all. They come with some pretty decent gear. A Hellcat rifle, which uses bioferrite as a resource. Whoa. So bioferrite powered mini burner unit that can blast flame. Oh, so it's like a flamethrower that uses bioferrite for the flamethrower. And then it's got another attack that uses industrial ammo, which doesn't do crazy damage. It's been 2 hours since we accepted the Deserter quest, and still no loyalty squad attack, despite the quest saying it was going to attack immediately. Not only does the caravan make it out, fast forward 14 hours to the next wave, and still no loyalty squad. It says there's no modifier for this next wave, but I'm pretty sure it's charge weapons for everyone. They all have ranged charge weapons, which is not normal for a tribal faction, obviously. And with the AO's combat, with a modifier like this, they don't have ammo, so I've disabled it for future raids. And then I've also disabled snipers for everyone. I'm pretty sure that one will spawn them in without ammo as well. These guys are going to prepare for a while, but before they do attack, a wraith does quite a bit of damage to these guys. I'm not sure why it aggroed on them to begin with, but it does get some nasty hits on a few of these dudes. While we're waiting for the raiders to get here, Alan finishes enslaving the psycaster we captured from the Hunted Praetor quest. Capturing her made us lose 5 relation with the Empire, but we're already really hostile with them, and we had to enslave her because it takes way too long to get her resist down. If you capture the Praetors from this quest, they really don't want to join you. Before we captured her, there was also some romance between her and Mosquito, which is nice. They're both going to get a positive moodlet. Because Lucilia is a psycaster level 4, she has 5 available points to spend on whatever we want, and the chronopath used to be really overpowered, but I do believe it got nerfed. It still, I think, is the best path to start with. And just to make sure, I did say before unlocking the tree, if we unlock it, it's going to be 1 point. And then time skip meditation used to be really imbalanced. And of course, as I'm doing this, Octavia goes berserk, so we'll have Barry take care of that. I'm looking at Octavia's injuries, and I have no idea how she's not going down. She doesn't have any traits that are, increasing her pain shock threshold, and she just got so many injuries. It turns out Octavia's a Neanderthal, so they take 50% less pain, and she's aggressive, so she's more likely to have a violent mental break, and more likely to prison break. Plus she gets extra melee damage, and she takes less damage. She also learns 50% slower, which is pretty bad for a crafter. Although I guess with her critical inspiration in crafting, she still learns that at 150% rate. I just wonder if it's worth keeping her around when we already have Alan at 20 crafting, who can actually make legendary stuff with his trait. We also have to deal with this raid really fast. We're going to drop a daybreak right there, I guess. It's got kind of a long cast time. Then Alan's going to shadow step back to safety. We got a kill there. And then direct hit there, very nice. We should Twilight to cleanse off the arcane weakness and get ready to fight these guys. I did build some basic wood spike traps for this raid because these guys are tribal, and it actually is not necessary. They're gonna flee. That was easy. We get some really good rewards. 5 pawns. We got to take that. The healer mech serums are really good, but yeah, we're taking the pawns. It's gonna be 5 random people, but they're worth more points, and we got a void person. Oh, yo, that's really I don't know about that, dude. So this is one problem I have with the void mod, is that these guys are not worth enough points because they have insane stats, insane implants, and I don't know. I feel like that's going to kind of break the game. Like if we look at the other guys, what else do we get here? No implants on this person. I think they have good gear though. Yeah, they have like BH gear, which is really nice. Shield belt and the plasma gun. I guess this is the same raider that raided us on like day 1. We also got the gifted psychic Minia. She's really good at psycasting and she's really good at shooting as well. And she has some semi-decent gear. And we got Reed with a ancient astro suit from the vanilla races expanded fungoid mod. It's not flammable at all. Very interesting. So I guess he's a fungoid. So he has a lot of stuff going on. We're going to check that out in a bit. Right now, I want to check out the last person. This guy is physically adept, which can be turned into a wayfarer. And doing this will increase our caravan movement speed. Well, I'm not sure we want to do that because we could also turn them into some kind of fighter class, like potentially a Duskbringer, I think. We would need to find a scroll for that. One thing I will say about the Void person that is kind of balanced is they do have Zero's corruption, so they're going to be having mental breakdowns. And a Void person that has a mental breakdown could be disastrous for our colony. And they come with Neurotonin 8B, which is like healer mech serum basically. Can heal 1 injury, and then they have void gear, which is really good. It's all excellent as well. Holy moly. When we look at their value, they're worth 389,000, which is going to increase the wealth of our map, which does not affect Winston Wave's raids, but it's going to make everyone have very high expectations. Right now it says they're moderate, but I'm pretty sure they're about to go up. Wait, did it just jump? Oh yeah, it actually just jumped as I was looking at that sky high. Having this person be on our map is potentially just going to be a detriment, because if they have a mental breakdown and maybe if they go on like a murderous rage, they could start killing everyone. While I'm trying to decide what we do with this new void person and how we deal with this new imbalance that we've been presented with, we're going to send them off our map to join Sam on the caravan. While they're heading out, I made the executive decision to unlock the empath tree and learn Word of Joy, which can boost people's mood. She casts that ability on Alan, which gives him a 30 bonus moodlet, but does lower all of his stats by 20%. I feel like this was an okay trade-off because we cannot risk Alan going in a mental break. Alan's stats are still above 100% because Aura of Light gives him 15% consciousness. Plus we got Alan hooked on that Luciferium the foxgirls dropped earlier. Most RimWorld veterans know about Luciferium, but if you don't, basically once someone's hooked, they have to take it every 6 days or really bad stuff happens. And we still have 13 Luciferium left, which is enough for nearly 80 days. And that's hopefully enough time to find more. We also use Joy Fuzz on the Doomgirl prisoner, but that's not really going to help her too much because she's out of catharsis now, so her mood is going to be an extreme break pretty soon anyways. After using Word of Joy on 2 people, Lucilia's almost out of Psi Focus. To recharge it to full and to get quite a bit of XP, she uses Time Skip Meditation, which she can do once every 3 days. Doing this does age her 5 years, which is not a big deal because she's only 25, but it also knocks her out for a full day, which was the nerf this ability got a while back. Other people are also not in good moods. We had a Maxi Cola binge and an alcohol binge back to back in a matter of a couple seconds. To counter the binges, you actually can have people pick up drugs if you change the drug policy to make it so people can have them in their inventory. It's kind of a weird workaround for that mechanic. I'm not sure why they even added it to begin with. It's so easy to cheese. We now have 2 researchers in cages, Granseer with their 16 intellectual and Secundus with his 18. With their combined researching power, we're gonna have researched microelectronics before the next raid. Before we check out all the things we can do with that, we've got a few mental breaks, starting with Secundus giving up and leaving. Because he's caged in, however, he has no path to leave, so he decides to stay in the colony. We got another interesting mental break combo. Minla goes into a sadistic rage and is gonna vent her rage on the prisoners. At the same time, Reed is gonna try to jailbreak the prisoners, and she snapped out of it, and the prisoners are still trying to beat her down. Oh, she's down. She deserved that. We're gonna quickly try to wall up this prison cell while Reed is gonna actually try to be calmed down by Alan. The calm down action is from this mod where you can try to calm people down from their mental breaks, but it's dependent on a lot of factors like social skill, relationship between Alan and the person he's trying to calm down. And I think higher tier mental breaks are harder to counter. And yeah, as I thought, he was not able to calm him down, but because Reed no longer has access to any prisoners, he snaps out of it. And after interacting with Reed, Alan vomits, and that's a fungoid thing. Anytime someone interacts with Reed, they vomit because because he's very repulsive, and he's a pretty unfortunate fungoid because he forgets skills twice as fast, and this is by far the worst roll out of what this gene could be. It could have also been 150% skill loss rate, 50%, or no skill loss rate. He also has skill degradation, so he's capable of even forgetting low level skills, and this one's really bad. He cannot learn any new skills, so the skills you see now on him are just going to be going down, and there's nothing we can really do to counter that out. This is my first time playing around with this fungoid mod, and there are some benefits like fungal armor reduces incoming damage. He gets strong melee damage, which the guy has 0 melee, so we don't really care about that. His bleeding wounds will close very quickly. He's resistant to disease. Then he's got some other kind of weird things going on, like he can turn other people into fungoids if he attacks them, gives them a disease, and if the disease gets to 100%, they become fungoids. And the fungoid gene kind of synergizes with other genes, like you can become a fungoid / genie hybrid, I think, but I'm not sure you'd want to do that because they could potentially become really stupid, but they do get combat bonuses, and then like they can't die as well unless their head gets blown off, I guess. This one's also kind of sketching me out. I think if other fungoids in the colony have mental breaks, they'll all have mental breaks, and as you can see, we're really prone to having mental breaks with our current scenario. So yeah, I think we might just get rid of the fungoid and just send them off to La La Land. While we're on the topic of sending people away, because the Void faction cannot raid us, I'm thinking I agree with the light side Alan here.
Cast it into the fire! Destroy it!
If we just flat out destroy the Void member and his gear, we would be missing out on one of the 5 pawns we got from the excellent reward.
It is a gift. Why not use this?
My final decision is that we'll destroy the Void member and his gear, but we'll keep his fancy shirt. This thing gives great bonuses, and I think it's a fair trade-off to make both light and dark Alan happy. Daybreak doesn't connect too well with wave 13, but our new sword has this ability that does AoE damage and slows, and since these tribals have basically no armor, it does quite a bit of damage. Even though they are just tribals, in case they had some nasty casters, I decided to use quite a bit of our wood we got from that resource drop earlier to make spike traps, and they take care of quite a few of these guys. One of the raiders blows up and stuns the others, which lets Alan get in close and use his AoE stun pushback ability. He follows that up with Nightfall, and I guess since we put points into it, the ability fires twice. Psychic Soothe is pretty good. On join. Such a crappy pawn, so I think we're just going to take the random normal actually. It's a normal plasteel drop, so it's what, like 100 plasteel? Blasting all the raiders into the wall like that and having them blow up at the same time, I think broke the game. Because after this raid, I started to get an air spam that made the game really laggy. I was able to fix it by reinstalling the RimForge mod, but I had to go in the game files and change some stuff, which was annoying. So yeah, Alan's banned from using his stun move from now on. Because we finished microelectronics, we're able to build a comms console. With this, we can do a few cool things. Firstly, a Mechanitor can summon a Diabolist threat, and this thing is hostile to everyone, including raiders. Another thing we can do with the comms console is use what might be a bit of a controversial mod in terms of game balance. Unfortunately, this group of raiders counters the mech threat pretty hard because they all have shield belts, and the reason why we're not seeing the modifier at the top right is because I did save load when I was doing some bug fixing earlier. Not sure if this attack is going to be blocked by that shield belt. I would assume so. Shield belt usually can block pretty much all projectiles as far as explosions and stuff, but maybe the laser just does not care about shields. It actually does kill one of them, the Hussar. It's kind of unfortunate. We could definitely use a Hussar in our colony. We should definitely look over these guys' weapons. This guy's got a Scourge Knight Greatsword, which can deliver sweeping slashes, so I guess it does AoE, and then it says it gives Rot Stink buildup. This laser attack should definitely connect, I would guess. And then this guy, Cave, is tough. Be nice to maybe recruit him. Got a Dust Razor, which is a void weapon, and since we're not using combat extended, this is actually a pretty strong melee weapon. Nice hit right in the middle of these guys. That does connect on another Hussar. So 2 Hussars so far in this group. We got a Frostbound Great Axe, which can give Frostbites and unleash deadly ice shards. And that's pretty much all I'm saying as far as cool melee weapons. The reason why we're seeing such cool melee weapons on this wave is because when you see the shield belt melee weapon wave, raiders usually spawn in with the really cool melee weapons. Also, you may notice these raiders do not have Zer's Corruption, and that's because I removed the RimForge mod between the last wave and this one, so the game basically forgot about the Zer's Corruption trait for one wave, and if we do end up capturing any of these guys, we'll give them the Zer's Corruption trait using a mod. The next wave and all the other waves after this will have Zer's Corruption again, like normal, but yeah, these guys make quick work rework of the Diabolus. It did take out 4 of them though, so that was pretty good, and then some of them are actually pretty injured, so this shouldn't be too difficult. Alan finally has 3 more skill ups to spend, which allows him to rank up Daybreak once. That ability is now going to call in more beams, and we do connect pretty good here. The final raider that's going to attack us is Cave. We'll hit him with our legendary nerve spiker to try to inflict some bleeding on him. And crap, we killed him. That's not what I really meant to do, but that's alright. Take the tornado generator. The raider that was carrying the frostbound great axe flees, and she does not make it to the entrance before going down to blow loss. So not only do we get her frostbound great axe, we get a full set of gear, which is nice. We're kind of lacking on gear right now. As for the raider's stats, they're really not that good. She's just a normal human, and she got her leg burned off as well, so we're just gonna let her die. Another thing we can do with the comms console is use what might be a bit of a controversial mod in terms of game balance. Using money, we can hire random people who may or may not suck, or if we want to spend some big bucks, we can hire people from this screen.
Cast it into the fire! Destroy it!
Okay, Lightside Alan, just hold on a second. RimD charges double for their applicants on top of the increased difficulty and buying costs. Before we check these guys' stats, let's go over a few transactions that got us quite a bit of cash. First off, we sold the golden weapons we got from that melee raid earlier for almost 12k, and we used about 2k of that on ration meals. This brings our total to almost 14,000, and to get nearly 4,500 more, we sell some random junk, and mainly the charged rocket launcher we got from that reward earlier. We did buy some sandstone blocks as well, but in total we're at around 18k silver. And okay, with that out of the way, we can decide who among this group we can afford. Okay, so first we have the Hussar Marcella, and the Hussar has some pretty good genes. Like, I think they get an aptitude for a random weapon. This person likes the rocket launcher. They have really fast wound healing, and there's quite a few more other things going on with them. Mainly they have a go juice dependency, so if you don't have a steady supply of go juice, then it's pretty bad, but if you do, then that's really good because go juice is really strong. This person not only has really good shooting, but they have a ton of implants, which is why they're so expensive. The Psylink I don't believe does anything because Hustlers have no psychic sensitivity, so I think this is just a waste on them, but the bionic eyes are good, and then the stone skin gland makes them really tanky. That being said, they are very expensive, and there's some really good people here. I've quickly glanced them over. This person has a bionic tongue, which I don't think that actually does anything. I don't really know why they're 4k, but then we have somebody that's going to be a little bit controversial, Enrique, who is tough and looks pretty decent, but then we look at his health tab and he is a doom person. Not only that, he's a dirt mole, which gets extra melee damage by quite a bit, and they can mine better, so we could really easily mine out our base, which we actually have been doing. We'll check out the base in a bit, but yeah, 4k is way too cheap I think for this person. Their cost is not increased by the doom implants, so a little rule that I like to do on my playthroughs is if you see a doom person here, you have to double the cost. So it's 8k, and we have to just throw 4k into the void basically if we want that person, which I think we do. The rest of these people will just be able to buy for normal price because none of them are doom people. This one is a Revian, and she is Soul Root 5, which she got from sacrificing people. We already do have a Revian though, and she's not that great, so I don't think we'll worry about her. Harad has a bionic animal hand, which is interesting. I think that thing's only supposed to be for animals. He's a profane race as well, and it's got a lot of weird stuff going on with him. I'm not sure we want to worry about him too much because there's some other good people here. Like we got this Kaijin who's not actually that great. It's this next Kaijin that's tough, and the Kaijins do have some bonuses, like they're robust, so they lower incoming damage. And this doesn't fully stack with tough, but it does stack a bit, and her total incoming damage is only 38%. I think we definitely want to pick her up. She'd be a beast. Kaijins also have a chance to set the target on fire in melee. They need to eat more, I believe. Hand of Dark Midas gives them a chance to make dark matter while cooking. Interesting. They don't care about eating fine meals, but do they have to eat fine meals? They do eat faster. They have more immunity gain speed. Oh, and they get 10 more melee dodge. Wow. Yeah, so far we want to pick up the Doom person, which is going to be 8k, not 4k, and the Kaijin, which is 2k. So that's going to bring our total to 10. And then we got Plinius, who's really not that good, nothing special. Skavana is a Shek, and they have really good combat stats. Shek do get bonuses as well, like strong melee damage, and they're great at shooting, which is interesting. I don't remember Shek being good at shooting. They have slow healing rate, which I don't really like. They heal wounds 50% slower, although their bleeding wounds close quickly. It's a very interesting trade-off. They can't do anything around base, so I don't really know if we want them necessarily. Got a Waster here, and these things eat pollution to buff their stats, but there's no pollution on our map, so I don't know if we care too much about that. We got another Kaijin here, it's not anything special. And then this girl is interesting. She's got Silent level 6 and a Psychic Sustainer, which you can read over that. I'm not sure what it does. Then a Metal Horror Implants, which lowers incoming damage and buffs their melee damage, but increases their susceptibility to fire damage. We could extract that from them and put it into someone else, because yeah, this person sucks at combat. They're only 14 years old with a Silent level 6 already. That's kind of crazy. And they are a Duchess. I don't know why they're only 400. Seems like they probably should be more expensive. We could double their cost just to, you know, balance it out a little bit. I don't really care too much about balancing the game for the most part, except for with the Doom people. I think the Doom faction has some balancing that needs to be done, but for the sake of it, we'll double her cost and we'll double the Doom guy's cost as well. So after we do this transaction, we'll have to throw away 5k. Well, okay, about 53.50, I guess. Before we do that, I'm seeing they come with some pretty decent looking gear. The Kaijin has dark marine armor, which is decent. It's not actually as crazy as it looks. Looks like some super beastly chest piece. But then Enrique comes with a UAC elite armor, which gives only 75% protection. That's pretty bad. You only really want to use it for the global work speed and the other bonuses. I think they nerfed all the Doom armor because these people are tough. So if they had really strong armor, then well, they'd be really hard to kill. But yeah, if we look at the last person who we got for what, 1000, she has a good quality laser sword, which does 12 DPS, but has 106% armor pen and has an enchant on it. That thing has a value of 2850. Jeez, she should not be 1200 cost if her sword's that good. She also comes with a shield belt, or I think we actually looted that from a raider. I think it was on the ground and she put it on or something. But then the rest of her gear is actually looking pretty good. It's noble stuff. And I think because of her title, she needs to wear nicer quality stuff. Yeah, wants to wear Duchess quality apparel. And a lot of negatives here. Holy moly. She is going to be freaking out nonstop. Before she does freak out though, we can choose a psycast path on her. She's Silent level 6. We'll go for the chrono path and time skip meditation. But then after that, I'm not exactly sure what we need. I'll have to do some thinking about this whole thing. We have a few quests on the world map. So we're going to send the Doom guy and the Kaijin, both the tough people we just picked up, to the world map to do some quests. And as we're sending them out, the Doom guy unfortunately has a mental breakdown. So we're going to have Lucilia use a Word of Serenity to snap him out of it, which costs quite a bit of her psi focus. I think it was like 50% of it or something, maybe 60. That ability knocks him out for 5 hours, and because he's knocked out in the water, a mermaid spawns in and asks if we need help. It's a little trick with the Coastal Marin mod that I did not know about, where I guess the first time someone's knocked out in the water, a mermaid will join you. This mermaid just so happens to be one of the best casters, a ice mage, and the reason why they're so good is because this ability, Soothing Breeze, will boost people's productivity. You can buff this up I think 3 times to 15% consciousness if I'm not mistaken, but they don't know the ability yet, so it's going to take a while to actually get it. As he's carrying the Doom guy, the Kaijin, who we're going to rename to Kaijin, has a Slaughterer mental break, so he's going to try to kill our Dunalis. We're going to have Alan try to arrest him though. We could have him try to calm the guy down first, actually. I guess there's no option to calm him. We're just going to arrest him and then immediately release him, which is going to give him a negative moodlet. You don't usually want to do this. We're going to send him to the world map momentarily, so it's okay. The Kaijin makes it almost to the entrance and goes berserk. I swear, when you want to do something in RimWorld, the game just does not allow you to do it. Lucretia, our new royal, is also liberating the entity in a mental break. Oh yeah, nice. She gets hit. That's what you get. And we knocked it out. Very nice. Put this thing back on the holding platform. And speaking of holding platforms, we have a couple more holding platforms built in over here, and we could summon some more entities to try to hold them in. We have the tech for that now. I just have to figure out how to actually do it. And Kaijin's Berserk Rage just randomly comes to an end before they could really do any damage and before they can make it back to our base. So it looks like the Kaijin will be able to make it out and we'll be able to start doing some quests. They also got a random trait from that mental breakdown, Big Boned. Makes them more likely to break chairs, I guess. And I was just talking about our tech. We finished researching geothermal power, which was a huge one. I'm not really sure where we're going to go after that. I spent a little bit of time researching industrial storage, which is a mod I highly recommend instead of the stack size increaser mods. You can make crates that store quite a bit of stuff, but they cost a lot of materials. Like we had to dump, I think, 300 wood on the large wood crate, or it's 240. And then these lockers are really cool. They store a ton of weapons, 36 weapons and apparel, but it costs 135 of some material. material. We use steel, and it takes tech to be able to research that. And then way down here, there's spacer storage for even bigger storage stuff, but we're not going to worry about that for now. On a project I want to start working on is hydroponics, so we're going to start researching that. And we can do that while we're doing the anomaly research. This anomaly research screen is completely different because you get these points from studying entities and studying different things related to anomaly. We research entity containment so we can make those holding platforms and other stuff, and bioferrite extraction so we can make some stuff, and there's other things we can do with that later on. And then void provocation so we can do a psychic ritual spot, which I guess we should make. You can also meditate at it, and we can do the ritual void provocation, which is a cooldown of 5 days, so we should do that probably after the next raid. To do a lot of stuff anomaly related, you need bioferrite, so we're going to research bioferrite harvester next, which allows us to harvest bioferrite from captured entities. We picked up the Doom Girl back on wave 8, and as you can see, progress recruiting her has been pretty slow going. We finally recruit her 12 days later, and just on a side note, it doesn't matter who talks to a prisoner when the resist is 0. We had Alan talk to her every other time to build up relations with her to make the recruitment process quicker. She has 4 mining with a burning passion for it, and with her doom implants, she's been doing a good job of expanding the base into the mountain. She has been an extreme break for quite a while, but ever since I walled her off and she has no access to the rest of the colony, she has not had a single mental break. I believe the way mental breaks work is if someone is in a bad mood, they get a random mental break every so often. If that random mental break is an insulting spree, for example, and she has no one to insult, then the game just gives up and doesn't make her have a mental break for a while. This explains how the Kaijin can have 2 mental breaks in the span of a couple hours as he's trying to leave the map, but the Doom Girl can remain under the mountain for days in extreme break and be okay. I do want her to have some kind of mental break though, so we can safely use her in a fight if we need to, and without fear of her turning on us and going berserk or something. A couple hours before the next raid, we're going to accept this Kojima Productions quest, which is going to send us another dude being pursued by the Militaries Sans Frontiers Traders, I guess. The faction actually likes if we accept this quest, and if we do, we get Hideo, which I like to go over his stats, but we currently have 2 mental breakdowns. Hammer is going to let out a Fox, who is going to actually just beat down Hammer. Talk about bite the hand that feeds you. And she's now going to try to tunnel out of our uranium door. We'll just bring over Barry and have him tank her, and then Alan actually has no ranged weapon on him. Could just repair the door though. He's got the speed skin, so he has 300% increased global work speed from that, and he actually is able to out repair the damage she's doing to the door. Not sure why she's still trying to hit the door even though it's open, and Barry's beating on her. There we go. Barry beats her down without getting hit at all, because for some reason Fox was really hell-bent on trying to destroy that door. You may notice we're missing one of our prisoners, the perfectionist crafter Neanderthal girl, who I wasn't sure if we wanted or not. The decision was made for us by Fox earlier, although she did get 2 nice moodlets from killing her, which does make the recruitment process quicker. There's only 8 people pursuing Kojima, and their gear is much weaker than this utilitarian faction, so they don't help us too much. This is a siege wave, and as the raiders are grouped up trying to set up their mortars and barricades, Alan helps them out by shedding a little light on them. You wouldn't want to build your siege camp in complete darkness, would you? We also can call in another Diabolus once every couple days, and each time we do it gets stronger. This time it comes with 2 extra pikemen. By the time these raiders make it to our base, they don't have much fight left in them. Well, that worked out pretty well, and holy moly, a cast drop. We will take it. We'll also take Hallie's amazing gear set. This helmet gives 150% protection and some other stats. A synthread t-shirt that gives 21% protection. The pants do as well. And mainly one of these prime armors that give a good amount of protection and some really nice stats. Another one of the raiders went down to blood loss, and Alan was able to strip him before he died. So that's another pretty similar gear set to the one we just checked out. We also didn't capture either of them because their stats weren't anything interesting. Hideo Kojima's stats, however, are very interesting. The guy is tough, and he makes for a really good researcher with the fact that he's hardworking as well. Hideo Kojima is kind of a famous guy, and so I'm thinking his stats might be scripted with that mod. You'll always get that quest after a certain amount of days, and he'll always have the same stats. And yeah, that might be another mod where, you know, people are going to have a problem with it.
Cast it into the fire! Destroy it!
Although I will say, in my defense, raids are going to start getting really hard, and there's no guarantee any of these people are going to be ready to fight when we need them.
Why not use this?
We stripped the raiders for their gear, which is now tainted, but it's better to have people mildly upset from wearing it than have them losing limbs. We're going to give that gear to people on the caravan who are now going to go do some quests. As we do quests, we'll get development points so we can evolve our ideoligion further. We're also using this mod that doubles development point gain, but don't worry, Alan, it's balanced. The cost of evolving the ideoligion fun is increased, and overall it's a much better system than vanilla in my opinion. We got a few quests from the Ranger faction, starting with this one where we had to kill some guinea pigs guarding a hostile refugee. He sucks, so we didn't even save him, and we did not get any development points from this quest. The next quest does give us development points. We get 600 silver for killing one of these people, double if we capture them alive, but unfortunately we do kill them. There was nothing at this caravan stop, but we did explore this completely abandoned genetics lab and got some gene packs. I'm not sure what to do with these yet, but we're going to do some research into a couple texts that should allow us to use them for something. To the south is another quest we've had for a long time, so it's really easy. A couple of enemies have set up a hunting work site. With his implants, Doom Guy gets a ton of extra resources from butchering up these muffalo. In total, we get around 2k meat, which is convenient because we're running out of food. We can also turn the blue fur into backpacks to increase people's carrying capacity around base. On the way home is a logging work site, which is a quest we got a bit more recently, so it's a bit harder. There's 7 enemies guarding it who are pretty low tier, and though one of them is a caster, we focus him down before he gets any spells off, so the fight is overall pretty easy. I bet you can't guess what's in the logging work site. Surprise, surprise, it's got wood logs in it. And quite a few, which is again very convenient because we burned through almost all of our wood we got from the fuel drop earlier. Our caravan heads back home to drop off the goods and collect some donkeys we bought from an orbital trader. We called this in from our comms console for 500 silver and bought a variety of other goods from them, including food, drugs, and more wood.
Tight, yeah!
Before the caravan makes it back, we got to deal with wave 16, which ends up bugging out. My guess is there's some conflict going on between the orbital bombardment modifier and the geological landforms mod. I did try to see what would happen if we defeated the wave, but the air keeps running, and one like this would really mess up game performance if we kept playing. So I'm going to activate dev mode, reset the wave, and call the next wave immediately. I'm also going to leave this part unedited so you know I'm not using any extra time to get more stuff done. This next wave has a 50% increased natural armor modifier, which is good because I was preparing for the worst. I'd already called in a Diabolus, and this time it comes with some extra mechs plus a built-in shield. That battle ends up being pretty close. The raiders do prevail though, and these guys are going to fight till the end. With the last 2 human raiders dead to traps, we finish off this colossus and finally the skeleton. Good components drop is a lot of advanced components, which we don't currently have really any of. Oh, delay next wave, finally. Yeah, we're definitely gonna take that. We now have 5 days to prepare for this pretty high tier double movement speed wave, and the first thing we're going to do is use the comms console to get some quests from the deserter faction. These quests cost intel, which you can get in various ways. The psycaster girl we picked up from RimWorld gives us a ton after a couple days, and she's no longer a duchess, so we don't have to deal with those annoying moodlet penalties. The noble we imprisoned a while back was also stripped of her title, and if you remember how she fell in love with Mosquito earlier, well, with the mod you can ask family members and I guess partners to join your colony based on a few factors. I do agree, Alan, it is a bit overpowered, but the mod has 5 stars on Steam Workshop, and I think it makes a lot of sense. There's a chance it fails, but I'm guessing you can just talk to them again. I think it'd be funny if there was like a 5% chance Mosquito ends up wanting to join her faction instead, and you now gotta capture both of them. But yeah, in general, I think the mod's a really nice addition. I'm thinking about those times where family members raid you, and most of the time they just end up getting killed and your pawn gets a huge negative moodlet for like 30 days. But at least with this mod, there's a chance for a really positive outcome, assuming that the family member actually has decent stats. From both the nobles combined intel, we're now up to 100, and we're going to use just 4 of that to pick up this quest. It is a bit more intel than this other quest, but it's a bit easier. We then use a bunch of our intel to accept quests from this menu, and what I didn't realize at the time is we only have 4 days to do them. I accepted 5 total quests. Our first 2 are far to the north, but as we approach them, our donkeys start to get hypothermia, so we split off our caravans, and because I'm using this mod that gives you the option to make caravan speed affected by average pawn movement speed, I only send our quickest and best fighters into this supply depot raid. We came in from kind of a bad angle and there's no cover, and so I'm thinking we're going to use what might be a one-time thing with reinforcements. We can call in reinforcements from the Ranger faction and they're going to help us out. We'll have them tank for us while we use them as kind of a meat shield, and we're going to have Mosquito try to aim at this dude. Wayfarer, you are actually having less range, so you're going to chill back. Mosquito is tough, and Wayfarer is not, so Wayfarer just kind of chill back. Wayfarer also has really crap equipment, whereas Mosquito has much better equipment, and then I don't know what all this stuff is that he's carrying, just a bunch of tainted stuff. I guess we grabbed that as we were leaving the map. This guy Maxim, by the way, has a persona monosword. It's got a shielding enchant on it. Okay, so that's probably really good. Let's focus down the other guy with the monosword as well, by the way. Explosion over there. That's scary. Maxim is focused on one of the rangers, and hopefully we can take him out. Yeah, we'll just kite out Maxim since he's aggro on us now. And very nice, he drops his Persona Shielding Monosword, which lowers incoming damage, increases armor, and has a really cool trait. Has a chance to fill the Wielder's Comfort. The damage stuff is really high as well. I think we'll bond that to Kaijin, because Kaijin is not only tough, they get lowered incoming damage with their Wraith. And nice, these guys are running. Did we kill the other guy with the monosword? Oh yeah, we did. It's another Persona monosword, which has 2 traits. They lose global work speed and has decreased psychic entropy. I'm not sure what psychic entropy means. I think that's psychic sensitivity. But yeah, we'll just let those guys take care of that Empire guy. He's down, very nice. And then we'll have everyone else check out this supply depot raid, I think it was called. In the middle is a surveillance pillar, which is powered by not these solar generators actually. It's always nighttime, so they are not actually giving it any power. These batteries are what's giving it power, and we're gonna have Doomguy deconstruct these. The circle that we don't want to stand in is kind of close to these batteries, so we're just gonna come in from a safe angle and we'll deconstruct these batteries in the back. And doing that does disconnect the surveillance pillar, so we're good now. We're gonna have Doomguy extract intel from the surveillance pillar. And then over here is a biosecured crate, which can only be opened by characters with a noble backstory. None of these guys have a noble backstory, I don't believe. I think only our psycasters would. But yeah, nothing in the biosecured crate, unfortunately, because we did destroy it. Then Mosquito opens this crate and we get a Prestige Recon helmet, which is not that great. Increases psychic sense by 5%. Okay, we actually complete the quest, very nice. We can reform our ideoligion, but with this system, you want to get much more points than 10, and we'll explain why later. There's a Fletcher here in this other crates, which is kind of a weird weapon. Has a really long aiming time, and the cooldown's pretty long as well, but it can apply acid to the target's body. And the range on this thing's insane, 500, jeez. We just don't have any space or ammo for it right now, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll wait for Doomguy to finish extracting intel from this pillar. Let me get only 1 intel from extracting a surveillance pillar, so yeah, this is kind of a waste of time. For completing the supply depot raid, we do get 23 extra intel, and our visibility does increase, which makes the Empire more likely to raid us. But I'm not sure if the Empire can actually raid us with Winston waves. I think we might just be able to ignore that. And with that, the group who is in a pretty bad mood, the Kaijin's in extreme break, we'll have them head over to this down shuttle, which should be much easier, I think. So it's good I say before this next quest, because the target actually can wander off the map and you fail the quest. What? I tried to send Doomguy over to cut her off, but there was seemingly no way to do so. I kept having him leave the map and come back until I had him come back from the east, and I think he's going to be able to cut her off this time. Thinking this might be a good line, and yes, we cut her off very good. What's going on? We're getting a lag spike. Oh, we one-shot her, okay. She drops a poisonous Zeus hammer. It's not Persona. We can just equip that baby. And quest completed. I think we just get out of here. And we have a lot of ground to cover because we got to go through this sea ice, which is 3.5 movement difficulty. And then once we get to the road, it's still not that easy. It's 1.5 movement difficulty because it's winter time. Meanwhile, back at base, we had a space battle event where 3 colonists dropped in from spaceships. Tysa was the only interesting one we're saving. She is a low mate, which is a very interesting race. She gets cooking and social bonuses, and unfortunately she cannot talk. So she's not the greatest low mate, but right now we don't have a cook, so we will save her. After not even that long, she does decide to join us on her own, and once we finally get this geothermal generator set up and we have power, we'll have her start cooking up all this buffalo meat that we got earlier. People have been eating it raw, but finally we will have a cook that can cook it safely. Voila, let there be power. We were using chem fuel generators. We had 2, but that was not enough to power the base, which as you can see has some nice additions. We got Doom Girl over here not researching like she should be. She just had a mental breakdown and finally snapped out of it. And now since I set her priorities to work only, she will not be sleeping and she'll be researching at that high-tech research bench. Also, you may notice we have some people down here doing a ritual, and that's because we finally built the psychic ritual spot, something we probably should have done a while ago. We are all the way on day 38. So we are a bit slow when it comes to this anomaly stuff, and it's good to get this going early because whatever we summon, we can study for more research points for anomaly tech. And here we go, it's about to be done. And I just realized we're gonna summon something, but where is it gonna come from? Psychic ritual has been complete. Prepare for what comes next. Okay, so it's not going to come from that ritual spot. So on the bright side, the entity does spawn from outside of our base near the map entrance. Unfortunately, it does seem to scale with wealth, and it's nearly a 5k threat point event. These things are really grouped up. So we're going to have Alan use a daybreak, which hopefully will not kill them all because we did just summon another Diabolus. Oh wow, they are not very tanky at all. Probably wasn't the play. We might have to save scum this. Yeah, there's now 2 Diaboluses and way too many mechs. I think we'll probably just try to take care of these guys without relying on the Diabolus. There's a freaking Centurion over here as well, which intercepts ground projectiles. Okay, yeah, this Diabolus is getting way too powerful. We can just watch it roast these things, but yeah, we're definitely going to save scum that. I did not realize it would be 2 Diaboluses and all the other extra stuff, or I would have tried to just have Alan deal with it on his own. He was doing a really good job, so yeah, I messed up. We dropped a daybreak like right here, and hopefully that connects with a good amount of these things. Oh yeah, very nice. Dropped a shard of archotechnology, which hopefully is not getting destroyed. Okay, I don't think you can destroy it. Holy moly, that was perfect. The Spell Thief, who I haven't talked about in quite a while because she's been usually in a pretty bad mood, is in love with Alan, and then some other stuff is improving her mood. We're gonna have her help us out here. We're gonna start off with Distortion, then equip the Sword of Darkness. She is now invisible for 20 seconds, which is not the longest period of time. 5 seconds has already passed. While she's invisible, she is also invulnerable, I guess. That ability does cost some mana, and she only has 50, so it's not like we can really spam that ability. She also gets Arcane Weakness for using it, which is kind of nuts, considering it's only a 30 mana cost ability. But yeah, you can see this is doing the job quite well. See how many of these guys we can take out. We got 5 seconds left of it. And then we're going to Shadow Cloak, which is another invisible ability. We probably should have used that first, because that one just costs stamina. Does not make her invulnerable and only lasts for 8 seconds. Distortion's still up as well, so that was kind of a waste. They're kind of overlapping. I just didn't want her to get potentially one-shotted by these things because she's not that strong. She does have 18 melee though, which is kind of nuts for a Janie. I don't know how the heck she managed to get 18 melee. Her backstory doesn't even give her much melee, so I don't know what's going on with that. She just decided to switch up her whole life goal, I guess, and had a midlife crisis and decided to be a master of melee, I guess. But yeah, that's going to do it for these things. That worked out much better than I expected. There's a couple that we did not kill, and we'll try to capture 2 of them, although I doubt there's any point. I bet you can only study one of each type of entity at a time. Meanwhile, on the world map, our caravan makes it over to this control station, and it still has 2.9 days left. There's also a air drone station down here, a Imperial convoy, and I think that's it. So we should be able to hit up all these things in time. For some reason, these guys are just straight up charging us, and so we're going to use a little tact here by having everyone leave the map except for one person. As long as one person's on the map tile, then we're good. Doom guy hopefully can not get hurt too bad. Oh, he's actually tagged. Crap. You guys come back in, and hopefully you come back in. Oh, that's not a good angle. I mean, it's okay. Like, they're all aggroed on Doom guy, I guess. Let's focus down this person, and then, yeah, this actually might work out okay. If they get too close, we can always just have them leave again. This is kind of cheesy, but the way these guys are charging at us without even knowing that we're on the map makes no sense. Like, they have no idea we're here, or they should have no idea we're here. The fungoid just rips that guy a new one. The stupid fungoid, man, this guy was pissing me off so much when he was around our base. Just making people vomit all the time. When I say all the time, I mean all the freaking time. These guys lost interest in Doom Guy. We'll have them leave the map again. Just dip out. If you don't mind, there you go. Doom Guy's in a bad spot. But, oh well. You guys come back in. You're coming back in from a better side, okay. I mean, is it a better side? Yeah, I would say so. Doom Guy can just leave. And then as these guys were heading down here, I sent Doom Guy back in. And he came in from the same side that these guys came in from, which is very convenient. A lot of these guys do have melee weapons, so we're going to pull back a little bit. And then one of these guys should have a shield pack. Maybe we put it back on the caravan. Yeah, no one has it. So the Kaijin tank, get in front. And then Doom Guy get up here. The fungoid needs to get up here as well. And just rip this dude up as they come in. Rip all these dudes up. The fungoid can actually just tank as far as I'm concerned. I really don't care if the fungoid gets killed. The thing is kind of pretty useless actually. It has 0 melee. You can mine, but I don't really need we don't need a miner right now. 11 shooting, looks like you're out of ammo. And you may notice that these guys have names that are oh, what is that over here? Oh, okay. It's not our guy. Fungoid, you need to fight, man. I don't care. You are fighting until your doom. Nice kill on that dude. This guy has a plasma sword. Focus him down as well. Doom guy's taking a lot of damage. This person has some kind of beastly weapon. And they're fleeing. Okay, nice. Fungoid got knocked. Did Doom guy take any permanent damage? Almost, kinda. The foot's actually okay. Kaijin's doing fine. The Fungoid got their leg cut off. That might be about it for the Fungoid, honestly. Mosquito got their left ring finger destroyed. I think that was from a long time ago, though. And 11 shooting is getting annihilated. What the heck? Their arm got destroyed? Bro, this game is straight up like Lego. People's limbs just get detached and need new Legos to reattach to them. We got some cool weapons here. A Persona Flame Blade from the Kaijin mod. It can drain people's blood. Whoa, that's cool. It increases the wielder's mech bandwidth. They lose cleaning speed. That's a pretty good trade-off. The damage on this thing's really good. And it's got some okay enchants. We also got a Persona Plasma Sword, which makes the wielder feel no pain. Very nice. So I don't think we can disable the surveillance pillar, but I don't know if it's actually necessary. There are a bunch of striker turrets. There's 2 down here, and we're going to have Doom Guy just try to run past them. I don't know how effective that strategy is going to be. I would have people shoot them out, but we're running really low on ammo. So I don't think we can shoot them out necessarily. We're going to have Doom Guy just try to run in here. And we're actually behind walls, so the turrets can't see us. We can extract intel from this surveillance console, which is in a very impressive room. Whoa, why is the wall so high? There's steel tiles, carpet, and then these display banks also have intel in them. I would like to get more people in here to extract the intel from them, but I don't know if it's going to be super necessary with the turrets outside. I think maybe just extract intel from this thing and then get out. There's also some crates out here that we can open. We only get 1 intel from the surveillance console, and that does not complete the quest. I guess we're supposed to destroy it. The play was definitely to just destroy the surveillance console, which does complete the quest. We get the MOTL implant, which is a void implant. I think it's pretty good. The void implants aren't actually that overpowered individually. It's just that void members have like 30 implants or something crazy. Also don't know if we can get the supply crate without setting out the surveillance pillar. Tech prints. Oh, and it actually spawns outside of the circle. Very nice. We'll grab it, I guess. Doom Guy and others on the caravan are on verge of mental breakdown, so we're just going to grab these 3 intel from one of the other crates and leave. We make it to the air drone station, and just like in the other raid, very nice, we knocked out the first guy. And this guy's got a freaking Zeus hammer. Oh man, that destroys our shield belt. Crap. Focus this guy down. Fungoid, you need to tank him. Not the Kaijin, please. I don't care if the Fungoid gets killed. And what is 11 shooting doing? I have no idea. 15 shooting is out of ammo as well. We do have ammo, it's just, I don't know who has the ammo on them currently. Need to focus this guy down hard. And this guy is a Shadow, which is a very terrifying class, although they don't have a melee weapon, which is good. Mosquito's doing a good job of tanking. And we killed the guy with the Zeus hammer, very nice. This guy has a L-Tech staff or something. It really doesn't do much melee damage. The Shadow guy over here is invis, although he gets hit by friendly fire, I think. We definitely didn't hit him. Almost certain. This guy gets knocked. Drusus is another genie, as if we need another genie. The Brawler genie too. Funny because they are delicates. Definitely going against the whole genie race ideas. Fungoid gets knocked. Their ear got shot off. Their leg got cut off. In the previous raid, I believe it was, right? This guy gets killed by friendly fire. I'm almost certain that was what just happened to him. And that's it for these guys. Very nice. At the station itself, we destroyed this munitions crate, which I thought was going to blow up, but I guess it didn't, maybe because it's raining or something. And then one of the battery packs does set off an EMP, which I thought was going to disable their striker turret. Turns out we can just have Doom Guy and Kaijin beat on these arrow drones in range of the striker turret, and it's not very accurate because it's raining and Doom Guy is behind cover. It's actually only got a 0.6% chance to hit. 2% now after we destroyed the aerodrone. But yeah, we destroyed both the aerodrones, and now we got the quest done. And our visibility has changed to whispers now. And the Kaijin has a mental break as we're opening up these crates. In this one we get a jump pack, which I guess allows you to jump, as you'd imagine. Takes chem fuel to fuel it. And then in here we got a circadian half cycler, which makes it so someone does not need to sleep, but they lose 15% consciousness. Overall, that's got to be a huge productivity boost, right? Like if you install that to one of your full-time researchers. Before leaving, there's 2 undead horses on the map from the Profane mod, and I think they're just like regular horses, but they can withstand temperatures of -80 Celsius, which is much colder than anything that's currently on our map. So these things would be perfect for being able to travel through the snow. We did manage to tame one of them, the teal glowy one, and we're going to have Doom Guy try to tame the other one. Just like regular horses, they're really easy to tame. They have a handling skill requirement of 2, and Doom Guy does have 8 animals, plus his Doom implants, I do believe, increases his chance to tame. Yeah, it's affected by hearing, talking, and manipulation, and Doom Guy has 225% manipulation with his Doom implants. He's about to have an extreme break though. It'd be funny if he tames a horse, which he does end up doing, and immediately has a slaughter mental break and kills it. That would actually not be that funny. As I'm gathering things, I'm seeing some really high value persona weapons that I guess the Empire people dropped. This persona plasma sword allows someone to go in colder environments, and it has a chance to spawn flammable chem fuel under the wielder, which is very interesting because this plasma sword can set people on fire, so it might end up setting them on fire. I'm not sure how good that is. This LTEC staff was also dropped, which is a really good psycasting weapon. Increases psychic sense by 40%. And gives this ability Solar Pinhole, which lights up and warms the surrounding area, but it cannot grow plants. That's pretty lame. This thing has 4 traits: increases movement speed of the wielder, chance to give a target toxic damage, which you don't really want to use this thing in melee, gives a person extra research speed, but makes them more susceptible to mental breaks. It increased their mental break threshold by 8%, but mental break threshold caps out at 50, I believe, and everyone is currently at 50 because of Zero's corruption, so this part actually doesn't matter. And then finally we get yet another Zeus hammer. This one is persona, and its 2 traits are the target takes cutting damage, but the bonded pawn loses labor speed, which is a fine trade-off. Trait's pretty good, I would say, for a melee weapon. We still have 1.7 days left to do the Imperial Convoy, so we're going to do some other quests in the area, like this prisoner camp, which is a very easy quest. We've had this one for a while. I think we got this from the Ranger faction, and there's only 1 enemy guarding it with 3 turrets. Doom Guy and Kaijin should be able to take that out, and we sent them on horses, so they're going to be moving very fast at 126 tiles per day. Down here is actually not winter, despite everything looking like it's snowed in. The color is just from the lightless Imperium biome, and yeah, as we can see, the temperature never gets down to freezing, despite the fact that it is still winter time. We're just going to speedrun in here to take out Synapse, who is quite the beast. They have a war casket, which basically means that they have a really strong gear set, but we take them out pretty easy. They don't have a war casket melee weapon, so that was pretty lucky, I guess. Then Fulvia in here is a tortured artist, and for some reason she doesn't have Corruption of Zir. I'm guessing that's because we've had this quest since before I removed the Rimforge mod, and then once I removed the mod, it removed that trait from her traits list. But yeah, I just had Kaijin and Doom Guy deconstruct all the batteries out here, and then we can grab Fulvia and leave. Or we can actually talk to her and free her, and she joins us, which is not really something we want. I would have to give her the Blessing of Zir trait with the mod, and her skills really aren't that great. I mean, I guess Tortured Artist is pretty good if she is going to be having mental breakdowns, because she's going to be making better quality stuff. But it's just another colonist around our base that we don't really need. We already have a good crafter, and Alan can do arts. I think we'll probably just sell her off to RimDeed. On our way to the convoy, we're going to hit up this item stash, which is guarded by 6 fish and mouses. It was just the mouses, which were one-shottable with their melee weapons. Inside the item stash is a gene pack for Psydef, which can make someone have no psychic sense, and then a psychic soothe pulsar, which can be used to boost everyone's mood on the map for a little while. Kind of trash stuff, we'll probably just sell it. We made it to the convoy, and as usual, these guys are not giving us time to set up really, so we just got kind of this kind of janky setup where we're setting up behind these limestone chunks, and Fungoid is just going to go in there and sacrifice himself for the greater good. And Doom Guy and Kaijin are fully healed up now, which is amazing. And they are going to take out this dude, and then something back here is a massive weapon. Is it Clulia that has a massive weapon? They have a Gauss lance. Yeah, that thing's beastly. It can pierce people and it can do friendly fire, but it's not doing friendly fire, it's just hitting us. So let's take them out, get in melee range of these guys so they start meleeing Doom Guy, so they're dealing less damage. Nice kill on that dude. And we are getting tagged pretty good here. Wayfarer It doesn't have any permanent damage yet. They're fully intact. On this person, actually, it's a shadow class. They have a bunch of abilities for some reason, but they are not a shadow class. I think maybe actually just pull these guys back, get away from the person with the plasma sword, and then let Doomguy and Kaijin deal with the rest of this. Just get away from the plasma sword guy. That person can do massive damage. Although this person is pretty low. They are in no pain actually, so get away from them. They must have a pain stopper or something. Wayfarer's down. That's fine. You guys should be able to handle this, right? Kind of getting ripped up though. Kaijin finally kills that dude. And our reinforcements are back, so I guess we can call those in once every couple days, which is kind of OP. We could actually call them in here if we wanted to help us with this whole thing. And this is the gun. Oh yeah, anti-material rifle. That thing is freaking scary. And this person is getting close with the plasma sword. It doesn't actually do that much damage. I was looking at the stats of plasma swords, and we can actually check it here. Just not much reason why we shouldn't. 7.8 DPS is not that much. I'm guessing, oh no, Doomguy goes down. That's not good. Kaijin has taken like no damage though, and there we go. They're fleeing. I'd like to run this person down and get their plasma sword, but Kaijin's not that fast. Well, I guess it's faster than this girl. Let's see if we can get her before she gets to the edge. And she dodges, lame. So I guess we completed the Imperial Convoy quest, and we get this versatility implant from the Void faction. This thing just gives slight stat boost to a lot of stats. There's an Imperial Max pack here that I was trying to destroy, but it says it has self-destruct protocols, so I don't know if there's any point. There are some supply crates here that are next to this strike buoy, and if someone steps in this circle, I believe it calls in some type of missile attack, and Kaijin's gonna step right inside of it. Righty. Well, I will say it is taking its pretty time, and the Kaijin has a shield belt and they have a lot of damage mitigation. When I hear it, I hear explosion coming in. Get out. And there goes the crates. Lame. Just out of curiosity, we'll finish off this max pack, which drops nothing. Before leaving, Fungoid had a mental breakdown, and they acquired this depressive trait because I guess they realized what their purpose in life is, which is to be a meat shield. They were already world weary, which is not a good trait. I think it makes them have worse social interactions, which we don't really want them to have social interactions anyways, because they make people puke whenever they have social interactions with them. I do think if he makes it back home with the fact that he's missing a leg, an ear, and the fungoid race is just not one that you really wants. I think we're gonna dump him off to RimWorld. He's lived a good life for a fungus man. From doing those quests, we got some rewards plus a bunch of intel, and it is 24 hours till our next raid, so I'm thinking we're not gonna do any more quests for now. We can use the intel to buy either deserter technology, which none of this stuff is looking too interesting for us right now. Biodecoder actually is kind of cool. It can be used on a biosecured crate to open it, so we should get a couple of these before we go out and quest again. On this, invisibility engulfer is actually very interesting. Allows the user to become completely invisible, and it does have a recharge, meaning I think it's not a one-time use thing. We'll grab one of those for 14 intel, 2 biodecoders for 5 each. Then that's it for deserter tech. We can also get Imperial technology, and there's some pretty cool implants here. The one that makes you not need to sleep. I'm taking this one for 19 intel. The stone skin gland lowers beauty and movements, but increases armor by 70%. I want to get one of those for everyone, but mainly Alan because he's always ready for combat. That's going to bring our total up to 43 intel. And I'm looking down here for more Imperial stuff. You can see there's armor, weapons, but it's nothing that is really calling out to me too much. There's also a Tech Friar crown, which increases research speed by 100%, but you actually need critical intel for that. We don't have any. If we do want this stuff to come in 0 to 1 days, we can rush delivery, but it's going to double the intel cost of this delivery. Or if we want to just purchase it normally, it's going to take up to 52 days, depending on the amount of items you're purchasing, as well as your visibility level. Oh, so you want to get this low. I'm going to hold off on this order till we can lower our visibility, because right now it's at 34. And there are quests we can do to lower our visibility, so we'll try to do those and we'll see if we can get this time to pick up down, and if not, then we'll just rush the delivery once we get some more intel, and I don't mind wasting 80 of it, I guess, for this order. On the way home, we hit up this Empire outpost for a quest that we've had for quite a while, and one of them is a shadow. They blinked onto the Kaijin, did no damage, I guess, which is really good considering I guess this is phase strike, not the shadow ability. I don't know how much damage phase strike does. And we knocked this person, and they are a bladesman, so that is a class. We destroyed one of their lungs, but we could always give them another lung, like Lego. This person is a... Whoa, they have Ares Wrath. Wait, hold on. We really want to capture that person. They have the God trait Ares Wrath, which is nuts. It actually might be pretty hard to take him out. Well, the Kaijin has a really strong melee weapon. Fungoid, just start beating on this guy. And then how do we play this? Like, do we kite this guy around for 16 hours? I would totally be down if we can get this guy. He's a plague doctor, so he might have some nasty abilities. I'm really wondering if everyone just could leave, and then the Kaijin can kite this guy around. Okay, wait, hold up. We can do this. Everyone leave. Get Doom Guy out and leave the area. On the world map, you can see our caravan has just left the outpost. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to split one person off at a time, have them enter the outpost, and then they come in from the top left. And then Kaijin could just leave and chill for a bit. He's in a terrible mood. We really need drugs on the caravan to boost people's mood in times like this. But yeah, these guys are getting pretty close to Kaijin. We'll have them leave, and then these guys will aggro on fungoid. At least they should aggro on fungoid. They're kind of just sitting there for a moment. Not really sure what to do. There they go. They're going to aggro on fungoid now. As they're heading towards fungoid, I sent in Mosquito, who came from a really good side. He's going to be able to get over here and bandage up Lucretia. Just put a first aid on her. She still has 4 hours left. He's going to be able to bandage her and then yoink her out, bring her to the caravan. And meanwhile, fungoid is going to leave. And what the heck's going on here? What are we taking damage from? Taking damage from poison? Why? Carrier, get out of the poison. What the heck is going on with that? I guess we stepped on a trap. Oh, we're going to carry her out of the poison and then bandage her up. I just realized she is unwaveringly loyal, so that is a bit of a problem. I'm not sure if we're actually going to be able to recruit her. I think there are ways around that, but I'm not 100% sure. We will still capture her anyways. After kiting him around for a while, his blood loss eventually gets to about 60% and he goes down. We then send Doom Guy in to bandage him up and capture him, while 15 Shooting is going to use her one good arm to grab the loot from this outpost. The loot is mainly going to be 2 Silent Neuroformers. You get these from the Deserter quest because you go to war with the Empire, and after you do that, there's really not many ways to develop a psycaster, so you get 2 Silent Neuroformers for going to war with the Empire basically. There is some loot in this outpost. We got a normal quality nerve spiker, the weapon Alan's using that he made into legendary, and then a poisonous guide gun, excellent quality, just from a mod, and it does 20 damage, which is pretty good. Pretty good accuracy as well. Has a toxic enchant. Not the best, not the worst. And then we got a double action revolver. Awful quality. That is the worst. Meanwhile, back at base, it's finally been 5 days, so the next raid is here. And 3 of these guys can fly, so they get here really fast. They can just walk over water as if it's land. I guess that one cannot fly over the trap. Neither can that one. That one does kill with the Sword of Darkness. I would like to knock one of these things out, because having someone with the ability to fly on our map is pretty useful. And we do kill this person as well. Probably shouldn't use the Sword of Darkness on him. We'll have Alan drop a rank 2 Daybreak on the rest of these guys. Finally got enough points to rank it up again. And it only can be ranked up one more time. Fortunately, we're not really connecting too well as of yet. And very nice. They're fleeing. Or some of them are fleeing. There's just a few enemies left. No, yeah, we have a door here. Oops. We should probably get Alan out of there before the explosion. And okay, they're fleeing. And as for reward, we have another delay next wave, which we will definitely take. And that's a good one, so we'll have 9 days to prepare for the next raid. Meanwhile, on the world map, as we were heading home, I noticed we were almost neutral with this military Sans Frontier race, because we did a couple quests for them. We just had to offer them 1 item, and they're neutral. And they have a lot of cool stuff, like 2 mutasyringes for snow hair, which can be used to increase someone's movement speed by a bunch, I think. They also have antigens, which I believe are required so that the person doesn't fully transform into a snow hair. And so if we buy 2 mutasyringes, we want to buy 2 antigens. They also have a couple experimental injectors which give random mutations. We could buy a couple of those plus a couple more antigens, so 4 antigens total, and then all the mutasyringes. We can just give random buffs to our colonists or nerfs. We don't have any silver on the caravan. I think we still have a bunch back at home, but we can sell some of these weapons. Like, I don't think we really need any of these guns. And then the Fletcher is such a situational weapon. I think we're just going to sell it. Then we can sell a lot of stuff down here as well. It's Gladius, the Gene Pack, Psychic Soothe Pulsar. That is going to bring us up to almost 7k silver. Just plenty for the mutasyringes and the 4 antigens that we need. These guys got a lot of stuff, and I'll go over more of it when we get more silver. Down here is a Wanderer's Cloak that doesn't give much armor, but it's a cloak layer, so you can wear it over any gear. And it gives some nice buffs like increased energy, lowered ability cooldown, and then it gives some other buffs as well down here. I think we'll buy a couple of those for our casters, mainly 1 for Alan. We also buy 30 components because we're running low on them, and I guess we already had a tube television, so now we have 2. And with that, the caravan headed back home, dropped off the goods and the prisoners, and sold Fulvia to RimWorld for a little extra cash. They continued on to this worshipful village, which is a part of a quest for a legendary relic weapon. Before we start the first part to that, we're gonna inject the Snowhair mutasyringe into Wayfarer. She was that physically adept pawn we picked up earlier who could have been turned into a fighter class, but I decided just to promote her to a Wayfarer to buff our caravan movement speed by 25%. I believe the Snowhair mutasyringe will give her movement speed buffs, and if she's always on a caravan, it should move a bit faster. I'm not sure what the experimental injectors do, so we're going to use one on Fungoid, who I decided that we're going to keep around as a meat shield, and the other injector is going to be used on 11 shooting, who's not really anything special, so if the experimental injector ends up being something horrible, then we don't really care about losing Fungoid and 11 shooting. Anyway, so for part 1 of this quest, we got to hack this ancient terminal, which is going to upset these villagers. I guess it's some sacred object to them. And on a bit of a side note, these villagers must be a part of some hidden faction related to the quest, because we start at war with every visible faction. After slaughtering the village, we get a follow-up to that quest in about a day or so, and in the meantime, we're going to do some more map quests, starting with this ancient complex. There's no enemies here, just a friendly mechaneater who's willing to give us his mechling for free. Super nice guy if you ask me. And next we get a huge upgrade for our power supply at this ruined vault. The ancient geothermal plant is about double the output over a regular geothermal plant, and you can move it, so we bring it back to our base. There's not much else here as the vault's been picked clean, but we can hack this broadcast station to find the location of a sealed vault, which will have much better loot. The sealed vault's pretty far, it's somewhere over here, and we still have a few more things to explore in the area, like this abandoned genetics lab. This thing is massive, and we get a ton of genetic stuff from it. It's up to our very intelligent researchers to figure out how to use it. There was a few genetic abominations like this dinosaur elephant boomalope hybrid, and this thing's able to soak a ton of punishment. I think its body had like 500 HP. Doomguy takes quite a beating here, but does make it out in one piece. Nearby, this item stash contains a Persona Zeus hammer with a bad trait. We'll bond it to our fungoid meat shield for now, because no vendors we've come across so far are willing to buy Persona weapons. It's like they're illegal contraband or something. Next we get almost 2k wood at this logging worksite. There was a few casters guarding it, like a shadow class, which can go invis, and it does a pretty good amount of damage, but he didn't have a good weapon, and none of the guys at this worksite really did, so the fight was overall pretty easy. Near that is a steel worksite that's guarded by a Thrombonian race, and this thing got nerfed quite a bit. Thrombonians used to be super powerful, but now they have the same HP as a normal human, and they do have 150% melee damage, but their weapons suck, so we just held this choke point and they funneled in one by one. And then finally near our base is this ancient complex that had a really good chest piece for one of our psycasters. The caravan heads home to drop off the loot, and we immediately get the next part of the quest chain to find the legendary rifle. We get sent a shuttle which takes us across the world to another ancient complex. Inside there's some pretty good loot and a vanometric power cell which gives us 1000 watts of free power. We gotta hack 5 of these ancient terminals for the quest, and inside there's really only one powerful enemy, which does not give us too much trouble. We still got a few more parts to that quest chain before we get the legendary rifle. In the meantime, after the caravan makes it back home, we immediately send them southeast to the sealed vaults. These sealed vaults are pretty cool. There's a giant turret guarding them, and at the start of the battle there's a cheese you can do where you can claim the turret because it's technically unpowered. I don't like to do this because the turret should be powered. Like you can see, it has plenty of excess power. It just takes a second for the power to connect to the turret. We're gonna let Fungoid tank the turret, and the turret does manage to penetrate a shield, and the dude does take a little bit of punishment. Thankfully it is raining, so the turret is a bit less accurate. We had everyone else leave the map tile and chill in the world map while Mosquito is gonna hack this locked door, and for some reason he has 400% hacking speed. Oh, he's neurotic, so he gets 20% work speed. Prime armor gives him 50, Winston waves gives him 50 more, and he's currently on a work frenzy for the next 2.8 days. I didn't know that. He got a random inspiration from being in a really good mood because he's bloodless, so he gets some of the buffs when he kills people and witnesses death. He's been really enjoying these bloody missions we've been getting into. That ancient point defense turret did drop an ancient security chip, which is something new. I've never seen this before. Using these, you can restore ancient turrets, and I guess you need 5 of them to restore one turret, plus quite a few other mats, and you need to research a tech for it as well. And that tech is locked behind advanced fabrication, which we've almost researched. I haven't talked about our tech for a while. We researched fabrication recently, recently, so we could build a multi-analyzer. It's required for a bunch of other techs back here, and then a bunch of other techs on these other tabs require fabrication, like aerial vehicles, for example. In order to build the Mosquito helicopter, you do need advanced fabrication, so you can build the car transmission. It's one of the various parts that's required for the helicopter. And just on a side note, it has taken quite a while to research advanced fabrication because you need a multi-analyzer next to the specific research bench that the person is trying to research that tech. We're in the process of building one more multi-analyzer for another of our research benches. It's just they take a ton of materials. 8 components is the main thing. In the next room of the sealed vault, there's an ancient trying to get to us, and he's beating on this vault wall. The guy could have some really cool superpowers, so we don't want to kill him. We're going to wait for him to pass out to hunger loss. It takes 3 days for someone to fully starve. So we're going to have 4 shooting wait on this map tile for about 2.5 days and just repair up this vault wall and make sure that he doesn't break through. While we're waiting for the ancient to pass out, there's a hunting worksite not too far away, which is guarded by a pretty high tier faction. For this mission, I've given Mosquito Go Juice, which increases his stats, and then I gave both Doomguy and Kaijin Maxicola, which is like an overpowered version of Go Juice. The mats of this does require 2 Go Juice and some other stuff, so it takes a lot to craft. And Doomguy actually did get addicted to Go Juice, by the way. He's been going pretty hard into Go Juice. With those buffs, I'm hoping we can take these guys. We're going to try to get in here and get Steven, who's all alone. He does have frag grenades, so we want to take him out first, if at all possible. And there's a lot of nasty dudes among this group, like Babinus is actually a level 8 psycaster. We can check him out in a bit, or I don't know, we just gotta kind of focus here. You kill that guy, and that's not even gonna make these guys charge, which is interesting. These guys are too close. Pull them back a little bit. Not getting hit though, thankfully, and it is raining, which is great. These guys are behaving a little bit weird. I wonder if we could just hold up here in between the buildings, and so we could have cover. And one of our shield belts already broke. This is really awkward. We're gonna take a ton of damage here, I'm almost certain. I marked the people that have high stats, like Babinus. Decimus, I think, is a caster. This guy, Mushinto, not only has dynamite, but he's also a caster. We're just gonna go for Mushinto next. Dynamite's just too nasty. It could just potentially one-shot people. But Wayfarer's Sapiens has dropped. They're now a Snowhare? Oh, what? Are they fully a Snowhare? Yeah, they have no traits. Oh, crap. Okay, we can't worry about that right now. Babinus needs to get taken out. I really hope we knock him. It'd be amazing if we can knock out Babinus. Mosquito's doing a good job of tanking. Oh, we killed Babinus, dang it. Getting a Psycaster level 8 would be awesome. We have taken out a few of these guys, but one thing to note is, oh yeah, we need to take out the Shek. Guy has 17 shooting. Wait, there's another Shek that has like 20 of each. Priscilla has 20 shooting and melee. We're fighting here. There's a mod where you can make it so people will just charge out at nearby enemies. I need to reinstall that mod. I don't think it was updated when I started my run. We gotta take out this guy up here. He is a Harbinger class, which can cast through walls. They're pretty nasty. The guy's taking some punishment, jeez. And Priscilla is coming in here, yeah. We need to take out the Harbinger. And then it says they're fleeing, right? But I recently installed a mod that I didn't even know fungoid is down. Okay. I saw fungoid's head just moving and I was like, what the heck? But he's crawling. Recently I installed a mod that makes it so raiders will never flee, even if you take out a good portion of them. That's another mod that I wanted to play with since day one, but it's not labeled for this current version. And people on the Steam Workshop weren't saying that it was compatible, so I was thinking, okay, it's just not compatible. But I tried it out, and it seems to be working fine. Like you can see here, these raiders are not retreating. They are gonna fight till the last man. There's looking to be only one man remaining, and that's it. We did unfortunately knock out someone that I didn't mark. It's just this dude who's good at drugs, I guess. He can cook, but we already have a cook. We destroyed his leg. The main thing is we get a bunch of food from this. 12 meals, 16 simple meals, 18 fine meals. I think that stuff will all stay frozen on our caravan. Although it is the 3rd of April, May now, so it may be no longer winter, which is both a good and a bad thing. Food on the caravan will perish, but our caravan will move quicker. As for the reason why we're here, there's 860 pemmican, which will not go bad. 634 light leather, which we'll probably make into backpacks, and we'll probably sell the backpacks. There's some raccoon corpses as well. We'll have Doomguy butcher those up really quick before we leave. After clearing out the worksite, our caravan made it over to the Ranger faction base, and we need as much cash as we can get right now, so we're going to sell off all these weapons that we've been picking up from random battles. I do have a mod that makes it so weapons sell at full price. Normally, for whatever reason, in vanilla RimWorld, weapons sell for basically nothing. We got a berserk going on back at base. And never mind, it's actually a false alarm. It's just a miner who's locked in this cell. We have a wall here blocking them in, and they are currently mining out our hydroponics area. We're going to move the mech node over here. And we're about to have a perfect space mined out for it so that we can fit a bunch of hydroponics in this area and we can start growing plants. But yeah, so as I was saying, normally in RimWorld, weapons sell for pretty much nothing. They sell for 20% of their market value because I guess they didn't want you to getting rich off of selling raiders weapons. But it doesn't make sense because the market value is your wealth of your map and it's how much enemies think your base is worth. So if weapons really suck that bad, why would they have such high market value but have a low sell value? The math just does not compute basically. We did get a free ranger armor from these guys. You get a free one like every 30 days, I think. So it's been quite a while since we started working for these guys. I think we'll just sell that stuff. We need the cash right now pretty bad. And most people on our caravan do have good armor. It's just tainted. There's some shield belts down here we can sell. They sell for a really good value. And then do we really need the jump pack? I don't know if I could see myself really using that. And then down here we got a bunch of bedrolls, a bunch of devil strand bedrolls, which sell for a pretty good amount. It's going to bring us up to 9k. And these guys have a thrombo mutasyringe. Yoink. Even though our last mutasyringe didn't even buff Wayfarer's movement speed. I feel like we got kind of screwed on that whole thing. There's some good implants. I guess they replenish their goods. It's been 25 days, I think, since we first traded with them. And they have some calamity implants that give plus 110% armor pen. Is that like double melee armor pen? Yeah, I think so, right? Because it's not times 110%, it's plus 110%. Whoa, that'd be really good for one of our melee guys. Some other good implants here. Muscle stimulator, increases carrying capacity, movement speed, and part efficiency. For some muscle, you can put it into your legs, your arms, whatever you want to buff up. You can scroll down here and just check out everything they got. Nothing too crazy, and we kind of want to conserve this silver. First thing we do with this silver is we can accept quests. I think when these guys replenish their goods, you get new quests, because for the longest time we were not getting new quests from these guys. Sanguine ship sounds interesting. I think that's the vampire ship. Let's start that quest for sure. Before accepting that quest, let's check out what's been going on back at the base while we wait for the next raid. Like, we got a random sight stealer raid where a bunch of sight stealers attacked us. These things are really not that strong, so Alan was able to just cut them up pretty good. And then we captured 2 extra sight stealers that we're able to study for some more anomaly research. We also had a random black hive insect attack. During this fight, we did also rank up Alan's really good melee ability, Nightfall, to 3 out of 3, and then we maxed out the talents of those abilities to increase its damage even more. None of the smaller insects did really any damage to Alan, but one of these giant mammoth worms impales him really good in the torso, hits him twice, and almost completely destroys his body, but thankfully he was able to get out. Then we gave the Sword of Darkness to a spell thief, and she went invis and took the rest of these things out, and we were able to butcher them for a ton of insect meat, and then they have some skins as well, plus a ton of this black hive insect jelly, which does not go bad as long as it's not outdoors, which all the stuff is currently outdoors. It is deteriorating, so we're gonna have Alan come out here and grab it all, and we can sell that for quite a nice profit. It's $9 a pop. Multiply that by 800, you get quite a bit of cash. We load all that up on a caravan along with some extra goods we had lying around and head back to the ranger base. In late game RimWorld, you need a ton of steel and components, and we buy all their steel and quite a few of their components, and that's going to be almost all of our silver. To get a lot of that back, we're going to start selling weapons we don't need. Plus, we don't really need this melee skill trainer. Melee skill is just so easy to level up anyways. This great sword doesn't do anything because it's bugged out. I think it was made out of a material that belonged to the RimForge mod, and when I removed that mod and reinstalled it, it bugged out the sword somehow. So yeah, we're just gonna sell that. And then we have some other stuff down here that we can sell. I don't know if we want to sell this TC armor belt. It's a range shield belt, but doesn't give that much energy, and we already have a few of those. Might as well just sell it. And then up here we have 525 black hive insect jelly. We should have more. I thought we had like 800. It's been almost 2 full days since we entered the sealed vault, and the ancient has 3 days to live before dying of starvation, so we're getting pretty close to them fainting. For a person's hunger bar to go from full to 0, it takes 22 hours, and that's when malnutrition begins. At this point where they begin starving, they have 50 hours before this malnutrition buff gets to 100% and they die. Once malnutrition gets to 80%, they will faint. So if we take 80% of 50, which is 10 hours, and we subtract that 10 hours from their total time to live, you get 62 total hours before they faint. All that math was assuming the ancient had a full hunger bar as soon as we entered this map tile. And it looks like they may not have, because their malnutrition is pretty close to 100. Check out their stats. They are a good medic, possibly the best, although I think Mosquito actually has more medical. Yeah, he is 12. So we don't really need any of their stats. As far as their powers, they replenish recreation when they're alone, which isn't the greatest superpower. And their weakness is they'll randomly have mental breaks and they'll potentially shoot at someone nearby. So you do not want to give this person a gun, and they don't have good combat skill anyways, so that doesn't matter too much. But yeah, overall, pretty crappy power on this person. We could bring them back to base and have them make art full time, but I don't know if we really want to keep them. I sent them on the caravan, which I was able to do instantly, so they should be getting fed. They will not die to malnutrition. Probably just end up selling them off to RimWorld. There's another ancient geothermal plant in here. I don't know of a location of any other geysers, so I'm not sure if we'll be able to use that. There are some ancient chem fuel power generators in here though. These things never suffer breakdowns and operate more efficiently during solar flare incidents, and you can move these as well despite their size. While Mosquito is hacking this locked door, I have Doom Guy bring this battery over here, which should give power to this door, and we can check out what's in this room. A bunch of meals and a ancient cooler. This thing can never suffer breakdowns and operates more efficiently during solar flares, but it also can be either a cooler or a heater. Oh, we hacked in this room. Let's check out what we got going on in here. A big crate, which could have some stuff in it. Not sure we deal with this turret. Probably just have Doom Guy come in here and smash it up. Or we could try to disconnect it from power. Just smash some of these power conduits and see if we can disconnect it. And that did it. We can claim the turrets and we can start hacking these crates. Well, I guess this one requires hacking. These two don't. We got a psychic insanity lance that can make someone go crazy. It's not the best thing, not the worst. And an antigrain warhead, which is like a nuke basically. Gotta be really careful on where we store that. In the main crate, there's 3 books, 2 of which have a chance for the reader to go into mental breakdown while reading them, but they do give anomaly tech points. These techs are all requirements for more advanced anomaly tech, and psychophagy could be really cool for a boost to one of our psycasters. It is just a temporary boost, but we can try it on a raider to see if it's worth the effort. The 3rd book is a legendary recreation source that gives a whopping 250% recreation. Inside every vault is going to be a room where ancients get their superpowers, and I guess these got nerfed. There's only 2 super nanites in this room. We can use these nanites to give 2 people superpowers, but as you saw, they might suck. There is an add-on you can find that gives you the option to choose from multiple superpowers, but they don't have that add-on in this vault. We got to explore another one to find it. And in order to find another vault, we can hack this ancient broadcast station to reveal it, and we'll have like 20 days to go explore that. There's also an ancient hydroponics farm which has a built-in sun lamp. It does consume a ton of power, but we did just pick up some extra chem fuel power generators. Plus there's quite a bit of chem fuel in their fuel room. Each of these fuel tanks gives 60, and we hacked this pipeline for 250. We also picked up some ancient lockers, which are not just for show. They actually boost comfort of nearby beds. This electric mending station allows us to repair armor, so I guess we didn't need to research that tech. And these crypto sleep suspenders make for really good medical beds. Speaking of crypto sleep, there was another ancient sleeping in one of these caskets, and the plan was to open it up, then seal him into this room so we could check out if his powers were good or not. Gets more toxic resist, which is not that good. And then this actually makes his toxic resist 0. So that completely counters out the superpower. He is immune to cold, so we could set him up a bedroom in our refrigerator, and he gets a mood penalty when he's outside of the home. So overall, pretty neutral powers, nothing crazy. As far as his traits and his skills, there's nothing here that's too interesting. Back at base, the Ranger faction sent us a traitor, and one of the traitor people went berserk, which is now resulting in some chaos. Unfortunately, none of the Muffaloes did end up dying. You can sell them a bunch of random weapons we have lying around. They have 4 of these amazing shock trooper helmets that lower mental break threshold by 25%. We'll buy 1 for Alan, but I'm not sure if anyone else would benefit from it because Zir's corruption increases mental break threshold by 400%, and that means their mental break is capped out no matter what pretty much, so the helmet won't help. We accepted the Sanguine ship quest, which calls in a vampire plus 5 of his guards total, I think. When he gets knocked out immediately, he got hit in the head. I accepted the quest before this traitor left because they can just do it for us basically, but that might have been a misplay, assuming that the vampire does end up getting killed. We're gonna hope that his head does not get exploded by these guys. And that's it for that quest. They're all dead. We'll get Alan out here to save the guy and capture him. We can check out his stats. So he is a street guy. They have all the vampire abilities, like they can't be scarred, you can't kill them unless you destroy their head. They have a bunch of bonuses, like they have more melee damage, they take less damage by 25%, and they heal quicker. Their stats aren't super crazy good, so what we could do is have them implant their vampire gene into one of our better fighters, or we could keep them around. I mean, they are sanguine, so they get a plus 12 moodlet, and that will help counter out Zir's corruption a bit. Before the next raid, we call in a war queen, and unlike the Diabolist, doing this costs materials each time because the mech band antenna gets destroyed. There's still a couple rangers here from the trader caravan that are about to run into this raid of 34 high tier foxgirls. These foxgirls have a bunch of weapons that pierce targets in a line, so they end up doing a ton of friendly fire. The war queen shows up, and while she and her minions are distracting these foxgirls, Alan lands a pretty well placed daybreak. I guess the machines end up winning, and we get a couple decent reward options. The orbital beam targeter can be used to basically negate a raid. It's like a super daybreak. Our tech level is getting really high, and we may have good use for the advanced components pretty soon, so I chose that. I didn't think the War Queen would be enough to beat the raiders, so we did a ritual to summon some anomaly creatures. These creatures unfortunately tunnel in near our base, and some of our walls guarding the ancient geothermal plant cave in. While I'm watching some of the creatures fight the War Queen, I guess some of them end up destroying the geothermal plant, so it is very convenient we got another one from the sealed vault. In my defense, there was a lot going on. Our vampire prisoner goes into mental breaks, we had to beat him down, and our other prisoner who had that god trait that gives him a bunch of damage reduction also goes into mental breakdown. We've had this dude as our prisoner for a while, and we could have recruited him a long time ago, but I had Alan convert him to our ideoligion first, as doing this gives us development points. Speaking of development points, we're up to 36 now, and I think this is a pretty good amount to do our reform. Doing the reform costs 10 points, and it's pretty much required that we add in the meme quester. Doing that's going to cost another 6. The reason why we need quester is because reforming our ideoligion would make us lose completing quests being honorable. I had a dev mode that precepted into our ideoligion, and I felt like it was okay because I think you should get development points for completing quests. Since we have quester now though, we can change this to completing quests being daring, so we get triple the development points for completing harder quests, but we don't get any development points for completing easy quests. I'm not sure if this trade-off is going to end up being worth it because we don't currently have any harder quests, but I think we will go for it anyways. And then failing quests is now required to be disliked, so people are going to be upset if we do fail quests. We now have 20 development points to spend on some other upgrades, like physical love being free and approved is going to cost quite a few, but we do have someone with a mate ability that can be used every 12 hours, so we can have her mate people that are in bad moods, and no one's going to be upset about it. Down here we can also buff people's mood by 5 by changing mood to high spirits, and that just gives everyone following our ideoligion plus 5 moodlet. We can also make it so people don't mind wearing dead people's gear for only 1 development point, and then for quite a few more development points we can make research very fast. That was what, 6 development points, but research speed is now boosted by 50%. And then we can make mutation desirable, which gives a moodlet buff if someone has mutations. And we're about to start doing stuff with the Plonmorpher mod. I'm not too familiar with it, but maybe we can give everyone mutations and they'll be really happy. Speaking of transformation, we get this pop-up that says Alan's going to fully transform into a Thrumbo soon, and if we don't want him to end up like Wayfarer, he's got to take this antigen. This is going to stop the transforming process, so he will not get any new Thrumbo mutations, but that's alright because anything that was not fully mutated is still partially mutated with 3.5 times increased HP. I believe normal hands have 20. Both his feet now have 88 HP. His legs have 105, and you can see his right leg is only covered by Thrumbo fur, but then the left leg not only is covered by Thrumbo fur, it's got a modifier to increase his body size as well. He's also got Thrumbo fur on his tailbone now, and this modifier just boosts his overall stats, but makes him need to sleep more. He's also got 2 thick armor implants, which lowers global work speed and increases hit chance. And then his torso implant may be responsible for the increased HP of all his other body parts, because it only seems to give negative effects, like lower digestion actually is bad, makes you need to sleep more, and then he needs to eat more, and he has less global work speed, but he has increased size, which is bad because he's easier to hit. We also installed this MOTL implant on him earlier, which just gives him some stat boosts. Then if we scroll up a bit, we can see that he's got some fur on one of his ears, but then his right ear is a fully grown thrumbo ear, which I guess is more beautiful. Although I did look at his beauty and it's not increasing his beauty, so I don't know. Because he now needs to sleep more, I installed the circadian half cycler, so he does not need to sleep, but he has less consciousness. The versatility implant just to boost all of his stats. The psychic levitator, so he can glide over objects at full speed, including water. The havoc implant, which again increases all of his stats, but does increase his mental break threshold slightly. And I did install the Psylink into him, and we'll get more into that later. And then up here, his head HP is increased, as is his neck HP. So the dude is really hard to kill now. He did just get food poisoning, so that was the reason why I installed all the implants, because he's not able to do anything for a while anyways. And he will be fully out for a little longer. The anesthesia lasts for a couple days, but they can wake up after a couple hours. So a bunch of ammo got dropped from these war urchins, which were summoned by the War Queen. They're like her little minions. We also got quite a few weapons from the foxgirls. The high tier foxgirl faction usually has excellent weapons and armor, but their armor all gets evaporated because they all have death acidifiers because they're super high tier. A lot of them also pretty high tier medicine, like glitter world and regular medicine. Although we did get a ton of regular medicine from the vault. I think we got like 70, so we're doing pretty good on medicine. Also, a bunch of them dropped luciferium. I was looking over the carnage, and I'm seeing 17 here, and then near our entrance is 20 more, so we probably could get someone else hooked on luciferium. Although right now I don't know if it's super worth, because we don't have anyone that can really fight, because they're probably going to go into mental breakdown while they fight. But yeah, we'll grab all these excellent weapons. This minigun has a pretty high sell value, I would imagine. Yeah, 2k sell value on that minigun. It's probably not even worth using because it just chews through ammo. Alan is moving really slow because he's walking over water, and there's actually an implant that we got a while ago that can make someone ignore terrain movement costs. So when Alan's out here collecting stuff, he could move at normal walk speed. We can also butcher up the War Queen for I'm not sure what, so that's pretty cool. And down here, we got more medicine. And then we got a bunch of gold. And I don't know where this came from. I wonder if the War Queen dropped it and then it just got spat out over here because there was nowhere to drop it. Although there is some space, it looks like. So I'm not sure. But yeah, near the entrance, like I said, there was 20 more luciferium. And then there's this kinetic energy launcher, which has a value of 2200. And it's from this mod. It does a bunch of damage to buildings, I guess. And it says it's good against machines. So it could be like kind of an anti-mech weapon. Wave 19 is preparing for a while before they attack, so they're doing this little football huddle thing, and that's very convenient because it allows us to get a really nice daybreak in the middle of them, which takes out about half the raiders. The other half of the raiders slowly funnel in, and since this faction's so low tier, Alan's just able to beast them without really any trouble. We're down to the final 3, and there is one among the group that I do want to capture. This guy is exceptionally good because he's a hussar, which has a bunch of combat bonuses, and then he's tough. We do unfortunately end up killing the guy. We'll take the skill boost for sure. Plus 2 skills for everyone we control on our map, so it does not include prisoners, and then people that are on the caravan do not get that skill boost, unfortunately. We can check out people's skills after the boost because I haven't really gone over skills in a while. Alan started with 5 and everything except for crafting, art, and I think he started with 5 in shooting and melee. Next we got Spell Thief, who's now up to 20 melee, 14 crafting, and 19 research. They've been researching full time. Miner is up to 14 mining and does have 12 medical. I was thinking about getting rid of them and just sending them off to Remedied, but we do have a bunch of stuff we still need to mine out, so we will keep them for now. Researcher 1 is up to 20 intellectual now, 19 crafting. We don't really need them for the crafting. Doom Girl, who is currently on catatonic breakdown, is up to 8 mining, and she is really good at mining because of all of her implants, and 11 intellectual, and the implants are also helping with that. She is, constantly in a bad mood, so we can't have her fight yet. Sky high expectations for everyone as well is going to make it even harder to get everyone in fighting moods. Next we got the Ice Mage Mermaid, who I renamed to Mermage, and they're up to 12 crafting mainly. We've just been having them craft blocks around the base. Been making a lot of marble blocks. We can make marble walls. They're not that tanky, but they're nice to look at. She has the soothing aura that's now maxed out, so whenever she passes by someone, there's a pretty good chance she gives them this soothing breeze buff, and this lasts for quite a while. I clicked on 4 random people, and 2 of them had the buff. Another cool thing with the mermaid is their romantic attempts always succeed, and I guess that's because they're sirens, so they have this really powerful song that, they can manipulate people to do stuff for them. So anytime they want to romance someone, it succeeds, and they gain a psychic bond with the first romantic partner. I probably probably should have had her bond with Alan, because this psychic bond buff is really powerful. Lowers pain, increases consciousness, increases psychic sense, and it gives 2 pretty big moodlets, plus 12 for psychic bond and plus 10 for having a lover. Hideo is going to make pretty good use of the buff though, because he does have 20 intellectual and 13 medical, and the increased consciousness that he gets from the psychic bond is going to help him be more successful at surgeries. We also got Psycaster 1, whose skills really aren't that great because they're meditating full time, and we can check out their psycasts. So I've been having them use time skip meditation whenever it's up, and they're now up to psycast 11. They know 2 things in the chronopath tree, and then I unlocked Archon, but I kind of forget why. Word of Trust basically does the same thing as Word of Foretelling. They both cost the same amount of psi focus, and they both reduce the prisoner's resist. I might have been trying to go for this spell, Group Link, which links all pawns, allowing a Word of Psycast to affect all others. So we could have a bunch of pawns in a group and then use Word of Productivity on one of them, and they all get a productivity bonus. We'll definitely try that out because I'm pretty sure that's where I was going. And we'll unlock Word of Productivity, which I tested on Alan, gives more global work speed. The cost of increased hunger rate, as if Alan needed more hunger rate. With his thermo mutations, the dude needs to eat like every 5 hours. I also took Psycaster 1 further down into the empath tree. We already went over Word of Joy. Then we can make people fall in love, which I haven't really done too much of. But then Word of Serenity can end a mental break. This does cost a ton of psi focus though, and like really high tier mental breaks cost, I'm pretty sure, like all of their psi focus. She also has Word of Inspiration, which again is a scuffed version of Word of Foretelling. It costs 20% more psi focus than Word of Foretelling, and they both do the same exact thing. I think Word of Inspiration and Word of Trust should just cost less psi focus than Word of Foretelling, because it's kind of like the jack of all trades, master of none type of idea. Psycaster 1 also has Psychic Soothe for female, and we currently have a ton of females around the base. She can give all of our females a plus 14 moodlet buff for 3 days, and this moodlet does scale up off of Psychic Sensitivity. Psycaster 2 has the male version of Psychic Soothe, and when she uses that, Alan gets like a plus 37 moodlet or something, because he's got insane amounts of Psychic Sense. If you look at her skills, they're pretty much the same. We didn't even actually learn Word of Foretelling with her, and we're going deeper into the empath tree. Bliss is something we're probably never going to use because it only lasts for 24 hours. It's a 10 bonus moodlet that scales up as time goes on, up to an 80 bonus moodlet, which is a ton, but you only get the 80 bonus moodlet when the buff is almost up, and as the buff scales up, they also lose consciousness. It's eventually like a negative 35% loss of consciousness. If it lasted for like 3 days, then maybe I would consider it, but overall, it's just not worth 60% psi focus for a buff that lasts 1 day. Next, we got Mind Wipe, which can mainly be used to make unwaveringly loyal prisoners join us. They do lose some skills, I believe, so it's something you want to use carefully. But now for the main one, Reunion Far Skip, which teleports a bunch of members of someone's family near them and they're knocked out so you can capture them. I wanted to try out this ability because I thought maybe Doom members would have other Doom members as their family, and that is the case. Doom Girl has some insane family members. We can see 2 of the family members have Doom armor on. Here's this dude that we just captured stats, and he's got all the Doom implants. He is unwaveringly loyal, so we will have to use that other psycast on him to recruit him. They are all knocked out for a while, but I wasn't sure how long, so I made sure to capture them all. We just went over this guy's stats. We can next check out Augusta, who is a hussar, and they are a freeholder, so they have a title with the Empire. They do also have a armor skin gland built-in implants, and they're pregnant, I guess, so they might give birth to a baby hussar, which is pretty cool. I'm also not sure how they got knocked out to psychic shock, because apparently they're immune to psychic phenomena. Seems like maybe they should have been immune to that effect, but I'm not complaining. They are really good. They're going to be a really nice addition. We got Virginia, another Doom member. You can see they're tough. They have all the Doom implants on them with the Doom gear as well, which isn't that great, but does increase global work speed by 50%, I believe. And just to confirm, yeah, it does increase that. And then it gives some other stats as well. It's just not tanky at all. You don't want anyone that's in harm's way to be using that. And so yeah, that's 2 Doom members already. And then Bosco cannot fight, but they are Silent level 5, and they have a pretty decent title, the Baroness. And so when they do join us, we'll get a bunch of intel for that. She again is unwaveringly loyal, so we'll have to use 2 Mind Wipe psycasts total to recruit 2 of those guys. And it's going to take a while for that, because after casting the Reunion Far Skip ability, Psycaster 2 goes into Psychic Coma for 5 days. This sucks because she's by far our best psycaster with this psychic sustainer implant. This makes it so she very rarely needs to eat or sleep while she's meditating. She also doesn't really need her torso implant that makes her quite a bit tankier, but unfortunately we cannot extract this from her. It turns out it won't actually be that hard to recruit these guys. Since these guys are all part of Doomgirl's family, she can ask them to join us with a pretty good chance. The first time we talk to this guy it fails, but I believe we can talk to him again pretty soon, and the hussar joins us on the first attempt. We do want to convert all these guys over to our ideoligion first, so we will still take our time with it though. Meanwhile on the world map, we sent our caravan to the next sealed vault. We're about to see if the math paid off, and it looks like it did. Publius is knocked out, and the guy's stats are okay, like he's a good researcher. Plus 35% global work speed. We already have so many researchers. He does have malnutrition at 92%, so our calculations were pretty good. As for his superpowers, he can summon lightning, designate an area that will be blasted by lightning bolts. His weakness is that he cannot learn though. Whoa, that's kind of bad. Although I believe with Winston Waves, he can still get stats through skill boosts. I do kind of want to test out summon lightning, so we'll probably bring him back home and enslave him, and we'll test to see how good that ability is. Deeper in the vault, we're going to wake up the one sleeping ancient, and hopefully 15 shooting can get out of there. I tried to have her run immediately, but she just kind of sat there for a moment. This room is completely sealed in, and I think this door is ours. So yeah, this guy is just going to wander around for a while. Future me here, I'm going to speed up this footage. I'm not going to do any editing, so you guys know I did not tamper with this guy's stats, because you're about to see they seem almost too good to be true. The guy is a hussar, as you saw, but then wait till I show you guys his powers. They're perfect for this run. And as for his superpowers, he's got two. He can make someone go berserk, or he can snap a friend out of a mental break. Whoa, that could be really good depending on the cooldown. He also has one of the best fighting superpowers, lowered aiming time and range cooldown by 50%. That is crazy good. As for his weaknesses, he's very flammable, which is not that big of a deal I think, and he's slightly cold intolerant. That's got to be one of the best weaknesses. That is really easy to manage. Well, needless to say, a hussar that's exceptionally good at shooting is something that we want, so we're gonna let the guy starve in this cell. Over here we hacked into the power room, and it's another geothermal plant. We cannot claim it till this guy goes down, unfortunately. The doors that we did not claim also belong to him as well, so it is really good that we did claim this door. And we got their superpower room over here. This nanotech reactor can be used to, I believe, remove a weakness. It does cost a super nanite though, so I'm not sure if that's something we would want to use, because there are no super nanites in this room. There might be some in the next room, but we will maybe have to wait to see. For some reason, I can't make 15 shooting go in this room. I'm spamming right click, but I can't make them go in here for some reason. We have a couple people babysitting the ancient on that sealed vault tile, and the rest of our caravan headed up to this supply depot, which is going to expire pretty soon. We are getting charged here, which is not ideal. Fungoid is kind of in the back. And yeah, I don't know why these guys always charge. It's really stupid. This person has a psychic weapon. That's pretty nice. And we did give everyone Maxicola, so their stats are increased by quite a bit. And we'll hopefully be able to take these guys out with not too much problem. Let's focus the guy with the laser sword. Kaijin is getting ripped up by something. This person has a Persona Tox Blade. You're taking so much damage. The heck is going on? Well, all I can say is it's good we gave everyone Maxicola, because without that, this would have been even more brutal. Doom guy is still pretty healthy, and Mosquito has not taken any damage yet. Kaijin and Fungoid did end up taking quite a bit of punishment from this raid, but surprisingly, no one got any permanent injuries, and that was pretty much it for the quest. We get 30 intel. In order to fully complete the quest, we do have to loot this crate first. We picked up this kinetic energy launcher earlier, and we're going to use that to try to destroy this surveillance pillar. And one hit does 165 damage. It's going to take 3 hits. This thing is very inaccurate, and we cannot get closer because you can see the surveillance pillar's range is about the same exact range as the energy launcher. I'm surprised we were actually able to hit it. I don't know what the heck that was, but that shot disconnected the surveillance pillar from power, so that works. 11 shooting is missing their left arm, so maybe that's why they're shooting so inaccurately. One could imagine shooting a massive weapon like that would be hard with one arm. The quest was just to kill those Empire people and open up this crate, which has a cataphract helmet inside. And then in this room were just a couple batteries. As for the loot, I'm seeing 4 Persona melee weapons that we picked up. This flame blade that has quite a bit of armor pen, not the craziest damage, has a chance the target takes takes a medium amount of extra blunt damage, lower psychic sense by 30%. The bonded pawn is worse at hunting. This other flame blade has slightly more damage, but can give a mood debuff when you hit a target with it. That is terrible. It does have a chance to stun and increases melee dodge slightly, but yeah, overall that thing sucks. Hopefully we can sell it. This Persona Tox Blade was, I think, what was ripping up Kaijin so hard. It can apply acid and toxic to the target, has some nice enchants, lower cooldown is pretty good, and its Persona trait is increased mining and drilling speed. We could give that to Doom Guy as kind of his sidearm because he is a dirt mole, so he's really good at mining. And then finally, this Persona LTEC staff increases psychic sense and has a chance to spawn chem fuel puddles under the wielder when they hit with it, and gives the ability Psychic Soothe for male. One of our psycasters already has that ability, so it's not too great. Meanwhile, back at base, the next raid is here, and it's 83 dudes that were sieging us, so I thought we had a bit of time to just kind of chill, but they decided to ditch all their 195 packaged survival meals, all their components, and all their shells, and they're attacking us early for whatever reason. In what is perfect timing though, the Diabolus shows up. I called this thing like 8 hours ago, so I wasn't sure exactly when it was going to show up. It says it can take a few hours or a couple days, but this thing could not have come at a better time. I want to watch this whole battle, but we do have a prison break going on. It's just one dude, and our base is walled off, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. Let's zoom in a little bit here and get some of the action. I don't think these settlers are going to be able to really handle too many of these laser blasts. I do kind of hope one of these laser blasts does friendly fire to this other Diabolus, because I do think we're probably going to have to do quite a bit of work on the rest of these mechs. And the Diabolus does get shredded by friendly fire, very nice. There's also a Centurion, which is actually getting ripped up. We might not have to do too much work here on the rest of these mechs, or maybe we'll have to kill the rest of the settlers. Maybe the settlers will prevail. The Diabolus only ended up taking out about 20 of these dudes, if I remember right, and then Alan's taken out about 40 more. This room is now superheated because it's 593 degrees Fahrenheit, and what we will end up doing is shadow stepping Alan out of there, which hopefully he'll be able to do if he doesn't get stunned, which he did get stunned. His armor is guarding him against the heat damage, so you can see he's actually not taking any heat damage just yet. He does have heat stroke at 12%, but that's fine. He should be able to blink out of there momentarily. There he goes. And the rest of these guys are going to start burning to heat stroke, which is their fault. Unfortunately, we might lose one of our sight stealers, although it's not taking any heat damage. I think these things are like immune to heat damage or something. Because Alan teleported inside the base and the raiders no longer had any path to him, a lot of them now prioritize their survival and they escaped the oven. And because they're pretty low tier, I decided to have Alan just charge out and take him head on. Their weapons do suck, but they chew through Alan's armor. Before the battle, his armor was fully repaired, and by the end of it, it was down about 13%. So I had to have him go inside, change armors, and he's back out here trying to finish off the rest of these guys. We're gonna have him try to do that before he has a mental breakdown. Right now, he is in a really bad mood because he got stunned by Wave of Hate. It's almost impossible to avoid getting stunned when you're mailing down 60 of these dudes. And then he's carrying the cursed weapon as well. Once we're done with these guys though, we can put the weapon away. Supposedly only 3 left, but there's like 5 raiders up. What I think must have happened is some of them got knocked out to heat stroke and then they got back up. Alrighty, this is supposedly the final one. Or I guess that was not the final one. Maybe this is the final one. Yes, that was the final one. And we get a massive fuel drop. We'll definitely take that. We're running low on uranium. To make room for a lot of the advanced genetic stuff, we've been tunneling out new parts of our base. And pretty recently, we dug too deep and ran into an ancient danger. Inside there is anomaly creatures by the looks of things. We just saw a bunch of these finger spikes and the tough spike, and we didn't manage to knock out a single one, which was kind of crazy. We've never seen this bulb freak before though. It's relatively slow and easy to kill, but once it dies, it explodes into a horde of similar flesh beasts. There it goes. It explodes into more tough spikes. We just fought a bunch of these. They're not really that terrifying. I was trying to knock them out by mailing them with the crossbow, but I was taking too long, so I just pulled out the Sword of Darkness, which did end up killing them all. In the future, I should probably have a less high damage melee weapon on Alan just to make it easier to knock those things out. Inside the Ancient Danger is a bunch of cryptosleep caskets, and it's all friendly people. Very nice. Let's also open this crate. We can check out all these guys' stats. This guy's not that good. Again, this dude's also not that good. It's regular human awaken. This dude's got a paint stopper, which isn't, you know, the craziest implant. Their stats really aren't that great. We got an alloy over here, which has boosted art and intellectual from his race. Size sensitive, so he gets 20% more psychic sense, and extra meditation side focus per day. Oh, and this is cool. He gets more psychic sense the more drunk he is. Whoa, it's too bad we don't have any more psionic neuroformers. I used one on Alan to make him a psycaster, which I haven't gone into that yet. There's some combat psycast I want him to learn, but he hasn't really been meditating much. And then I gave one to Doom Guy on the caravan, just because he's not really doing anything, so he's meditating and getting XP right now. But that was probably not the best idea, because there's really cool xenotypes like this dude who could be a really good psycaster. We could always buy more psionic neuroformers from traders, so it might be worth to capture this guy and turn him into a psycaster. These guys aren't trying to escape because there's no path out of our base right now. I did have Alan mend them all up, and we'll seal them into this ancient danger, and they'll eventually go down to starvation. We can capture them. And there was also this persona flame blade that I didn't see. It has the rambling trait, which distracts them from research, like what our third or fourth flame blade that we picked up recently. Speaking of starvation, the ancient hussar dude that's really good at combat goes down to malnutrition, and we can capture him and finish exploring the rest of this place. We got another superpower add-on. This thing allows an additional ability over the limit of 3. And this is the one I was talking about earlier. It allows you to choose between 2 abilities, so we can finally start doing operations on people, and we will be able to do plenty of operations because there's 6 super nanites in this room. We also got the bedroom plus kitchen area and 43 meals, and then in this large hermetic crate we got 81 chem fuel. Wow, that's a trash crate. In the final room is an armory. It's got 14 medicine, a couple marine armors of low quality, and a couple of assault rifles. Before leaving, we will hack this ancient broadcast station, which reveals the location of another vault. We don't have any immediate need to go explore another one, but we might as well, just to give us the option. A few hours before wave 21, we do a void provocation ritual to help us out with these high tier raiders. While waiting for help from that, it's up to Alan to buy time. During this raid, I had a couple realizations. The first one being that the Nightfall ability is too overpowered. It sends out multiple waves, and if any of them kill the primary target, the ability's cooldown is reset. Normally the ability costs stamina, so you can't just keep spamming it forever, but as you know, Alan's stamina pool is bugged, so he can. So yeah, that ability is banned, and I'm also going to be banning the Sword of Darkness. I realize this thing just does too much damage with the insane amount of armor pen it has. You can see these guys are heavily armored, they all have marine armors, and it's just one-shotting them. To speed this raid up, I decided to use Daybreak, which ends up evaporating a lot of their high tier weapons they dropped, and it didn't even end up killing that many of them, so that was a bit of an oops. We eventually do finish them off with the Sword of Darkness, which we'll be banning starting the next raid. And as for the reward, so Colonist squad is really buggy, so I go for the research boost, which turns out to be a really good choice because one of 3 random techs we get is an anomaly tech. This thing allows us to build a sleep suppressor, which can make it so people don't need to sleep as much, but it does lower the mood of nearby people, and mood is a big problem in our colony, as you know, so we'll probably never use it. That tech is still useful though, as it is required for more advanced tech. Meanwhile, on the world map, our caravan picks up a couple more implants from the ranger faction. The jaw increases Alan's talking, which makes him better at converting people to our ideoligion. And then this calamity implant that I talked about earlier, which boosts a bunch of stats. The caravan then hits up another abandoned genetics lab, and in the center is a legendary spider horse stallion. This thing is not only really fast on a caravan, it makes them not need to rest as much. I do have a mod that makes you be able to choose when the caravan rests, but yeah, these hybrid things are really cool, and they have some funny lore behind them. The spider horse not only keeps up with normal horses, but can eat them as well. There's a ton of these hybrid creatures, and they all have lore behind them, which is pretty crazy considering it's all from a mod. Anyway, so we grabbed the spider horse corpse because I'm thinking we might be able to extract it and make our own later, although I am still trying to figure out how that mod works and what we're going to do with all our genetic material we still have lying around the base. We just got some more from this lab as well. Nearby is an abandoned radio station which has an extra multi-analyzer we can bring back to base. One of our research benches is still missing one, and these things take a ton of materials to make. We also get 3 supercomputers, which according to this thread give 1 point of research per hour power, which I agree is not the craziest amount, and they do take 600 watts of power each, but right now we're doing pretty good on power, so we'll bring them back to base and hook them up. Next we hit up this deserter drop, which has a bunch of items I bought using intel. I talked about how we were trying to lower our visibility earlier so we could buy items from deserters easier, but I did some testing, and all visibility does is increase the amount of time you have to pick up these items on the world map. And right now, after buying stuff from the deserters, it drops on the world map after about 2 days, and we then have 40 days to pick it up, which is plenty of time. As for the stuff we bought, so I tested out the deserter declassifier on a really low tier Empire person. This girl had the lowest title possible, and it only extracts 1 intel out of her, which is less than the cost of the declassifier, and it does get destroyed in this process, so that was a bit of a waste. You want to use this item on Empire nobles that have higher titles. The stone skin gland is a really tanky implant that we're going to give to Alan, and the biodecoders are used to open biosecured crates that we'll find later. We starved out the ancients and captured the Evole psycaster guy, and we threw him into a gene extractor, which just ends up extracting 2 of his genes, high libido and soft pink skin. It turns out if we want to extract more of his genes, we have to build the gene ripper, which will extract a lot more of his genes, but it will kill him. And we can't do that for another 18 days or so till his genes fully regrow from that operation we just did. The last thing our caravan's going to explore before heading home is this abandoned genetics lab, which had nothing guarding it, and it had a bunch more gene stuff that we were able to loot. And again, I haven't done anything with this because the genetic buildings require a ton of materials to build. We're going to test out a UAC rocket launcher we picked up from that mercenary raid we had earlier where they had all the high-tech weapons. These mechs again are doing the football huddle to plan their attack, so we're able to take quite a few shots of them for free, and each UAC rocket launcher shot uses 3 industrial explosive ammo, which we can now craft ourselves. It's 130 chem fuel for 200 ammo, so if my math is correct, every time we shoot this thing we're shooting 1.95 chem fuel. It's not a huge number, but it is something to be aware of, I guess. You know, it doesn't cost chem fuel is Daybreak, and we're gonna have Alan use that on these guys, and it does pierce their giant mech shields. The rocket launcher does not, and as these guys are getting closer and closer to our base, they're getting more and more clumped up in this giant mech ball that is protected by the mech shields. So we're now running out of options as the mechs get closer and closer to our base. Seems like Alan's just gonna have to
ride out and meet them.
And as I'm looking through our weapon lockers for something that has good armor pen that can actually do damage to these mechs, I come across a poor quality Persona Zeus hammer. I didn't want to bind this to Alan, not only because it's poor quality, but it's only really good for killing mechs. If this is bonded to him, then later on he cannot bond to another weapon unless he destroys this Zeus hammer, which would have been a waste. As I'm about to bond it to Alan, we get a random waste pack infestation event. This is the first time I've ever seen this event. I did not even know it was a thing, but it turns out if you have pollution, the right solution is to dump it in the water. The event spawned a bunch of mega spider cocoons, which are dormant, but they will wake up if you walk by them. And as I'm watching the replay of this whole thing, it looks like a scene out of a movie. Like you got the mechs pounding at the door, and the main character aggroes all the insects back to the mechs so they can duke it out in this massive battle. After a couple minutes, it becomes apparent that the mechs are going to win against the bugs, so we help out the bugs with yet another Daybreak. This ability has a long recharge and costs a ton of mana, so getting 2 Daybreaks off in this fight gives you an idea on how long the fight was. For some reason, a few of the mechs, including their war queen, glitch out near the entrance, but they don't have any mech shields, so we're able to take them out before they make it to our base. And just on a side note, I could have dragged this raid out for quite a while longer if I let those mechs just chill near the entrance, but I don't feel like abusing bugs like that. I also did adjust the maximum days to defeat a wave from 3 to 1.5, because under no circumstances should it take 3 days to defeat a wave unless you're abusing something. And so now the way it works is if we don't defeat a wave within 1.5 days, we do not get any reward and the next wave timer begins. 1.5 days is still a long time, and that was considering lowering it even more, but sometimes raiders prepare for quite a while or they'll set up siege camps, and those can take even longer. I didn't want to evaporate the war queen's body, so I used the Gauss lance for the rest of this battle. This weapon was mainly what the foxgirls were using to do friendly fire. It pierces targets in a line. Like the UAC rocket launcher, it has a really long aiming time and range cooldown, and we'll probably give this thing to that dude who has the superpowers to lower his range cooldown and aiming time once he does join. The reward for this wave is not great. If we wanted drugs, we can just craft our own, but it did remind me on how powerful some moodlets are from drugs, and this might be the key to fixing our Zir's corruption mood problem. I guess the queen also dropped components, plus another tier 2 power focus chip. These are important for a few things, mainly a really good mech meter implant that can be used to boost the productivity of all of Alan's mechs that he controls, and it allows him to control more of them. We can also disassemble the War Queen for quite a few materials. Mainly the 60 plasteel is really nice because we are struggling on plasteel. Each of these bigger mechs can be broken down for 30 more plasteel, so we get quite a bit of plasteel from this raid. The mechs also dropped an insane amount of spacer ammo where they were holding a line against the insects. I've noticed sometimes when the mechs reload, they'll drop their ammo. I'm not sure what causes it, but yeah, we'll take it. Each stack of 200 costs about 30 plasteel, and like I said, we are struggling on plasteel. We use some of that precious plasteel plus 2 advanced components on a tier 3 mech band dish. Like the tier 2 mechanoid collar, it does evaporate when you call in the mechs, so yeah, those valuable resources are just gone. The dish summons a mech, which on first glance does not seem too powerful, but as you're about to see, it proves the saying that size is not everything. The apocriton can resurrect a total of 30 mechs, and since it's the first time calling this thing in, it doesn't have many powerful companions. On top of its resurrect ability, it has a toxic needle gun which can inject toxic infused needles to poison the target. This poison also appears to spread into the air, and eventually something causes a massive explosion in this unit clump, killing 23 of them. The explosion was not the Wave of Hate explosion either, because that doesn't do damage and does not push people back. It just stuns and hurts people's mood. Whatever the explosion was, I'm grateful for it, because eventually the apocriton does go down, and it releases a massive stun pulse, which again, I don't think does any damage. There's still 21 raiders left, and Alan uses his Grasping Dead Greatsword, which has an AoE ability that does some damage. The ability does have a cooldown, so it's not spammable, and the sword is not great against armored targets. It's funny how I just said raid should never take 1.5 days, because this battle was a long one. It ends up taking a total of 16 hours, because the raiders did prepare for a while, and then they were busy fighting that super mech for quite a while longer. For the reward, I chose mass heal because legendary. This heals everyone, and I believe it also heals scars, but not health conditions. Doomgirl still has her temporary lung rot disease. I don't think we've had too many scars though, because people aren't really fighting much, so in hindsight, I should have taken the research boost for a chance at more anomaly tech. We get an even better reward after the wave with the raider we knocked out, who has a god trait that increases mainly learning rate so they can level up their shooting quicker, and their armor. Having high tankiness and a lot of shooting should combo pretty well with their class, which gives them some support abilities, plus makes them fire quicker but with less accuracy. This girl's also a really unique race that gives her more sights, plus more shooting accuracy, but no one that's not another slug is going to want to romance her because she's an ugly slug and she is repulsive, so anyone that's not repulsive is going to have no chance of romancing her. She is also immune to lung rot, which I was just talking about. Doomgirl got lung rot from fighting near corpses, but this girl doesn't mind fighting near corpses, and she will actually eat rotting corpses, so it looks like she'll be supporting us in a few ways. To get some more development points to evolve our ideoligion further, we accept 3 dangerous 3-star quests. The first one bugs out and there's nobody here to guard it, but we still get the development points and complete the quest. Normally with a bug like this, you can just restart the game and it will fix it, but my last save was like 30 minutes prior, so I just removed the reward, and before we change our ideoligion again, I removed the 6 development points from our save file. It's kind of annoying, but it's not that hard to do. Next up is the tech printer demolition quest. So we've got a couple new additions to the caravan. We have our pregnant hussar, who's got really good stats. We should give them a gun as well. And then Ares is the main one, who's got the Ares rat trait to give them more armor. They have an ability that makes them invisible. I believe it's this one. And as for the other abilities, I have no idea what they do. But yeah, we're just going to have them go out here and focus like this dude who's a shadow, I believe. I'm not sure which abilities we should be using. Bloodletting, no. I think a lot of these are kind of... Whoa, what the heck was that? 11 shooting's getting ripped up, oopsies. And then we have search and destroy. Oh yeah, we have that mod, so I can just hit F. And everyone's gonna chase people. Except for 11 shooting is missing an arm, but I think they were already missing an arm. Bunch of wool on their body. I don't know why. Did we just get hit by a, what are you guys doing? I think I might have turned search and destroy off by accident. Oopsie daisy. I don't know what that ability is, but stuff is happening for sure. There are abilities that can give people mutations. I thought that's what we got hit with, but I don't think that is the case. I Don't know why 11 shooting has a wool. I'm kind of confused with that. But, yeah, why is fungoid running? You gotta be fighting, man. Where is our main dude, Ares? He has not really gotten hit at all. So no matter what, we win this, I think. We should probably get cover here too. We're getting hit from somewhere. We actually cleared out all the Empire people. The thing that was shooting at us was one of these Palantone turrets. And actually there's 2 of them. They have massive range. This range you're seeing is the minimum range, and they can hit anything on the map. But Ares is just so tanky that I don't think it can really phase him too much. We'll have Ares head in here, and I'm guessing we have to destroy all these tech printers. There's actually a striker turret in here. This striker turret may help us destroy these tech printers as well. It was taking forever for Ares to destroy these tech printers, so I sent our melee guys up here. They're pretty protected against the turrets. They don't do too much damage to tough people, and I guess Mosquito doesn't have a shield belt, but Kaijin and Doomguy did have a shield belt, so that wasn't too big of a deal. And one thing I haven't gone over is what we've been doing with Doomguy's Psylink. So he's now got some points into the Warlord tree, and he can use Blade Focus, which doubles his attack speed. That's definitely helping clear out these tech printers. And one thing I also didn't mention is we did bind the Tox Blade to him, and he gets that increased mining speed once we can bring him around base. When our Hussar miscarried due to poor health, that's not good. And holy cow, I was not expecting that to explode. What the heck? I'm not seeing any permanent injuries from that explosion, except Ares did lose their left ring finger, but I think that was gone from before. There are some batteries up here that we can deconstruct, which will hopefully unpower these Palantron turrets. And no, it does not. I'm guessing there is a power room over here. So we're going to have Ares come over here, use their invisible ability, which actually gives them regen as well. I think that's the main thing that the Plague Doctor is good at. A lot of these classes, they'll have like 1 or 2 abilities that are really good, and then the rest you can kind of just ignore, especially when you're playing with no pause challenge. You don't usually have time to click abilities for each person. For some reason, this Palantron turret does not disconnect. Oh, there's another battery down here. We just got to get inside its minimum range, and then it cannot hit us. So we can get in here and take out the battery. On second thought, we actually don't even have to disconnect the battery. We can just destroy one of these power conduits, and that is going to do it. We can claim both these Palantron turrets, and we can open the supply crates. People are in really bad moods. Doomguy is about to go in extreme break. We need to actually just send him off the map. Or we can actually do that from the world map now because there's no enemies here. So we can reform a caravan and send everyone except for Ares, I guess, out. Or wait, that'd be sending Ares out. Send everyone except for Ares out. There we go. And then we need to check out what Ares has got going on in here with the crates. Sterilizing stomach is interesting. So that makes it so they're immune to gut worms and they cannot get food poison, and it's a more efficient stomach, so they shouldn't need to sleep as much. I think it's probably an implant that you just want to save in case someone gets their stomach shot out. We also got a Zeus hammer. Could have used that for that mechanoid raid that we had earlier. There's 2 more supply crates. We got a jump pack, which is kind of useless. It's not something I can micro on no pause challenge. And in the final crate we have nothing, I guess, or did Ares pick it up? Oh, Ares picked it up for some reason. It's a tech print for weaponized germ engineering. It unlocks the ability to make this plague lesion implants, which will give people the plague that damage them in melee. We can also deconstruct these Palantron turrets for 3 advanced components, 315 steel, and 30 blast steel. Very nice. From that raid, we got a couple extra Persona weapons, one being yet another Persona Flame Blade, which has a painless trait, which is pretty good. The damage and armor pen are okay, but the values are really high. It's like double that of the next Persona weapon, which is a Zeus hammer. It's got these traits which decrease the wielder's psychic sensitivity, I believe. Has a chance on hit to spawn slime filth. And then finally we got a Persona amplifying rod, which increases psychic sens. We'll definitely give this to one of our psycasters. The enchants are pretty useless because we don't care about melee stats on our psycasters, at least not ones that are going to be using a Persona amplifying rod. Its traits also are not good for someone that wants to fight. It reduces their armor rating, but does have a chance to stun the target, so it's kind of a trade-off. I found out we can actually sell those Persona weapons if we call in a Imperial trader. We haven't brought those specific ones back to our base, but like we got this plasma sword that has the painless trait, and then like this poor Zeus hammer, which I went over earlier. None of these persona weapons are exceptionally good, so we're just going to sell them, and we can try to buy some good stuff from this Imperial trader. Like they'll have implants. This sensitizer increases psychic sense by 25%, and this psychic reader increases negotiation ability and trade price. Negotiation is good for your warden, so we'll probably install that into Alan. These guys also have weapon enchants. Like this one's really good. Increase accuracy and damage for a ranged weapon. We'll pick that up as well, and we'll just sell off another persona weapon. And as you can see, we do have a lot of cash, plus a lot of charge weapons that were dropped by that high tier faction earlier. We did evaporate some, but yeah, we can actually just sell a bunch of these. That's going to cover the cost of all their silver. And so yeah, we'll do that transaction, and we're going to keep calling in Imperial traders for 500 silver each. And my main goal here is to find some more implants. Like this Psychic Harmonizer can project someone's mood to nearby people, and Alan's usually always in a good mood, so we're going to give that to him. That's going to boost the mood of everyone else. They also have a love enhancer that we could give to our lover girl who's sleeping with everyone. We get a shield belt enchant, which increases the shield and movement speed of whoever uses it. Very nice. And to cover the cost of that, I just sold some more weapons. We keep calling in traders, and the mindless lubricants has this shock trooper armor, which increases melee damage and lowers melee cooldown, and it has a built-in shield of 200%. Not the craziest amount of armor, but Alan is really tanky, so we'll definitely pick that up for him for 3.7k. We used most of the rest of our silver to call in quite a few more Imperial traders. I'm after a weapon that has a specific trait, but we didn't get it, so we're just going to buy a laser sword. This thing has pretty good damage and a ton of armor pen. I just had to sell some stuff to make sure we had enough silver to call in more trade ships in the future. Finally, we do the Imperial underfarm with just 4 people. Ares is kind of distracting as he is the tankiest and has this regeneration skill, and Doomguy is at the front with his double attack speed skill. I guess one of them was rigged with the explosives because killing them creates a massive explosion, and thankfully since we were fighting behind cover, everyone still had their shield belts up and they absorbed most of the explosion. A few of the Empire guys get evaporated by it, and we finish off the last few pretty easily. There was another one of these surveillance pillars that we take out with the energy launcher, and the goal in this Imperial underfarm raid is to destroy the water main that supply the underfarms. Doing this completes the quest and gives us 6 more development points, plus we disconnected the Contarian turret and deconstructed it for more valuable materials. We get 4 more development points from a conversion ritual, which you can do every 20 days. We do this on that weapon expert guy who has 2 traits that make it harder to convert him, so the conversion process is taking forever. The ritual ends up being masterful, which was really lucky. We only had a 17% chance for this, and after converting him, he will join us pretty soon because he's an ancient, so he has basically no resist. A few of our other prisoners do have resist, and I found out a way to lower the resist of multiple prisoners at one time. If we have one of our psycasters cast Group Link and then Word of Foretelling, that ability will affect everyone nearby. Not only does that ability lower resist of nearby people, it gives everyone nearby an inspiration. Most of these inspirations are not going to help us too much. Like we got 3 inspired surgeries, which just increased surgery success chance, but our surgeon Hideo already has above 100% surgery success chance. The main inspiration that's going to help us is Alan's inspired creativity. For just 250 steel and 6 components, I have him make a UAC rocket launcher, and with his 20 crafting and the inspired creativity, there's a really high chance that he makes a legendary. You can see the legendary has much more damage and armor pen than the normal version, and it is much more accurate. The cooldown is also slightly lower because of the assisted enchant that it came with. That enchant should also be lowering the aiming time, but it says those are the same. We called in a tier 2 mech to help us with the next raid, and though these raiders are tribal, their stats are boosted because of a mod that lowers the amount of raiders you get to max 100 by default, but it increases their stats. So maybe we should have had like 150 tribals, but to reduce lag, the game now is boosted their stats so that they're much stronger, and the mech only ends up taking out about 10 of them. Alan lands a pretty well placed daybreak to take out quite a few more, and we now have about 40 clumped up in our maze area. We just knocked someone out. This girl actually has no traits besides Seer's Corruption. There's one ability I wanted to test out, which is Shadow Blade. I don't really want to hit Alan with it, but he's so tanky that I don't think it matters too much. Speltive is invisible right now, so maybe she can walk by this person. Yeah, she can. And we're going to use Shadow Blade. Let's see if we can use it in good spots. It does cost 30 mana, so it's not an ability that she can spam. There we go. Oh yeah, good AoE there. We knocked out a few people. This person doesn't have any interesting traits. Neither does Brutus. And then Trireus did just get knocked out as well. There is something that we can do with the brains of people that are knocked out now, so we will probably try to capture as many of these guys as we can. One really quickly, Spell Thief's invisibility did run out. We're gonna have him try to run. No one's gonna try to protect her as she runs. I don't know what this guy's casting. Yeah, let's just get out of there. Oh, 46 damage to something on the torso. Whoa, big damage there. But she makes it out. And now it's up to Alan to finish this raid off. With no armor, actually, his chest piece got completely destroyed, and it was at 93% durability when this fight started. Some of these casters do have abilities that can destroy armor as well. So yeah, just having Alan face tank the raid like this is never a good idea. I have Alan blink out of there, and he lands a perfect rocket launcher shot, killing a few of them. And then the next rocket shot takes out quite a few more. And then Alan finished off the rest of them with his laser sword that we just bought. The reward is yet another legendary. As you get higher and higher in waves, you get higher chance for legendaries. And we should definitely take the Galvatros. The Galvatros is this massive beast that is actually buffed from a mod, I believe. Its neck has way too much HP. Okay, wait, I might actually have to uninstall that mod. So I removed the mod, and the HP actually stays the same. All the mod does is increase the Galvatros melee damage by quite a bit. Because the Galvatros is a reward, I think we should be using the normal non-buffed version of it. So yeah, the mod's gonna stay removed. During that raid, we knocked out a ton of tribals, and we have a new operation we can do on them using the rip scanner. It scans their brain and rips it up, killing them. This is considered an execution, so it does hurt people's moods, but it does produce these high tier mech brains that are used for more advanced mechs. I made a few good ones already. The paramedic mech can not only tend people, but it can also feed them. That's super useful because we have a ton of prisoners right now that need feeding. We also made the fabric core, which can do crafting tasks like shredding mechs or creating ammunition. There were a couple raiders that we are going to recruit. This girl has a ton of psychic sends, so she would make for a good psycaster, and she's magically gifted, so we can turn her into a caster. What makes her amazing though is she's the Nephilim race, which is similar to vampires in a sense that she can only die if her brain is destroyed. Nephilims also have a heal ability that can tend wounds, and a buff that increases shooting accuracy and melee accuracy of nearby pawns by a small amount. These abilities cost grace, as does just existing for the Nephilim. They lose 2 grace per day, and this must be replenished by crafting grace, which is a drug made from uranium and hoe lily powder. We can grow hoe lilies in one of our many hydroponic basins, so we do have that under control. There was another Nephilim in this raid. She is a bit lacking on traits, but she'll still make for a good addition to our colony. To help with wave 25, we called in a tier 1 threat, which now contains 2 Diaboluses. Their laser attack does do friendly fire, and though these raiders are primitive, they are compressed, so it becomes pretty apparent the mechs are going to need some help. This wave was a scorpion raid wave, which is like a primitive siege, and they brought some scorpion turrets and a ton of meals, 272 meals. I don't know why they put them in the water, but I'm going to send Alan out here to drop a daybreak and hopefully miss those meals. So I'm not going to fire like right in the middle of them. Just fire like there, should be a safe spot. And one thing I did notice about these raiders is halfway through they lost their compressed raider buff. They had it at the start of the raid, but for some reason they don't have it anymore. They still have their stats increase because this wave gives them 150% stats. That being said, I did upgrade my setup, and my new computer might be able to handle bigger raids, so I'm going to remove the max raid size, and we'll see if battles are going to be too laggy or not. Because these raiders lost their compressed raider buff, they're doing a lot worse against the mechs, and the mechs might finish them off. I guess they got both centipede gunners in melee now, so maybe they will actually beat the mechs because they're not as good in melee. One thing you'll also notice is there's a ton of industrial ammo lying around, which was dropped by both the centipede gunners. They're using miniguns. The miniguns use industrial ammo, and they're just dropping that stuff left and right. So it looks like, at least for now, our ammo problems are solved. Now we just got to get some weapons to use that ammo. The raiders do end up winning, and they're now going to have to face our Galvatros. It's got a range attack that does 40 damage, and that just shredded those dudes. Very nice. I do believe it can hit itself with that range attack, so you got to be careful. It's probably better just let it melee. You can also see Psycaster 2 is currently running wild right now. We have to get someone out here with good animal handling skill to tame her. If we try to arrest her, there's only a 50% chance. Although we can ask to unite, which may or may not work. I don't know if Alan's the best one to ask her, because I don't think they have the greatest relations. But yeah, the Galvatros is pretty good in melee. Takes out those guys with not too much issue. It is bleeding, but These injuries are not going to affect it too much. It's in no immediate danger. It does appear the Galvatros is immune to the Wave of Hate debuff, so when enemies die, everyone else gets stunned, but the Galvatros does not. I've noticed mechs are also immune to the stun, so it might be a good idea to try to craft some melee mechs to help Alan out in a rough situation. But yeah, that's going to do it for the Raiders, and we'll take the excellent skill boost for sure. Everyone around base's skills are going to be boosted by 3, and the slug girl that just joined us recently does have 14 animals. We'll send her out here to try to tame Psycaster too. This has got to be one of the worst mental breaks, because you can't use Word of Serenity to calm someone out of it. If you try, then it says that they're not mentally broken, even though it's clear they are pretty mentally broken. I don't think it gets much more mentally broken than living out in the wilds with hostile raiders everywhere trying to kill you. We explored another sealed vault, and we did the thing again where we starved the guy out. This ancient has a really useful superpower. She can knock someone out, say if they're in a mental break, but her weakness is horrible. If someone rejects her, there's a 10% chance they will go into a murder mental break. There's an operation to remove a weakness, and it's not any of these lab parts, though there are some useful ones here that we do bring back home. It's this big boy, the nanotech reactor, and as you can see, we have our superpower room ready to go. We did unfortunately fail our first operation on Doomgirl, and she got the worst outcome. She died, but thankfully our Chronomancer has this super useful ability, Reverse Time, which you can use on someone if they recently died, and this will knock her and Doomgirl out for a day or possibly 2, and then they both lose some of their skills. Like Fox is at 11 construction. I'm pretty sure she should be at like 13 or 14, but she has been using this ability quite a few times, mainly with prisoners that have gotten a bit too out of hand. Speaking of prisoners, we're now going to toss the 2 Nephilims into the gene tailoring pods, because they cannot die unless their brain gets destroyed. I'm pretty sure that cannot happen here. If it does, then we can always have Fox resurrect them. We'll start the operation to add a superpower, and you can see there's only a 22% chance of failure with all of our add-ons. We still could get 2 more simulation drives, but other than that, I don't think there's much we can do to lower the chance of failure. We also have the max amount of super nanite injector pumps, so the experiment's only going to take 2 days, 10 hours. And we'll hope we get some good superpowers on these guys. We do also have 1 more gene tailoring pod, but no one else is currently considered immortal, so I'd rather not risk something going horribly wrong like I did with Doomgirl. It's time to reform our ideoligion again. We have 37 points, and I was thinking about going for a psychic focus. This one's really good because it can make our psycasters much more effective with plus 100% meditation psyfocus gain per day, and we also get this 20% psyfocus bonus. There's also a couple more things I want to change. Execution to don't care, so people don't mind if we rip skin people. We could go respected if guilty or required, but those are too overpowered. You get development points for executing people, which I don't think should be the case. I think that was a really lazy way of the game saying we don't really know what to do with development points, so here's some for executing people. If we go down a bit, we can also see that psychic sensitivity is lowered for some reason. I don't know why it just defaulted to that. We can change that to heightened, so we get 20% more psychic sense instead of 20% less. We also could change like tattered apparel to don't care for 1 point, might as well. And then down here we can also add in a ritual, which I keep forgetting to do. Usually on my runs, every time we reform the ideoligion, I allow myself to add in 1 more ritual, and it's going to be a social festival that we can do at any time. And if it is successful, we can recharge Psyfocus, or actually discover a quest is much more interesting. Let's just go for that. This is the second time reforming our ideoligion, so we'll just change the Sky Lantern Festival as well to discover a quest. And one more thing I forgot about is let's change slavery to acceptable for 3 points, and alien slavery to acceptable as well for 1 point. We could also change it to honorable, which would give us development points for enslaving people, but again, I think that's kind of OP, so we're just going to go acceptable. Speaking of festivals or dark rituals, we are doing a dark ritual 5 hours before the next raid, and I'm hoping this is going to call in an event that's going to meet the next raid. Alan does get knocked out from that for 3 hours only. Okay, so it will be available for the next raid. I haven't done this ritual for a while because our last one did nothing, and I think I figured out the reason why, and the reason why we were not getting quests. So I had this bug for, I want to say like 3 waves, where the game was trying to give us a flash storm from a Winston Waves raid, and it just could not do that, and I guess it was throwing up an error. I went to the save file and changed this line so it looks like this, and then I removed the flash storm from the list of events that we can get, and I believe that has fixed the issue. Our caravan made it to the next next sealed vault, and while we wait for the ancient to go down to hunger, we're draining out this ancient point defense turret, and I was having fungoid do it, and I was not paying attention, but he ended up getting killed basically. But since he's a fungoid, he goes into a regeneration coma, and when he comes out of it, I'm not sure if the burn scars on his brain are going to be healed. If not, then he's going to basically be a vegetable because his brain's only working at 1 out of 10 efficiency. The dude is on his last leg though, you could say, or on no legs actually. Both of his legs did get destroyed. The anomaly event was not showing up, and the next group of raiders is looking pretty terrifying. It's 109 high tier raiders, so I decided to call in another Diabolist threat, which is stronger this time. They have a shield and more pikemen and more smaller mechs. The raiders do end up winning with about 30 left, and I was looking over the stats of some of these guys, and I'm seeing this person, Valeriana, is a shadow class, which not only is a really good class, but they get increased psychic sense. And they're in Avalai, which we went over earlier. They get more psychic sense by 20% and more meditation gain. Plus, if they're drunk, they get more psychic sense. She would be a really cool addition, and she's going to die from blood loss in 4 hours. So we just got to try to stall for a couple hours, and then we got to retrieve her. Valeriana is now at 59% blood loss. Well, she is high on magic dust, so that might make her not go down. Oh, never mind, she actually does go down still. We're going to have Alan deconstruct this wall instantly, and then carry her, I guess. We have nowhere to capture her because we don't have any prison cells set up. Oh, we did it. Are these guys gonna be able to make it to the door? No, they're not. The door's gonna close. Very nice. Okay, well, first we're gonna first aid Valerina, and then we'll just arrest her using that arrest mod, and we'll just leave her there. And now Alan's gonna have to find a way to deal with all these raiders. The anomaly threat is just not showing up, unfortunately. We actually one-shot that guy. Very nice. We could use the UAC rocket launcher here, but it's just such a small corridor, and I don't know if Alan would splash himself. Well, Alan is really tanky. Let's actually get out of here because that dude's about to blow. And ideally, just this guy gets in, and then the door closes. Hopefully none of them get stuck in the door. It is actually able to close. Very nice. I think the door should be able to close. This guy back here actually gets stunned. Very good. And yes, the door is closing. Nice. We need to get this charged shotgun guy in melee so he's not blasting on Alan and mainly destroying his equipment. I just have to watch the durability of his equipment. Make sure that none of it is getting destroyed here. But yeah, we kill that dude. See if we can get out of the way. Very nice. I think the explosion is going to hit this tile as well. And he's going to go to that tile for us. Very nice. And yes, it did. I don't know the exact radius on that. I just have kind of a feel for it with how much combat I've been doing on this run. This dude, Corinius, also goes down. And I checked out his stats. They're not that great. He's a Neanderthal, so he's actually worse at shooting. We're going to strip him though. And he had marine armor and marine helmet, so we can sell that stuff. During this fight, Alan knocks out this walrus man who is not great, but we can extract this ability, and I think we can give it to Alan. A few waves later, I'm still trying to figure out how to actually do that. Alan's armor takes quite a beating in this fight, but eventually he does finish the raiders off. As for reward, nothing crazy good here. I'm leaning towards the good armor, which could be any armor, or the animal drop, which I think could be another Gallatros maybe. Let's try that. I think that's more interesting. We'll see what type of animals we get here. 2 elemental things, which I think were bugged, so we don't get them. But we do get a Cibotherium, which has a market value of 1k. We got a grizzly bear and a boom rat. Overall, probably should have taken the armor. I finally decided what to do with the vampire we captured earlier. We're going to have him implant his gene into Doom Girl, killing him and making her a vampire. This is going to boost her melee and intellectual, but lower her social, which is why I didn't want to make Alan a vampire as he's our warden. Now that she's a vampire, I was thinking we could do unlimited gene tailoring pod operations on her, and she would not die from them, but come to find out that's not the case. Our Nephilim, who's supposed to not be able to die, does die in this operation, and it says they will regenerate, but they won't. If their name fully disappears below their body, that means they're full dead, so yeah, Fox has to resurrect them. Our other Nephilim's operation does go much better. Master Hacker would be good for trying to explore more vaults. Heat intolerance is not that bad. Invisibility though is just so good, I think. I'm pretty sure you can attack while invis. Unstable though, they get more psychic sense. Whoa, that's actually a positive. Okay, yeah, I'm taking that. Speaking of vaults and superpowers, we starved out yet another ancient in this vault. As for powers, she's better in melee, but she's also very flammable, like a vampire. As for her skills, she is nimble, so she gets more dodge. That would obviously be good for a melee. She's just a normal human though, and I don't know if we really need her skills. She does have subdermal armor, which gives her 80% sharp armor. We could yoink that out of her, and I wonder if we could yoink out her plasteel claws and give them to our Nephilims. We could yoink her armor with this operation, but I'm pretty sure you cannot yoink her claws because it's a superpower. It might be interesting to test the damage of the claws, so I guess we'll bring him back to base. Alan uses the UAC rocket launcher on this next raid, which is a lot of really high tier foxgirls. They do have rocket launchers of their own, but thankfully theirs do miss. And between Alan and this war queen we summoned in, we end up taking out about 2/3 of them. Alan's daybreak takes out quite a few more, and he's now got to fend off the rest of them by hand, and I can't say he didn't enjoy this. This girl goes down, and her traits are not anything special. Ah, crap. Okay, I'm glad that ability did not hit Alan. I tried to turn it off. There we go, I turned it off. We actually knocked this girl out somehow. We should strip her and then maybe first aid her, just in case she's really good. Down to blood loss. Oh, yeah. Because these guys all have pain stoppers. There is another girl up here that's really good. This girl, Tiger, is physically adept. So I believe we can make her a Duskbringer. And she does have blood loss severe at 60%. So she's going down right now. I just don't know how we get out there to capture her. I guess we could shadow step here and then deconstruct this wall really fast. Alan does have the void speed skin, so he could do it quick. Deconstruct that and then carry. Do that fast before they are aware of what you're doing. Carry her. I told you to do that. And the Galvatros is actually coming over to help out. This girl is not that good. Okay, I already checked her stats. You carrying her? Okay, yeah, he is. Very nice. Then just run back inside. I have to strip this girl as well for her. It's just a steel plate armor, never mind. Just get this girl inside. That's all I care about. And then the Galvatros is not in a good spot now. He needs to come back inside. First aid Tiger, and then arrest her. The Galvatros is getting lit up. You need to have him manually fire his weapon. Just need to get out there to help him. This thing was the one that had the pulse saw. I think that's what's doing all the damage. Can aim the Galvatros' weapon. He's getting lit up. Permanent injuries on the brain. For 50 damage, wow. A lot of damage. Aim like down here, I guess. We knocked another one out. This girl's not that good though. She does have excellent marine gloves. Might as well strip her for those. We'll also turn off the Galvatros' range attack and just have it melee. Person's about to blow. We need to get Alan out of there. Just get him into the melee range of these guys so they stop shooting at the Galvatros. And the Galvatros can melee those guys. We got a prison break going on, but it's only 2 people. Okay, whatever. Unless somebody had a jailbreak or mental break. Yeah, people have just been non-stop having mental breaks. Psycaster 3 was responsible for a lot of our mood buffs. Then when she ran wild, everything kind of fell apart. These people just refuse to go down. This girl has blood loss severe 53%. You can see she's bleeding at 1400, but she has no pain because these raiders do not experience pain. Galvatros is going to go down soon, I bet. It's at 67 pain. I think it goes down to 80%. There we go, Wolf Tamer finally goes down. She is not that good though, so we won't worry about capturing her, but do we strip her? And it's not that big of a deal, we just need to save the Galvatros. Galvatros goes down. It's okay though, there's just 2 raiders left. And then there was 1 raider left. And crap, can I blink out of that in time? Yes, I can, barely. And the Galvatros gets back up. It's gonna finish off the raider for us, or help us finish it off. And allow 10 random bionic prosthetics. Either that or the research boost. We gotta take the research boost though. And we got ghoul enhancements and hormonal implants. I believe those are both anomaly tech. Ghoul enhancements allows us to make these implants for Barry, but the only thing we're using him for is a prison warden, so we're just going to give him the ghoul plating to make him quite a bit tankier. The foxgirls all have death acidifiers, so they're really good gear. It disintegrates when we kill them. A lot of them still do have luciferium on their bodies though, and like I guess this was their leader who had 500 gold on her body. We strip all these foxgirls as well for quite a bit more stuff. Their guns are also on their body because I have a mod that makes it so you don't drop weapons when someone gets downed. I like that mod because when you're using persona weapons mainly, it gets really hard to keep track of whose persona weapon belongs to who if someone gets downed. And then down here we got a ton of foxgirls where Alan was firing his UAC rocket launcher. We haven't even stripped them all yet, and I'm seeing 80 luciferium on the ground. Never mind, make that 90. And this one actually had 1,000 silver on her. We did an operation on Doomgirl and it was successful. A psychic resistance makes her have 0 psychic sense, that's terrible. But then plasteel claws could make her a beast in melee. I was thinking the Doomgirl was going to be a range character, but if she needs to, she can do melee, I guess. She is going to be sick more often. That's not that bad though, I think. Never mind, I completely forgot about the fact that we turned her into a vampire and she's nimble, so she was going to be melee anyways. That is actually perfect for her potentially. She's a vampire with improved plasteel claws. And because she's a vampire, she is immune to becoming sick, so it turns out her weakness actually does nothing. Because these operations can kill people, and I did find out they can kill vampires as well, because the way the operation kills something is not the normal way that the game kills something. There's something with the code that makes it so vampires can die in these operations. We can only rely on Fox to resurrect one person every couple days, so we're going to throw one good person in the gene tailoring pods like the Nephilim, and a couple pretty useless people in, like Sylvanas was the V.O.I.D, who gets the more psychic sense, but other than that, they're not that good, and they're not even a psycaster yet, so if they did die to the operation, then that's okay. And then in here we got Columbanus, who does have that superpower to knock someone out, but the weakness is just terrible, so I'm trying to remove the weakness. There's a pretty low chance this works, but if they do die, then it's okay. We accepted this quest a while back, which didn't really have much option for reward. It was either 12 goodwill, 12 death rest capacity serums, and I believe your vampires can only use one, or maybe they do stack, I'm not sure. We'll test it later. I see those in traders all the time. This reward just seemed much more interesting, and we'll go into what this stuff actually does later. Those mechs are finally here, I believe. It says they were supposed to all be scythers, but they're not. We're going to summon the next raid early, which I don't like doing because we're getting closer to day 30, which is when Void can potentially raid us. I just feel like this could be kind of funny, and we don't really have a way to deal with 300 tribals, holy moly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to bring back Compressed Raider and just hope it works, or find some other solution, because yeah, I don't think 300 tribals can even fit in this area, right? I'm seeing a Nephilim down here. We're gonna hope that their body does not disintegrate, because yeah, they cannot die in this raid, even if they get knocked out. I'm seeing another one down here. Both of them have crappy traits, but yeah, that is the benefit of having more raiders, is there's more chance for better raiders versus if they're compressed. Their stats are increased, but when you do capture them and recruit them, their stats go back to just a normal raider. So it's really actually in the player's benefit to not have the raiders be compressed if you want to recruit more and better colonists. If you want your computer to be happy though, you probably should use Compressed Raider, and you probably should keep a cap on Winston Waves, which is at 25k threat points. I don't know how many this is, but I'm pretty sure this is more than 25k. When the Diabolus is aiming in the middle of this huge clump, this should be kind of cool. And oh yeah, boom, and it displaces them. Hope it doesn't knock him out of the map. I'm seeing another Nephilim over here. This person is a Wayfarer, which we could put on our caravan, which says boost caravan movement speed. Although we do already have a Wayfarer with our rabbit that we have not transformed yet back to a human. We're still in the process of trying to figure out how to do that. We got another Nephilim up here. She's okay, nothing special. And Nephilim do have a chance to spawn in tribal raids, and I believe it's medieval raids as well. That's kind of their boost they get for being so crappy. Is some of them are Nephilims, and essentially the guardian of their tribal colony. That's why they've been able to exist up to this point. That and the fact that they reproduce like rabbits, and there's just so many of them. The raiders do end up winning, and as they're heading towards our base, Alan is trying to thin them out with the UAC rocket launcher before they hit our base. Then meanwhile, in our main maze area, Hustler is going to try to get out of this explosion, and he does not. That's really bad. He's going to have the Wave of Hate debuff, and his mood's going to be horrible. And what sucks about that is, if you guys remember earlier, Hustler's superpower was the one that lowers their aiming time and range cooldown, but they can also make someone go berserk. And I didn't see the second part of this, or maybe the tooltip got changed or something, but it allows you to snap someone out of a mental break and this applies to a lot of mental breaks. Not all of them, like Run Wild, it does not allow you to snap out of that. And then catatonic as well. We have one person catatonic right now, Hideo, and we cannot snap out of that. But a lot of the other stuff, you can snap them out of it. And this ability only has a 1 hour cooldown. So my strat for the past like day or two, since I realized this was a thing, was I've been trying to keep Hussar in a really good mood. Like, we have them consume some magic dust. I just gave them their own bedroom as well, which is really nice, and they've not got that moodlet yet, but it's coming soon. They do have their sun dying as a negative moodlet for 26 days, but we can counter that with one of these abilities from our moral guide. It's this one, Counsel. You can basically counteract that moodlet completely. I guess it is based on a relationship, and it might not work. I'll just put text up if it did work or not when we do use it 12 hours from now. And already we mowed through quite a few of these guys. There's only 10 left. The strat we used for most of it was we just used this guy Fodder, who has 17 shooting, and he is a cleric, which doesn't really have the craziest abilities. Like, he can heal, he can sap someone, which gives him regen, he can dispel arcane weakness, I guess, which is pretty good. Alan actually has arcane weakness. Oh, and Slug Girl is going on a mental breakdown. She has corpse obsession. I was going to talk about her abilities. She's basically a shotgunner and she has some AoE, but we've not actually been using her. It's just been Alan and this dude Fodder, who temporarily joined us for the mechanoid quest. We got another mental breakdown. Horatia is going mental break. Who even is Horatia? Oh, there's a Hussar that we captured earlier from one of the Empire base, I believe. They're just good at fighting, but there's nothing like super special about them. Thankfully, Barry's in the case. We'll just have to kite him around until Calm is back up. And there we go, telepathy. Knocked him out of the mental break. Their toe did get destroyed by Barry though. He bit it off like Smeagol, I guess. Killing the final raider does not end the raid. I even tried finishing off the down ones and that does not help. So we're forced to wait 1.5 days until the wave just ends on its own. And there we go, baby. 8 random techs. And wow, we got Dark Archite Harvesting, which is a final tier anomaly tech, and Death Refusal. Death Refusal allows us to use a shard to resurrect someone. Whoa. And then Dark Archite Harvesting gives us access to this ritual. With this ritual, I guess we use 3 shards to try to harvest a Dark Archite gene out of someone, which I guess is really good because this ritual has a cooldown of 53 days. I've never seen a Dark Archite gene yet, but we'll keep our eyes peeled for it. The operation on the Evole Sylvanas failed. They now have a chemical burn scar, and they're essentially a vegetable. We could heal this with a healer mech serum, but I'm thinking instead we're just going to throw them into the Gene Ripper and take Psi Sensitive, and I believe we can give this to our Psycasters. The next person that we're going to do an operation on that we don't really care about is Lightning Hands, who's okay, like he can do research, and his superpower is not that great. I haven't actually tested it yet, but the range is not that long, it's only 40 yards, so he has to get in harm's way in order to use the ability, which is a bit sketchy. So we're going to try to add another superpower to him, which is lower chance this time because he already has a superpower. The operation to, I believe, remove this guy's weakness fails and he dies. They had that superpower to snap people out of mental breaks, but Fox's resurrectability is currently on cooldown, and I want to save it for this person anyways, the Nephilim, in case she dies. 100% pain resist could actually be good for Nephilim, but they cannot walk. Okay, that sucks. Heal other can heal someone, but they have heat intolerance. That's definitely better. Let's take that. And then Lightning Hands is done at pretty much the same time. Unstoppable again is not that good because they're not that good at fighting. Speed Burst gives them 4 times movement speed, and melee cooldown is halved. Whoa. They do get way less immunity gain speed though. I don't think they're ever really going to make use of Speed Burst, but we'll take it anyways, and we'll just hope they don't get sick. We finally hacked through the next vault, and inside there's an ancient that has a overshield superpower, which could be really good. It says it's an impenetrable shield that lasts for 30 seconds. The dude's weakness is also really easy to manage. Just keep him in a home area, and he is a Hussar. He is unfortunately a nudist, which is not ideal, but maybe we could just give him a really long-range sniper rifle or something. He also comes with a claw tail implant, which increases his stats. That's that little thing that's dangling off of him. Alan uses Daybreak on the next raid, and it does not kill a single one of these void creatures. And then a few hours prior, he called in a tier 3 mech threat, which conveniently lands right in the middle of these guys. Again, however, it does not kill a single one of these void creatures. It's going to be up to Alan and Doomgirl to solo 128 void creatures that have about 1300 HP on their torso. The mothers as well have about the same. I don't know why it says artificial torso. Oh, we're looking at a robot that's on the ground. The Wraith has 1360 HP on their torso, and I decided, because these things are so imbalanced, we're going to fight imbalance with imbalance, and Alan is going to be using the Sword of Darkness, which we did not destroy. I thought we'd save it for an occasion like this, and we're going to say that we can use the Sword of Darkness on anything Void related. It's kind of the way to counter out Void's imbalance, and the reason why I'm okay with doing that is because the mod is not balanced properly. If it was, it would only be sending you like 20 of these things. Their threat points are not assigned to high enough for what they are. We haven't even taken out one raider yet, and Doomgirl already gets hit in her right leg and her right foot for quite a bit of damage. She is bleeding, but she is a vampire, so she can't bleed out technically. Fodder actually can use a heal on her, but that does cost mana quite a bit as well. You can only use that ability 2 more times and he's out of mana. After quite a while, we've finally taken out one of these creatures. We just need to take out 127 more. The problem that we're going to run into is Alan's Shock Trooper armor is down to 46% durability. I'm pretty sure it started at like 60%. I just forgot to repair it. Or maybe it was even like 55. We really haven't been in the battle that long. Doomgirl's definitely started at 100. And she just got hit, and the armor did block the damage, but it took off 1% durability. Eventually, we're probably going to have to swap out Alan's armor, and I really don't know how we're going to do that. Maybe Doomgirl can tank while he swaps out his armor for something else. We still do have quite a bit more durability before we have to worry about that. And while we're on the topic of gear, Doomgirl is using one of these Persona Flame Blades. This one's pretty cool. It has a chance to drain someone's blood and give her a hemogen, which is perfect for a vampire. So far, Alan has gotten hit a couple times, like 10 damage on his left arm, I believe. Or the radius is different than the arm, but I think they're both kind of considered the arm. But the arm has taken some damage as well. I did just throw him into Wreath of Darkness mode, so he gets all these bonuses. Then he gets more dodge and lower incoming damage. And I think that injury should heal, so I'm not too worried about it. The main thing I'm worried about is mood. When Alan's carrying that weapon, he has way lower mood. Although we could give it over to Doomgirl, and she wouldn't mind using it because she has Zer's Corruption. She currently is hopped up on some magic dust. You can see her mood is barely holding up, and that magic dust is only going to last for 5 more hours. We've down 5, and Alan's armor is at 36%. Things are not looking too great, although we might have a plan here. So we're going to send out Hussar with the UAC rocket launcher, and he's just going to unload on these things. He has the Weapon Expert superpower, and actually I'm going to rename him to Weapon Expert, just so we can remember who's got that trait. And he also has Berserk. I don't know if he can use that on these guys to make them go berserk and turn on them. Oh yeah, he can. Very nice. So he can do that once every hour. Yeah, so that's 1 free unit down per hour, as long as his mood holds up. Unfortunately, there are a lot of bodies around here, so that will definitely affect his mood. But there are ways that we can boost his mood, like we can give him some drugs. And yeah, this is gonna be looking pretty good. The UAC rocket launcher is doing quite a bit of damage, and it's giving a lot of bleed effects on these things. This one's gonna bleed out in 15 hours, even though it only has done 200 damage to the torso, for example. Not even 50 damage to the head. Meanwhile, our Helixin Slug Girl is going into labor. It's kind of not the best time for that. Hideo is currently in catatonic breakdown. So our next best medic is Mermage with 12 medical, and the baby ended up dying. That's unfortunate. The rocket launcher guy was not in the best mood, so I sent him back inside and replaced him with the Galvatros. It is doing quite a bit of damage to these things. 130 with each of these hits. It doesn't have as much splash radius, but it is definitely helping out. A couple of these guys started beating on our walls, so we sent out Mermage to repair the walls. And Lightning Hands is in a mental breakdown. I should send them out here to try to throw some lightning on these guys. We just got a random Thrumbo wander in event, and the Galvatros pisses it off. So the Thrumbos are now going to be fighting these Void people, I believe. We did also snap out Lightning Hands out of their mental break, so we're going to have them use Summon Lightning for the first time. I don't really know if it did that much damage. I'm not sure how much more we want to use the UAC rocket launcher, because I don't want to blow up the Thrumbo bodies. I want to butcher them. There's one Thrumbo right here. I think we'll probably stop using our explosives now. And the Galvatros might be going inside pretty soon. Meanwhile, in our maze area, Spell Thief uses Tease, which is another ability that can make enemies go berserk. We probably didn't even need Doomgirl to distract while Alan puts on a new set of armor and grabs a quick bite to eat. He's out there tanking for a full day and a half when we finally get the reward, and we take the normal research boost. One of these techs is an anomaly tech from a mod. It allows us to make an implant which can resurrect a user if they kill enough with it. I'm not sure if we'll ever make it though, because we now have 2 chronomancers that can resurrect people with some cloth we bought from a trader and magicite we randomly get from mining. We can make torn scripts that a chronomancer can write their knowledge into. We next have someone that's magically gifted read that script to become a chronomancer, and this person was a Nephilim that got the heal others superpower, and Nephilims also have the heal ability, so healer is going to be a great support. While the creatures are distracted, I've been having Alan first aid them outside, which he can do really quickly because of his Void speed skin. He manages to get the 0.4% chance to bond on 2 of these things, and that may have seemed really lucky, but they have a ton of injuries. A few hours later, a trader shows up, and one of the spiders gets back up and basically ends up 2-shotting Hideo Kojima as he's trying to do a trade. Another creature gets up right in the middle of the caravan, which results in absolute chaos. 2 of the Muffalo attempt to flee towards the other creature, and that's a bad idea for them yet again as they get sprayed down with friendly fire. Literally. A third Muffalo ends up going down to blood loss before it can make it off the map, and I think it's because of the no weapon drop mod. They actually don't drop their goods. Among the loot was a ton of food and components, 35 maxi cola, which is super expensive to make, and 4 really high tier helmets. Plus there's a bunch of stuff we can sell to a trader, so yeah, that was some really nice free profit. The next raid is from the Doom faction, but it's a siege wave, so they're all very clumped up for a bit of an enlightenment. Because it's a siege, they get sent a whopping 269 packaged survival meals. We called in a Diabolist threat, which holds the line pretty well against the rest of these guys, and Alan's able to shoot them from behind with the UAC rocket launcher. We captured one of the Doom Raiders and bandaged them up, and the remaining 3 Raiders try to take down Alan. One of them uses some type of explosive which kills the Doom Raider we just knocked out, but that explosive ends up somehow knocking out 2 Doom Girls right on top of each other, who were then able to capture. And now it's just Alan and 1 Doom Raider left. We get another pretty lame reward. I just take the good armor drop. We get this Scout Power Armor Helmet, which increases accuracy, but increases aiming time. I don't think that's something you really want to use. Then we also get this Cataphract Helmet, which is quite tanky. Then a Flak Jacket. We're up to 28 development points, which is the perfect cost for a really good meme, Nomad. And this one's really cool because it allows you to have permanent bases on Despised, which is a negative. It's going to make our farming yield less. We get more from gathering, which we're never gathering. So this is the negative. But travel is now going to be desired, and people get a 30 bonus moodlet if they enter the world map every 5 days. And we also get more tame and train animal chance, so we can train up our spiders better. We zoom out and look at the layout of our base, which I haven't done in a while. Got some more modifications, like we've got a maze area up here that we've had Doom Guy mine out. With his Doom implants, he has insane mining speed, plus his weapon also gives him 50% more mining speed. If we want to send people out to get that buff, they have to go through a lot of water, and it takes them quite a while to get outside. A while ago though, we did end up making the Choppa, which is a helicopter we were able to make off of this tech. It was really expensive. It took a ton of steel and components. We can load up to 4 people into the helicopter at once, and this thing does take quite a while to take off. And we're going to send it over to this EMI Dynamo, which is currently disabling all our electronics. And never mind, the helicopter disappeared, and I forgot to say before heading over there, so I just lost like 15 minutes of progress. Okay, we're going to try this again, and we're going to tell the helicopter to land at the edge of the map. I've noticed it can bug out sometimes if you try to choose where to land. And already it worked this time. I did change pilots, and Doom Girl's not the pilot, so maybe that helped. We've got Fox and Mermage who are not going to fight. They're just going to get back into Dechapa. But then we got our weapon expert Hussar, who has the UAC rocket launcher. I just want to get this done as quickly as I could. We're going to have him just hopefully annihilate these dudes quick. I have no idea how Columbanus did not get hit there, by the way. It exploded right on his face, it looked like, but he took no damage. I'm not sure what that was all about. And Doom Girl is going to be able to mop these guys up. They're super trash. This fight's pretty lame. None of them are casters, so I just have Doom Girl charge at these guys, and she's easily able to mop them up. As for this quest, we just have to destroy this EMI Dynamo, which is going to blow up. Hopefully everyone can get out in time. Oh, it's just an EMP. Okay, that's fine. Get some loot from that, mainly the mechanoid components. complete the quest. We get power back at the base, and we get the 30 bonus moodlet for 5 days. But most importantly, we get 3 animal side trainers, and Slug Girl's up to 17 animals with just 1. Her global learning rate is insane with Emotep's wisdom. She gets 200%, and then she gets 150% more from burning passion in animals. And with just 2 side trainers, she's up to 20 animals, so she can start training up our giant spiders, which are named Giant, I guess. And this one actually already can do guard, which is the main thing. We can have it guard Alan, who he's bonded to, and then follow Alan when he's drafted. As I'm leaving the map tile, someone got some really good superpowers. I don't know who this is. They can either resurrect after 3 days, which may be able to save them from the gene tailoring pod. If that is the case, that would be really good. I'm not sure what their weakness means though. Nullifies thought, execute prisoner, and it says they will instantly kill all prisoners. So I'm guessing they'll just run to our prisoners and start executing them. This one is insane for melee though. They get 2 times melee DPS, and they get way more carrying capacity. I'm pretty sure the person in the gene tailoring pod is Nephilim, and they cannot die from illnesses as far as I know. So the weakness does nothing for them. Let's just make them a better melee person. I called in a Diabolist for wave 31, and it does surprisingly bad against these tribals. It turns out this wave has a modifier that gives them all a full set of bionics, so their stats are vastly increased. As we're finishing off the rest of these tribals, we get a random black hive event, and we send everyone inside and let the insects finish off the rest of the tribals for us. And just a small note, I did try capturing a few of them because, you know, they have full sets of bionics, but if you try to capture them, Winston Waves kills them. So yeah, no prisoners with this wave. I sent Alan out to finish the rest of these guys off, and we do get a skill boost. Oh yeah, we gotta take that. That's gonna apply to all these guys, not these guys on the caravan. And it definitely does not apply to our prisoners, like Nona still has 1 construction. But we did just imprison Doom Guy to try to convert him over to our ideoligion. And since he is technically a part of our faction, I think he got it. So I'm pretty sure he was not at 13 mining before. And psycaster 2 we just imprisoned as well. I think she got it. And then healer as well. We're trying to convert healer, and I think healer got it as well. We're exploring another sealed vault, and as you can see, this girl doesn't have great stats, but she does have weapon expert, which lowers aiming time and range cooldown. The only problem is she only has 2 shooting, so I don't know how good that is on her. She also has bulletproof skin. All sharp damage dealt to her changes to blunt damage. I guess she'll never bleed out because blunt damage I don't believe can cause bleeds unless it rips off a limb. She also has this trait which I think basically just makes her a psychopath, which really isn't that bad, and some would argue a lot of this stuff is actually good. Then she's sickly, she'll become ill pretty often. There are probably ways we can get around the fact that she only has 2 shooting with no passion for it. She only learns at 35% rate too, that kind of sucks. But if we get skill boost, for example, we can boost that up, and she will boost it up over time if she's always shooting. So yeah, we'll save her. Got to her just in time as well. She's up to 93% malnutrition. Our invisible Nephilim, who is not good at ranged, gets the weapon expert superpower, and they cannot walk. So I think that's a bad trade-off. And fireball actually could be pretty good. We need a way to ignite our maze area. We could just make a flamethrower, but this weakness actually might really suck. We might not be able to force them to do combat. I'm not sure. Because they can go invisible, I think we want them to be a melee fighter anyways, so yeah, we'll just give them the fireball superpower. Our next operation's almost done on this hustler that has the overshield superpower and the weakness that's not hard to manage at all. They were the nudist shooter, and wow, they got weapon expert. That's insane. They got this thing, which I haven't tested this out yet. We're definitely take that over speed burst. Yeah, that thing sucks. They now have weapon expert and overshield. What an insane combo. We finally completed this quest, and we get 3 of these Arcolite pods, and we're going to spawn 3 Arcocats, and we're going to hope that we get a male and a female off of this. Let's see, we got a female, and male. Very nice, so they can breed. And what's really cool about these cats is they have an insane nuzzle interval of 2 hours, meaning they can nuzzle someone every 2 hours, I believe. Normal cats cannot nuzzle that often. They also reproduce every 24 days, I guess, and they have a litter size of 1 to 4. So we could breed these, and they have a market value of 720. So we can make quite a nice profit for breeding these, or we could just let them nuzzle people around the base. And their nuzzle apparently scales with psychic sensitivity, which gives people an 8 bonus mood if they're near them, I guess. That bonus moodlet does scale with Psychic Sense because Alan gets a 15 bonus moodlet from Psychic Purr. And then since Alan's mood is topped off, he's giving everyone nearby a massive bonus moodlet. Before the next raid, we called in a tier 4 mech threat, which costed quite a few materials. And again, the device does break after using it. That mech has the ability to call in an orbital bombardment, and it's going to clear out this other giant mech that spawned in from a quest. That quest was another one of these Metal Gear Solid meme quests, and the reward is Snake, another pretty solid tough guy. To help the mechanoid with this raid, we're going to install an Antigrain warhead into a trap. We picked this thing up a while ago and we've just been holding onto it. In hindsight, this probably was not the best spot for it, because after Alan shadow steps back inside and calls in the next raid, you can see the explosion of the warhead is not centered too well on the raiders. A lot of them do not get hit by it. Infernus is landing up a shot right in the middle of these guys, but I don't think it's going to make it. It took forever for it to line that shot up. I'm going to have Alan try to get in here and use it as a distraction. We can daybreak right in the middle of them. Marcellus, I think, teleported on top of the Infernus as well. I don't think that thing's going to be able to get the shot off. Really don't, but I think Alan could get the daybreak off. Let's see if we can pull this off now. Daybreak. Here, can we? Yeah. I think we can actually level up daybreak. Let's do 1 point in Holy Vengeance. Oh yeah. Infernus can't get the shot off. Alan will. Oh yeah, baby. Now run, Alan. These guys have some nasty weapons that I don't even know if Alan could handle. Blink out of there. Oh yeah, I'm seeing big damage. Oh, that one hit right in the middle. Was that 30 kills on a couple beams? I've noticed the counter has a bit of delay. We still have to take out quite a few more of these guys. Is that what, 20 Doom guys left? Or is that closer to 30? It's closer to 30. And some of these things are really imbalanced. I'm looking over and I'm seeing Gauss Cannon's pretty imbalanced. Chainsaws are really good. Then there's like the BFG, which can evaporate people basically. And that thing has a really long warm-up. We just gotta keep an eye out for it. And we do have a bit of a breach here, so that's not good. Our spider hopefully can take out the breach, and then Overshield is the guy that is a weapon expert. Whoa. They just did friendly fire there. And our Overshield guy got one-shotted. It's okay, we can res him. But yeah, the Doom weapons are just really imbalanced in terms of their power. I think they just completely penetrate armor or something. Because that dude, I'm pretty sure had a helmet. Yeah, he had a really good helmet. These guys do as well. But I have a mod that makes it so the helmets only show if they're outside in unroofed areas. This is considered roofed. Alan, hold this side, I guess. And then Galatros should be able to fire in here. It's range attack. Yeah, that just killed two of them, or one of them. Let's get Doomgirl over here to help out. I think the Galatros and the spider should be able to hold this side. And yeah, I did have to save scum this. I tried fighting it just the normal way without using the Antigrain warhead, and it was not possible. We had to use the Antigrain warhead, which does suck because I don't know how to get another one. I think we might be able to call in traders to get more. When that weapon is insane, you can see Alan just took a bunch of damage. Well, okay, not that much actually. His HP went down to like half, but that's if he was a normal person, which he is not. He has way more HP. The Galatros should continue firing over here. And then while these guys are stunned, there's another explosion. That's it though. Get these guys in here and maybe pull the spider back. Don't follow the master while drafted. Should pull back. You guys can help these dudes out over here. I think a Doom person got knocked out. I stopped firing. Or keep firing? I don't know. Maybe just chill. Dude Maxim gets knocked out. He's got 3 hours left. Wait, stop force attack. Don't kill him. We want to capture him for sure. He's got a lot of stats. 18 shooting, 16 melee. His right arm did get torn off, but the rest of his Doom implants are still intact. Who's shooting the big damage weapon over here? Let's get Alan to lock this guy down. Pretty sure that thing just did like 300 damage. Yeah, I think that's what just happened. Let's have Doomgirl arrest this dude, and then she can instantly tend his injuries with Coagulate. It won't heal the injuries, but it will give them a nice tend. Maximus is down over here. 1 hour left on Maximus. Definitely want to capture him. And Clolia has 1 hour as well, so we gotta hurry. Coagulate this dude. It's tended, okay. We got some big boy firepower coming in. What was that? This thing is the scary weapon, the vortex rifle, yeah. That thing hurts really bad. The shadow step is not up yet. So just chill for a second. We can get Doom Girl in here. A little bit. Actually, someone's about to blow, so let's have Doom Girl chill. And now Alan can jump up and disrupt this guy. Assuming these guys just have chainsaws. Yeah, both of them have chainsaws, okay. So maybe let them get by, or shadow step here. And then start beating on this dude. Then we can have Doom Girl help out as well. We got stunned, that sucks. Her mood's gonna be going down to 0 actually in a bit. Still a while for that. And how are our animals holding up? They are coming in clutch here on this fight. We should have more people ready to fight, but I just did not. And we need to get some out here to resurrect Overshield, by the way. Fox, are you up? Chrono Fox, yeah. Get out here. And Doom Girl can come out here and help out too. You can have her just long jump over these guys. She goes here, I think she can long jump to get to Alan. Yes. She can actually arrest this dude and then tend them up. Oh man, dude, this fight. Whoa, we just killed that person after landing, and then we can arrest and tend. Hopefully before that person blows up. Coagulate. And then jump. Just 2 wounds tended. That was just a couple nasty wounds. And she actually gets out. Yo, that's sick. And she can tend Clolia. He's gonna die in 0.3 hours. So we can coagulate them and they're not gonna get back up. Sometimes when you tend people's injuries, they'll just get back up instantly. But no, this person has 95% blood loss. Is this person gonna use a AoE weapon though? Maybe. Get Doom Girl out of there. Just because this dude could hit Quelia with friendly fire. What's Alan doing on HP? Urso's ripped up pretty good, down to 76. And it does seem like Alan's like super imbalanced right now, but I assure you, a few hits from those hellshot rifles and he's dead. I would say like 3 hits to the torso and that's it for him. I think the Void Raiders do have some similar firepower. We knocked out Cicero. Wow. Another dude we're gonna arrest. It's looking really good as far as the amount of people we're gonna be able to capture. We kill this dude. Very nice. The Doom Girl and our spider's gonna double team that dude. That's pretty much it for this fight. We knocked out Aquilina. I didn't even see that person. They all have pretty much the same stats. Like they're high combat and they're tough. So yeah. Everyone that has a name involving Doom, like Doompire, the vampire, Doom person, they're all gonna have tough and high shooting and melee. I got Chrono Fox out to resurrect Overshield, and thankfully she was able to do it in time. The talent says you have about 2 hours game time to do it. I feel like we took longer than 2 hours, but it did work out, so we're happy about that. Near the entrance to the base where we called in the daybreak and the Antigrain warhead went off, there's 3 more Doom people that are knocked out. Again, similar stats. This person actually has 19 shooting and 19 melee, holy cow. And then 13 shooting on this person. And we got over here just in time. Cassia got back up on their own. They were about to leave the map. We're going to send out an elite squad using a helicopter to get more deserter quests done. Starting with this one, there's a lot of Empire people. Triple rocket launcher on this dude, holy moly. And they're a psycaster. We need to get some line of sight here. Gauss rifle on this person. The only thing I'm actually really worried about is the triple rocket launcher. We just got a random notification that says the sky is dimming. I'm not sure what that's all about. But yeah, we got a Doom squad over here. Sadistic Rage. Someone's gonna vent their anger on the prisoners. That's fine. I'm not too worried about it. I don't think they'll kill the prisoner. I think they'll just be mad at them. And that person is someone that's just staying with us for a while for a quest. So I'm not too worried about what happens to them anyways. They're gonna be venting their rage on a Doom person, which isn't going to work out for them too well, I think. What the heck? I didn't see this person. They just have an assault rifle, though. Everyone focus this dude. And we have some decent weapons here. It's hard to go over what we got too much because we got to focus down the triple rocket launcher guy. I'm not sure we should have brought guns here. We have a new encounter. What is that all about? Our caravan probably got ambushed. Oh, there's a sealed vault. Okay. Whatever. Blade focus on Doom guy. And then take out your melee weapon. This is really brutal, actually. I thought this was going to be much easier. I thought I'd be able to just take them out one by one as they, you know, come at us. Okay, Doom guy, focus that person with your blade focus ability. And we are all tough, so there's that. But geez, we're not killing anyone. Holy moly. We need to bring Alan over here. It's just, I did a restriction where Alan can't leave the map. We still got a bunch of melee dudes over here. We gotta take out the guys with the plasma swords. Doomfire need to focus up here. Their health is not that good. We're killing a few dudes. We could fight this way better, like if we had a better choke point. We got in here, for example, it'd be better. Man, her gear's getting ripped up. We killed enough so they'll flee, but they won't flee. Her gear's at 17%. Oh, that's not good. 12%. We need to get her out of there. Really don't want to lose that armor. Can you get out there, dude? It's 6.3%. Holy cow. I'm just gonna send her into the helicopter, I think. This is not well played at all. On her armor's gone, right? At 5.7. Did it just heal itself? What's going on? Oh, Doom guy needs to charge, by the way. Use speed boost. There you go. We did knock out someone. They are a druid, which does have healing abilities. Should bring them back to base. They do have a title as well. And Hadriana also gets knocked out. They are a hussar. That's kind of crazy. It's really hard to knock out a hussar. For completing the quest, we get 30 intel, plus we got a L-Tech staff and a tech print that we can research. The darkness sets in, and anything that's not in a lit area gets attacked every so often. Apparently we have to destroy these noctoliths, and that will lift the darkness. And after attacking one of them a few times, a bunch of these noctils spawn in. Yeah, so I looked around the base. There was none that spawned inside of our base. There are some that are inside these walls over here, but that's completely fine. This dude just he came out of the darkness. I was not expecting that. We did manage to knock out a couple of these things, so we will be able to study them for our research. We knocked out one. I swear there was another one knocked out over here. Oh, yeah, this one over here is knocked out. It's got 10 hours, so we should be able to get over here and capture it. We ended up capturing two, and pretty much immediately after we did, one of our Doom Girls has an Entity Slayer mental break and kills a Gore Hulk that we've been studying. And that's happened quite a few times, so we only have one Sight Sealer and one more Gore Hulk that we've been studying, which is part of the reason why it's been so hard to research anomaly tech. Sometimes when we get that mental break, I've been lucky enough to have a weapon expert who is sleeping in this room with their calm ability. They are ready to intercept whoever has that mental break, but that time Doomgirl was just too quick. We did end up capturing two Noctils, and we just knocked out three more. They're knocked out on top of each other, and it turns out we're gonna have to spawn in one more wave of these things, because that event called in three of those pillars that we have to destroy. And we should probably move, because I'm pretty sure we just killed one that was knocked out. We managed to kill another one, I think. Okay, wait, capture it, and then have the Galatros just hold this line, I guess. I put an area right here, and I'm having the Galatros just hold this position. While we're on the topic of mental breakdowns, we had another one of the worst ones, Doom Phaser, who I renamed to Doom Phaser because they have a really cool superpower that allows them to walk through walls, and we'll check that out later. They had a Slaughter mental break, and they were going to go try to kill one of our giant spiders or our Galatros. Thankfully, there was someone in the way, and we were able to arrest them in time. Like a couple hours later, one of the people that we're supposed to guard for a quest has a Slaughter mental break and kills one of our Arco Kittens. You can't arrest these guys or you fail the quest, so we just have to watch and let them do it. Our Chronomancer can try to resurrect it, and that does work, but she's now going to be out for like a day or so, which sucks. We'll just hope our gene tailoring pod operations don't fail. And that's another one of our guests, BB. She came with that name, and it's a very appropriate name, I would say. We did some damage to the third pillar, so we have the final wave of Noctils coming. And we're going to capture the first one with Doom Phaser. So you can see that she's actually able to completely ignore pathing. And she's going not the most ideal route, because she's walking right through the Noctals. And one does end up hitting her, but she is able to make it past them. She is not able to make it back inside her base though, and gets stuck in the wall. So we now have to wait for an in-game hour for that ability to come back up again. Doomphaser unfazed herself, and I had her start beating on the Noctilith with her rocket launcher. And I guess it spawned in another Noctil attack, which is perfect because we have to summon the next raid now. This might actually end up destroying itself. I don't know what the heck is going on. And okay, 162 out of 194 down. With these mech waves, they have inquisitors that have flamethrowers, but if you destroy them, they blow up. And yeah, this is gonna be a really easy wave. You may notice this is wave 32, and we did just beat wave 32, but that wave bugged out because there was some type of error introduced with the last Winston Waves patch. So I had to reset the wave, and we did not get a reward for the last wave. I did the math on it, and I think I summoned the wave at the perfect time. I gave us exactly 3.5 days from the start of the last raid, 1.5 to defeat the wave like we normally get, and then the 2 between the waves. It looks like we're not going to have to do any fighting in wave 32. We got another mech raid from some quest. I don't know what happened to all these mechs. They're blinking red as if they got stunned from something. I think the blinking red means the War Queen can resurrect them. Just 2 of the mechs made it to our base. We're about to finish off this night, so we get a reward, which is hopefully going to be pretty good. There's a 5% chance it's legendary, and again, that chance is increasing as the wave number increases. It looks like they fixed the bug where you were always getting 4 rewards, and they added a bunch of new rewards. Mechanoids drop is interesting. 5 random subcores, a random mech chip, mech booster. I would say the Mechanitor drop. The subcores are random, so they could be like the really high tier ones. We can see what they are. There's a couple Noctils knocked out, which we actually can capture. We built a few more containment pods for them. Mech booster is this thing, which makes mechs work faster. But I think we can build that, so I don't think we care too much about it. We got 2 basic subcores, 2 standard ones, and a persona subcore, which has a value of 2k. Okay, that right there I think was worth it. The mechs were preparing for a while before they attack, and now they actually are attacking. Our weapon expert is trying to get a few shots off between their shields. We did connect 2 really good rockets. I think that's about as good as we could have hoped. Their shields are going to absorb any rocket shots that we do. Wait, it does make it through. Can we just shoot rockets into that? No, that one didn't. That one got intercepted as well. For the next 1.5 days, Alan kited the mechs around. We dragged them through our maze area, and then Alan blinks outside, and then drags them outside, and then blinks back into the maze, and kind of rinse and repeats that process for a full 1.5 days. I then called in the next raid a couple hours early, and while I was trying to have Weapon Expert use their calm ability on this prisoner, something happened to the raiders, and okay, I think we can kind of get a good idea on what happened. They're using rocket launchers, which as you can see are doing plenty of friendly fire, and I'm guessing they planted a rocket launcher right in the middle of themselves, because half of them are gone. I'm not sure if fighting these guys near our maze area is the best idea, because as you can see, these raiders just don't seem to run out of rocket launchers. I think with EOS combat, even like the more high tier rocket launchers have quite a few shots in them. And for some reason the game thinks that we beat the raid, and we just called them in pretty recently. I don't know what that's all about. We'll definitely take the resource drop though. 20 advanced components is a ton, and we're completely out of wood. That stuff is gonna drop inside of our walls. Okay, phew. Thought for a second maybe it was going to, whoa. It's dropping inside of our little scanning room. We have a ground penetrating scanner, which did find some copper over here. Then we also got a long range mineral scanner that we've been trying to find plasteel at. Once we find the plasteel, we send out our helicopter with mainly Doom Mole, who has 13 mining. They're the Doom Dirt Mole, and Vamp Girl, who does have 12 mining, and they both have the Doom implants, so they're getting quite a bit of extra yield, I believe, from this. They are both getting 40 plasteel per node, and they have the same mining yield, which is odd, because they have different mining skill. Doomul is stoned on Smoke Leaf, so his stats are lowered. That's why he's getting a little bit less mining yield. So it turns out the cap on mining yield in vanilla is 125%. I didn't know this because in the past I was using this unlimited mod, which removes the cap, but it turns out that's not compatible with 1.5. This unlimited reborn mod is compatible, and then someone in that mod comment section recommended this mod, which uncaps skills so you can level them up past 20, and we're going to try that mod out. Either way, it's still a ton of plasteel, 360, and we're not even done yet. I'm cleaning up the base a little bit with people that aren't super useful. Shadow of V.O.I.D actually is useful, so we're not going to dump them. This person has a claw power, but other than that, they're not super good. Then we got like 4 shooting down here, and then there's some Doom people here, so I'm gonna be very careful as to not dump the Doom people. Candace was a mermaid that randomly joined us. Miner's been with us for a while. They have pretty good stats overall. We can actually check their stats. Like, it's pretty decent, but other than that, they're just a normal human. And I guess they have Arctic fur, which is not helping them. I don't remember why they have that, but yeah, we're gonna dump them. And then Researcher Bot actually has a lot of research, 17 intellectual, industrious, but other than that, they have a bad back too. So yeah, we're actually gonna dump them as well. We're doing that with a slave ship that I called in. RimDeed's bugging out, so they don't have any money right now, and they don't have anyone that we can hire. So yeah, we had to call in a slave ship. These guys have a really interesting implant. This psychic manipulator gives manipulation that scales with psychic sends. That could be really good for Alan. Healing enhancer could be really good for someone too. Increases their healing rate. Might as well just pick that up for 1k. And then the cleansing kidney. It's a more efficient kidney. It's not that good though. And these guys actually will buy some random guns that we have lying around. The ones that are really low durability have basically no value. But then, whoa, all these bows. Yeah, we don't need the bows. I think they're just chilling in our stockpile. And so we're about to clean up a lot of space by dumping off these weapons. They are in weapon lockers, so it's not, you know, logging up the base too bad. We will sell them everything they will buy. And then I accidentally called in another slave ship, so we're just going to sell them everything they will buy as well. And yeah, we'll actually call in some combat suppliers, and we'll just dump off all these weapons to them. This combat supplier did not have any cool weapons or anything. I guess that's most of our good melee weapons, but then we still have a bunch of ranged weapons. This next combat supplier has a really interesting weapon. The Supernova 7K has a 1950 fire rate, which is insane. And then the cooldown and the aiming time is not that long. It's got no range though, so it's like basically a melee weapon, but the damage in the armor pen combined with the fire rate could just make it a super good short range weapon. I think we'll pick it up actually. I was gonna try to craft our own because we can research the tech to be able to craft it, I believe, but we do have enough money. Although I'm kind of saving for something, so maybe we shouldn't buy it just yet. Let's try to craft it. I think it's a really cool goal that we could move towards, because I'm kind of researching random stuff right now that doesn't matter too much. And there's a light powered armor, which lowers range cooldown from this mod. This mod has actually been showing me some really cool stuff. I think we'll definitely pick up that armor. That could be good for our rocket launcher dude, actually. To lower the cooldown on the rocket launcher. Another combat supplier is going to give us 3k more silver, and then this one's going to give us 3k as well. The next raid has been here for quite a while. 129 of them died to mechs that we continued kiting around the map. The mechs are almost done for, but there's a trader being sent by the Ranger faction, our one ally, and their muffaloes are probably going to flee. You can see if they have any good stuff on them, some advanced components. I mean, there's not really much we can do here. So, yeah, I guess it's kind of pointless to look over their stuff. Some more advanced components on this one. The timing on this is very interesting because the ground started cracking up in this area, and I believe some type of anomaly event is about to spawn. You got some nice AoE going down on these traders. I think if a couple more of them get killed, then they're just gonna flee. I'm surprised the Muffalo haven't fled yet. Here comes the event. Pit gate opened. We can explore the pit gate, and we can find interesting items. And out from the pit gate comes flesh beasts. I believe this event does scale off our wealth, and we can check our map's wealth really quick. It is up to almost 1 million. So you can imagine there's going to be a lot of these things. Winston Waves is up to 40,000 threat points as well. So there are 400 tribals on our map. And ever since they showed up, the game has been pretty much unplayable. It's been this level of lag that you're seeing right now, which is pretty brutal. I'm really considering trying to reinstall that compressor raider mod. I'm seeing they kind of stopped coming. That was not as many of these things as I thought it was going to be. As for the chaos in here, I'm seeing a couple down Muffalo. This one's downed. And we'll get some bionic fingers and some other stuff that we can sell, I guess. This Muffalo's down as well. Got some random trash. On this Muffalo, there's 3 shock trooper armors, which lower melee cooldown and increase melee damage. I would really like to get those for our melee guys. the game did the thing again where we get the reward even though we haven't completely cleared out the raiders. We'll definitely take delay next wave. It has been, I don't know how long since we've seen that reward. The Muffalo in question does end up getting killed, so we get all the nice stuff. We're going to use a couple of those shock trooper armors to do some deserter quests, starting with this one. This person's a Reaper. Ooh, that's a nasty class. 21 melee on them. Whoa. Necromancer. They could raise our allies, but not too worried about undead. And already. Doomole, use your speed boost and blade focus. Oops. Didn't use both. Speed boost. There you go. Then Vamp Girl just charge. Doom regen. All you guys see their superpowers. They got regenerating limbs and plasteel claws. And then Overshield is the one that has the Overshield ability. They can just use that on themselves, and that makes them invulnerable, I think, for 30 seconds. So that's pretty cool. And then they have a UAC chain gun, which I thought was pretty good for the Doom Squad to be using a UAC weapon, I guess. I think it's not very accurate, but they are firing into someone that has cover, to be fair. Let's try to get this dude over here to take out the anti-material rifle guy. He is using double attack speed, plus the chainsaw, which is pretty nasty. And that thing is just cutting people up, literally. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Then yeah, Doom Regen is going to be like kind of our tank now, because I think they're technically immortal. Like even if they lose their head, it might grow back. I'm not sure. Oh, we knocked out Hortensia, which is pretty good. They do have cataphract armor, and we are missing armor right now. As for their stats, they are a genie. We don't care too much about it. They do have an armor skin gland. What the heck? Whoa, we could get that for Vamp Girl. We couldn't bring Hortensia back to base because the helicopter is full, but we were able to extract the armor skin gland using herbal medicine. Plus we managed to get their bionic ear, which is a more efficient ear, so we give for like Alan to increase his wardening. We went on to do some more deserter quests to farm some more intel. This place was pretty easy because we had good cover. This fight, not so much. We not only did not have great cover, but I believe this was a 3-star quest, so we did get extra development points and the big mood buff for completing a dangerous quest. A couple people did lose some limbs, but we can make bionics now, so it's not that big of a deal. Earlier we made quite a bit of cash. We're up to 28k silver, and we sent a caravan with even more weapons. A lot of crap that was dropped by the tribals, and some other crap that was just lying around the map that we went out to grab. I think we're just going to sell even like the rocket launchers. We don't care too much about the normal ones. We can make UAC rocket launchers, and that right there is going to be 14k silver. We're just going to keep selling though until we've pretty much sold all of our weapons, and that's 32k silver on top of our 28k. Whoa. With that silver we could buy a bunch of these ultra boost implants, which are really good. 35% more global work speed, melee armor pen, and 35% to a bunch of really nice stats. They're 19k a pop though, so we could buy 3 of them. Plus we could actually sell some more stuff, and we won't be able to buy 4. As we're doing that transaction, the game crashed, and then I tried to do it again, and the game crashed again. I did a little troubleshooting, and it turns out at that moment we were throwing this Nephilim Raider into a bio battery bank, which essentially drains their essence and turns it into power for us. That crashed the game, so either A, don't put Nephilims in bio battery banks, or B, don't put Nephilims from Winston Waves bionic waves into bio battery banks. I tried putting another Nephilim Raider in there, and that time it did work. I was thinking maybe they could res and we could use them for unlimited power, but I think the bio battery is going to just eat them up the same as they would a normal human. We only ended up buying 3 implants, and we used the rest of our money to call in a exotic goods trader. We bought their elephant mutasyringe, which can give someone elephant DNA. I think that might be pretty beastly. Then we used the rest of our cash on unrefined magicite. That brought us up to around 3k unrefined magicite. We've been just getting a ton of this from mining, and we already used 500 of it to make torn scripts at our scribing table. Alan then wrote into this script and made 2 Duskbringer tomes, and we can use those to turn 2 people into Duskbringers, assuming they are physically adept. And if they're not, we can make these Gem of Physical Insights, which are pretty expensive. They're 400 unrefined magicite a pop. We'll use the first one on Doomole, who does get more melee damage with his Dirt Mole race. We had him use that, and he's now physically adept. And then we'll have him read the tome to turn him into a Duskbringer. And voila, Doomole is now a Duskbringer, and has the Wreath of Darkness ability, which lowers his incoming damage and gives him all those stats, on top of the fact that he is tough. So the dude is going to be an absolute beast. With 1500 more unrefined magicite, about 2k if you consider this gem that we're about to make, I'm thinking we could turn like 3 more people into Duskbringers. The next person we're going to turn into a Duskbringer is definitely Vamp Girl. She is going to be completely beastly with that trait. 15 dodge on top of the Duskbringer gives her 10 when she is in Wreath of Darkness. When Aura of Light is activated, she gets more consciousness. We can't actually see her stats right now because she's under the effect of anesthesia. We did just do some operations on her, and we gave her a hyper implant as well, and that's the small one. The ultra boost implant was the big one we just bought. We gave her that as well, and that's going to help her research speed. And she does have 22 intellectual, and I want to boost her manipulation so she's really good at research, so we can start researching more of the basic tech. I'm using a mod, so the tech screen looks a bit weird, but essentially I'm trying to go through every single tech, which is crazy because there's so much tech with mods. Like, we still haven't gone through any of the evolved organs techs, really. That's going to take a while. And then if we go down more, there's still all these techs that I believe need tech prints for. And then way down here, we got all the anomaly tech, which is what we're trying to get from the random research rewards. Then down here, you can see we actually did some pretty good progress on a lot of these techs. Anything that's got a 0 next to it means we have finished it. And so we finished all those, finished all these as well. This goes way further down, or I guess not that far. But yeah, down here we got some more stuff from Save Our Ship 2. We haven't done any of that tech. And then if we go way over here, we got more Save Our Ship 2 tech. And yeah, it's going to take a long time to research this stuff, but not if we have amazing researchers. Once she recovers from her anesthesia, I decided to try to max out her global work speed. She got 5 from the hyper implant, 35 from the ultra boost, plus the 50% research speed. And then Winston Waves increases it by 50. Plus we gave her a Praetor suit, which is 100, and the speed skin, which is another 300. That is going to make her insane at doing stuff. Like, her mining speed is 10,000%. And then you can see the stats are just crazy for a lot of tasks. But then if we go down here to research speed, it is 26,000%. And one thing I forgot to mention is her manipulation so high because we gave her a exoskeleton suit, plus we gave her 2 Archotech arms, which I believe are being buffed from a mod. I don't think they lower melee cooldown and increase manipulation in vanilla, but I do think this is a fine change because they're freaking Archotech arms. They're supposed to be, you know, made by the gods of RimWorld essentially. Here's what the 10,000% deep drilling speed looks like. And this is on 1 speed. It takes her about 2 seconds to mine out more copper. We don't really need copper for anything right now, so we're not gonna ever do that. We just need her to full-time research. And as you can see, she is researching quite quick. And this is just her doing the researches. I took everyone else off researching temporarily, so you can see just her in action. Alan goes into the pit gate, and as you can see, there's a bunch of these anomaly creatures that just attacked us. We're having him cut away at a bunch of this flesh mass, which is taking quite a while. I might bring some guys in here with chainsaws to help them out. We released a new anomaly creature, the Dreadmill, which has impossibly fast regeneration. It regenerates 350 HP per day, which is quite quick. The ghoul is like 100. And as we hit it, it's spawning little finger spikes. Its body has 400 HP. Wow, this thing is a freaking beast. Its tentacles have 300, long 150, kidney 150. We may need to bring more DPS in here. While I was not paying attention, Alan finished the thing off, I guess, and killing that thing made the Undercave unstable. The whole thing is going to collapse within half a day. The thing did drop a Dreadmill core though, which is a part of a mod. You can use it to make a Dreadheart implant. This thing has some interesting effects. It gives them regeneration, I believe, but the regeneration can spout flesh beasts, if I'm reading that right. Like I said, that was a part of a mod. Normally you get 3 shards and 30 bioferrite for this event. Okay. We also sent in Doomol with the chainsaw to help us cut away some of this flesh mass, and they have the double attack speed buff, so they're able to do it much better. This person was in the flesh mass, and they're just not that good. Their gear sucks. So yeah, nothing special there. We'll have Doomol help out Alan here. As you can see, he's struggling a bit. Yeah, Doomol with the chainsaw is just way good. Alan is also a psycaster, but I haven't been able to level up his psycasting ability. He's actually at level 2 now, and I want to give him the same buff that Doomol has with the double attack speed, but he just hasn't had time to meditate. Meanwhile, on the world map, we made it to another sealed vault, and we have Doom Hacker with the Master Hacker superpower, so we can just hack through this thing instantly, which is awesome. We're not going to starve the Ancient out in this place to, you know, try to capture them. We're just going to clear it out as quick as we can and loot its resources like steel and plasteel and stuff like that. Mariana does have the invisibility superpower, but she is blind, so that's a bit unfortunate. She's not that good otherwise. So yeah, we just killed him. In this room, there's some large hermetic crates that we can hack instantly, which is fantastic. And we got 78 chem fuel and a bunch of synth thread. That's not that good. There's some other ancients sleeping in here, and I just skipped over that whole room. In future vaults, I might wake them up, because they can not only have good superpowers, they can also have gear and bionics that we can extract. We're mainly here in these vaults to deconstruct the superpower buildings for a ton of resources, plus we need more super nanites so we can continue giving superpowers to people. We got some operations that are almost done, and I haven't gone over these in a while. Doom Brawler, the Tough Brawler. This trait kind of sucks in vanilla. They only get 4 more melee hit chance. There was a mod that lowers their melee cooldown by like 25% with this trait. Might be combat extended. And they get Eagle Eye. Their range, weapon range is double, but they want to kill all prisoners. Ooh, that's pretty bad. Overshield gives them a shield. That's probably better for a melee dude. They get way less global work speed, but they can't really do any global work. Okay. We'll just give them that. We got to choose fast because this person's almost done. And this person's operation finishes while we're still choosing for the other person. We just lose the ability to choose when you're doing no pause challenge. So yeah, the Too Smart Doom Girl is going to get bulletproof skin, I guess. They're way more susceptible to pain though. That's kind of annoying. But do they experience pain because they have bulletproof skin? Super Jump is just trash in my opinion. And they're more flammable. I mean, I guess we'll take the one on the right. Maybe we give them a pain stopper implant. The third operation is on another Doom guy who's a fast learner, so I was hoping... Oh, Metamorphosis is terrible. And then heat resistance is bad, but like situationally it can be good. Although this hallucination thing sucks. This is one of those situations where I think we're just going to cancel the operation and just do another one on him. Because, yeah, that sucked. We've been working on this quest for quite a long time to get a legendary gun. Because it's legendary, I don't think it's obsolete, and so we're going to keep doing it. We had to hack this space drone, and then we had to go take on a tribal village. And this was a while ago when our caravan didn't have good armor, so everyone is kind of naked here, but doesn't matter too much. Ares kind of carries here with his ability to go invisible. We later had to explore a giant complex that had some mechs in it. This part was pretty recent. This was after Duskbringer became a Duskbringer, so he was able to just rip these things up. And we are now at what I think is the final part. There's some mechs scattered around the map, but those are pretty low tier, so I'm not too worried about that. And of course, we're going to choose the spot to land that's in deep ocean water. Out of all the spots we could land, I don't know if we can get back in the helicopter. That thing teleports. Okay, very nice. We'll just get the heck away from the chopper. That thing lit our chopper on fire. That's not cool. We put the fire out. Doomol just needs to get on that stupid thing that's literally melting our helicopter. And just get on that dude. Chop him up. The helicopter didn't take that much damage and it is repairable, so it's not that big of a deal. Normally enemies will not target it. It usually only takes damage from AoE. But yeah, there's some more mechs coming at us, which we're not too worried about. What is in here though? The trash brick reliquary with our item inside. The light antlers, legendary, looks pretty solid overall. Has 43 range, which is the main thing, and it's like not the most crazy weapon. Like we're about to start crafting crazy guns, I think, but for now it should do pretty well. Earlier we skipped on buying that gun for like 5k from a trader, and we finally researched the tech to be able to make it for ourselves. The mats are pretty expensive. I don't know if they're worth 5k, but I do know Alan's definitely gonna make a better quality one than normal because he has a creativity inspiration and he makes a legendary. This does 10 damage because, does it have a blunt enchant? Yeah, it does. So it should be dealing 50, I think. It also has some really nice enchants, levered aiming time and range cooldown, and increased accuracy. I do want to try this out with the blunt enchant because this thing can stun as well. And I want to see if it is actually dealing 5 times extra damage. So it should be dealing 50 per hit. We'll test that weapon out on another deserter quest. This dude over here is a technomancer, which can reflect bullets back at the attacker. So we will focus him first. Oh nice, our thing teleported. Let's use blade focus, speed boost. Get over there, attack that dude. Then overshield is the one who has the gun. And we're going to be hitting these areas. You need a tank, dude. Whoa, what's the range on that? Just one shot of that dude? What the heck is going on? This gun is nuts. Is this some type of super weapon? I thought it had like 2 range. It's using a beam shot, which can, I guess, knock people out no matter what. Okay, well, that might be a little bit busted. Against the void, though, it might not. Well, these guys have one of their own, I think. No, they have a charged LMG, okay. Not nearly as powerful. I don't know what type of damage this thing is pumping out. It's using the blunt enchant for sure, though, right? And the blunt damage I think is overshield on yourself, so you have immunity to damage. And then Ares, just keep tanking. Doom will pull back a little bit, I guess. Yeah, overshield I think is immune to damage right now. We could also switch the shot to burst shot, which has the same range. I'm so confused. I swear the thing had like 4 range. Let me whoa. Beam shot goes hard. It sets people on fire. Okay, wait. We need to start making these for everyone, I think. The Supernova 7K has 4 range, it says. Yeah. What the heck? I'm confused. Let's pull overshield over this way. You can see how Ares is doing. Not great. Use your invisibility ability. And then that's going to give you healing as well. And don't shoot into those guys, please. I don't know if we just did friendly fire there. I don't think so. These dudes down here are lagging. We'll start chopping into here. And it's one of these where we have to destroy the surveillance console. Not too difficult. And already we destroyed the surveillance console. And I'm not sure if there's any loot in here. Open this door and check it. No. There is a crate over here though. Whoops. And it had a trooper helmet. Nothing special. There was some gear on these guys. And we can see if they have any good stats. Hussar. Basically adept. Oh yeah, that's a free Duskbringer. We'll definitely save that person. So I'm going to get over here to arrest them. And then first aid. And then anyone else. Hussar with 24 melee. That's a lot. But nah. Technomancer. But they don't have any passion for shooting. We just found a plasteel chunk, which is amazing. We could actually go get that right now after we load up everything into our chopper. We then headed over to grab that plasteel node, and you can see our mining yield is still capped out at 125%. I did some troubleshooting, and under the mod settings, you have to uncap mining yield. And so the next time we find one of these plasteel lumps, we'll get way more from it. We get some more plasteel from trading at the Metal Gear Solid faction that we've been doing quests for, so we are neutral with them. We sold them off a bunch of random weapons and armor, and on top of the plasteel, they had a ton of silver. We're going to first use 500 of that silver to call in a morph trader, and I didn't even know these were a thing. They have some people that are for sale that I guess are morphed in some way, which we don't care too much about that. We have really good people. The main thing is these morph traders have very specific mutasyringes, and they have like an avian mutaserum, which I want to try on one of our shooters, because I think birds have really good sight, so they're really accurate. They didn't have any good mutasyringes though, and this next trader does not as well, so that's another 500 silver down. This next morph trader has 2 mega sloth mutasyringes. They're 1k value, so they're probably good. Mega sloths are really beastly, so yeah, we'll buy both of those. Oh, and here we go. The next morph trader has a thrumbo mutasyringe, which I would imagine is better than the mega sloth one. We'll probably use the rest of our silver to call in imperial traders, because they can have persona weapons that have a trait that's really good. Plus they have gear enchants, like this one is good for melee weapons, does extra damage, and has a chance to deal extra damage. We can also sell some persona weapons that we've been gathering from doing those deserter quests. The Empire people usually will have some, and this one is okay. Like the traits are all decent. I just think plasma swords are not that good anymore, so yeah, we'll just sell it. And then this one increases mech wielder's bandwidth, but makes the person need to sleep more. I don't think that's very good. The traders can also have these persona effectors. This one's really expensive because it can remove a specific persona trait, and I actually want to pick that up because I don't see those too often. And then I want to buy a bunch of these persona reformat effectors, which can re-roll traits of a persona weapon. And this thing's good as well. It can copy some traits from a persona weapon to a new one, just in case we find one of these crappy persona LTech staffs that's really trash in melee, but it has really good traits. And so we could copy those traits over to a better weapon. That one copies random traits, but this one that's more expensive will copy a specific trait. I think that's definitely worth 4k. Wave 35 is a siege, so all of the 400 raiders are very clumped up. With 400 raiders on the map, the game is extremely laggy, and yeah, it's just pretty much a slideshow for me. For future raids, we're going to be using compressed raider for sure. Weapon experts pretty much able to solo this. For some reason, these guys are really hellbent on trying to get their siege camp set up. Usually I thought they'd charge you if you take out a few, but no, not these guys. Oh wow, we get a legendary Mechaneater drop. Or I guess it says it's excellent, but red means legendary. Drops a lot of stuff, and we'll check out what all that is in a second. You can see there are still raiders here. We've not cleared everyone out. The reason why we're getting the reward early though is because these raiders wanted to flee earlier, but my mod that makes them not flee was telling them not to. Because they wanted to flee though, Winston Waves thinks they're defeated. So yeah, we get the reward early. Here's the reward drop. ignore a lot of this chaos out here. We summon a Diabolus, and some of the Diabolus minions dropped right here. So yeah, that's what these things are. But as far as the reward, so we got a couple of these hyperlinkage chips, or I guess just one of these. We can use it to make mechs with. And then we got 4 of these tier 5 stellar processing chips, which are used to again make certain types of mechs, and they have a market value of 2k, so we could just sell those off to traders, but I kind of want to make mechs with them. We also got 4 persona subcores, and I believe we can make androids with those. I'll make a few and test it out to see if the androids are any good. And then mainly we got some random mech boosters that we can line around the base, and they'll boost stats of mechs that path by them. We called in some more imperial traders and found a persona monosword on this one, and then another persona monosword on this one. One of the persona monoswords has this insightful trait, which gives the pawn extra research speed by 15% only, which is not that much. I think the trait on our good monosword is much better. Slasher gives a chance to cause extra cutting damage, and it's a lot. 50% chance to add 500% cutting damage. So we're going to keep that one, and we're going to reroll the insightful trait, and we're going to see if we get something really good on this persona monosword. We got increased stealth, mood reducer, and extra cutting damage. And this one's again 50 and 500. That's okay, but we're gonna re-roll it. And this one can teleport the target to a random location. You can give blood loss to the target, minus 10%, I believe, if I'm reading that right. And there's a chance when someone uses it that they experience pain. Okay, that sucks. We'll definitely be re-rolling that. Conclusive gives a increased chance to hit by 3. That's not very good. And holy crap, we actually found kill focused on the last re-roll. That is crazy. I haven't seen this trait on any persona weapons out of I don't know how many I've seen so far, and essentially the trait makes you regen psi focus when you kill, so you basically get infinite psi focus if you're killing enough with it. We can also use this transfer effector on the weapon to transfer a fast mover trait from this plasma sword, I think it was, and then we're going to give that to this persona monosword. So Alan's now going to move 15% faster. We'll give that monosword over to Alan, and he can now start becoming a really good psycaster once we start massacring raiders. And the next raid has a lot of raiders to massacre. And we finally found a use for the 5 biodecoders we bought earlier. We're going to use one on a biosecured crate that usually only people with noble backstories can open. And we get 4 items here. 1 biodecoder back, a tough skin gland, which adds a little bit of armor. The drawbacks are not that bad though, so yeah, it's overall a pretty good implant. And then a stone skin gland, which is much tankier, but as you can see, it does have more drawbacks. I don't know if you guys have been noticing that giant mech that's been just chilling on our map. We finally had Vamp Girl shred the thing, and because her stats are so high, she gets a crazy amount of efficiency. And look at all these materials that pop out of that thing when we shred it. 2500 steel, 1600 plasteel, 111 components, and 33 advanced components. That is just nuts. I've never seen anything like that. We got more materials from that mech than the cost to build it by like 3 times, and that obviously doesn't make much sense. And then come to find out, the next group of raiders had 100% dodge because of compressed raider. There are options to adjust different things, but I just decided to make things simpler. We're just going to remove the unlimited mod, so no crazy yields from mining or butchering. Wave 36 should be a ton of tribals. I would guess maybe like 600. But they're compressed down to 200. You can see their stats are pretty nuts. They basically don't feel pain, so it's really hard to knock them out. Although their HP is unchanged, and it does appear that magical effects do not care about the armor. And what the heck is going on with Alan's Psylinks? He's getting a ton of Psycast XP because these kills count as him getting kills with his weapon, I guess. Or I guess as long as he has his weapon out, then he'll get the XP. I don't think we can like give him a sniper rifle and have him kill stuff with that. It looks like we're about to get the reward because these guys should be fleeing. Healer mech serum drop. Excellent reward. Yeah, we'll take that. Off of just using Daybreak 1 time, Alan got 9 extra level ups. We already had 1. And we'll be putting those into the warlord tree and unlocking speed boost, power leap, and blade focus mainly, so we get the double attack speed. And then adrenaline rush gives just general stat boost, which is nice. But then controlled frenzy doubles his damage output with all weapons. Kill skip is also pretty cool. It will deal damage to an enemy, and if it does kill them, it will jump to another nearby enemy, kind of like that rogue skill in WoW. With our last 3 level ups, we're going to go down to the Technomancer tree, unlock that, and then we're going to get this skill, Enchant Quality, and we'll first have Alan use that on his Persona Monosword, buffing the damage from 16 up to 18, and then the armor pen got buffed as well. we'll have him use the ability again, buffing the damage from 18 up to 19, and now is 100% armor pen. And then we're kind of running out of side focus, so we're going to stop doing that. But we can buff it up one more time, I believe, because he has such high psychic sense. With Aura of Light, he has like 400% psychic sense or something crazy. To recharge his side focus back up, we're going to have him finish off the rest of these tribals. And these tribals are no longer compressed. And I think the reason why is because the raiders fleed. I think once the raiders flee, then they lose the compressed raider buff, which sucks, but you know, I guess it's a limitation of the mod. But we can try Killing Frenzy right here, by the way. Use that ability, and if it does work, and it does kill, which that did not kill, I think. We can try it again momentarily, because we get side focus back after we kill. Maybe we'll just use it on like this dude. Did it kill him? Yeah, it did kill that first guy. Then it didn't kill this guy. The ability is good, but it's not like super crazy. We're gonna have him use some more side focus to buff the quality of this Persona Monosword from excellent with 19 DPS and 100% armor pen up to masterwork. So now it has 29 DPS, 120% armor pen, and a legendary enchant, the chance to cause EMP explosion, stunning machines. But then this lowers melee cooldown by 20%. That is really good, even for not killing machines. It sucks we lost the Praetor suit. I had Alan wearing that because he was doing some crafting, but normally he's wearing these shock trooper armors, and we have like 5 of these that are normal quality because they lower melee cooldown and increases melee damage. We're going to buff one from normal quality all the way up to masterwork. That's going to give it quite a bit more armor. I think increased melee damage as well. And we got kind of a crappy enchant. Serene would be good for a psycaster that doesn't get tons of side focus just by killing. Oh, I guess we could give it over to Doomole. He's also a melee damage psycaster, and he does not have a persona weapon that gives him side focus back by killing. As Alan kills with the monosword, he knocks himself out from brain shock, because I guess with all of his implants, some of them make him highly susceptible to EMP. Thankfully, I did find the implant to hopefully prevent him from getting shocked. It's this cranial insulation implant, which wasn't too expensive to craft. It's only 15 plasteel and 4 advanced components. Since we had to knock Alan out, we also installed some other implants into him, like this Havoc implant, which just gives him some overall stat increases, and this Healing Enhancer, which gives him more healing rate, Architect Kidney, which just buffs his stats overall. The next raid is here, and it's 200 Neanderthals that all have random melee weapons and a shield belt. And Neanderthals get 150% melee damage, which is pretty nasty. But I'm seeing one of them has a Sword of Darkness over here, which is pretty scary. They did get focused pretty well though already. They got some good burns. This raid is heavily compressed, and here are their stats. And because Compressed Raider does nothing to stop magical effects, from this point on we're banning magical effects. So we can only use our melee weapons. For some reason, Vamp Girl, Doomole, and Alan over here are not holding this line. I think Doomole just got hit in the back from our ranged weapons, which is not ideal. I've been noticing the raiders are just kind of spilling over our lines. I don't know why that really is. Most of them are getting stuck back here, but sometimes they'll just kind of spill through. And for some reason, Doomole or Alan got moved. And then Alan is just constantly vomiting. I think whenever he uses his melee weapon, he vomits from the psychic shock. And I'm not sure what implant is causing that. I'll have to do some trial and error, I guess, and just do some testing. I'm guessing it's one of the mech eater implants, like the control sublinks, which aren't even that great. They just increase mech work speed, but we're not even really using mechs for that much. I will say the fact that the raiders are constantly getting stunned after we kill them is kind of helping us, because it's basically clogging this gap. And yeah, like I don't know how this guy got by the way. These 3 tiles right here are deep ocean, so raiders cannot walk on them. So yeah, I don't know, he kind of just glitched over the wall, I guess, which is you know, something that I'm not too surprised about. As far as who's actually doing the damage, we got a bunch of dudes back here with enlightenment weapons. We got 2 weapon experts that have 50% range cooldown, so that's pretty good. Weapon expert 2 is very inaccurate. They only have 3 shooting. They actually started at 2 shooting on this raid. We gave them the legendary light antlers weapon because they're not very accurate and we just need to level up their shooting. As far as everyone else though, they all have enlightenment weapons, and most of them have blunt enchants, so their damage looks pretty low. But then Overshield does not have a blunt enchant, and his enchants I'd argue are the best. The reason why I gave him our best one is because he again does have weapon expert. Actually, I forgot. We have 3 weapon experts now. I've been noticing our dudes keep getting hit by friendly fire, so I sent our shadow class over here who does have the blink ability, and he's gonna drop them some plasteel. And then while these guys are stunned, he can move the bodies out of the way. And then he can deliver the plasteel over here. We'll then have Alan build up the walls because he's got good construction skill. They're plasteel armored walls from the Vanilla Furniture Expanded Architect mod. These things have a ton of HP, so yeah, they should be protecting us pretty well from friendly fire. I also had Shadow bring us over a empty infuser, and we're actually going to extract the enchant from Alan's weapon because yeah, I'm pretty sure it's making him vomit, and I have no idea how I'd go about figuring out what implant is causing the issue. I was thinking let's just extract the enchant and give it to someone else that is a good melee dude, and we may fail at extracting it. We didn't fail at extracting it, very nice. So we still have the option to give it back to Alan if I do decide to do some testing on it, but now we have more options, and we can actually have Alan use his masterwork mono sword for the rest of this raid. You also may be wondering where the heck are the other raiders, and one of them went berserk over here, and so they're all turning on that raider that went berserk. I'm actually seeing like 5 of them that went berserk, 6, 7 maybe, and they're really clumped up. We could drop some mortars on them or something, but we could end up destroying their weapons if we did that, and their weapons could have really high value, so I just want to kill them the old-fashioned way. It seemed like I was getting an exceptional amount of lag for this raid, and come to find out there was an error being spammed. I googled it, and this guy suggested to disable a couple mods. Removing those mods did fix it, and then I removed a couple more just to maybe make things a little bit less laggy. The raiders basically finished themselves off, and we take the shard drop here. These shards are for anomaly tech, like we can use one of them to make a shard beacon to increase the quality of our psychic rituals. We did research some more rituals. We can draw flesh beasts now. We probably should do that. And this scales off of psychic sense, so we get plus 25% quality. Then we gotta also add some chanters to the mix. And then if we build one more shard beacon, we'll get plus 8%, so we'll wait for that. As for the 200 raiders that died on our map, earlier I talked about the fact that we have a mod which makes it so their weapons stay on their bodies when they get killed. So we're gonna have to go through every single one of them and strip them, but they're gonna drop some really good stuff potentially, like Silver Virtuous Treaty, 3,500 value on this thing. There's a button to auto strip, so I selected that on a lot of raiders, and then up here we have a massive group of raiders that pretty much killed each other, and we'll make sure that everyone's stripping those guys. In order to sell the goods, we're gonna have Alan call in a bunch of combat suppliers, which do cost 500 silver every time we do call one in. But they can have some good stuff like this Dancing Rare Infuser melee enchant, lowers cooldown and increases dodge. And I'm seeing one of the raiders dropped a Sword of Rapture, which is the upgraded version of the Sword of Darkness, and it gives a buff if the wielder has Blessing of Zir. So Alan actually can use this, and I think he can buff the quality of it. It damage is not even as high as the Sword of Darkness, but because he has Blessing of Zir, it might give him some nice stat boosts. So yeah, we'll definitely hold on to that, and we can use that situationally when Alan has like full side focus or something. We also can call in prosthesis traders, and this one has some psychic levitators that make people hover over the ground and ignore terrain penalty. That's really good. And while the second trader we called in has 2 architect stomachs that basically make it so the person does not need to eat, and that's amazing because it turns out Alan's nuclear stomach was what was causing him to vomit every time he gets hit by an EMP. So I think if we replace that with an architect one, we can put the legendary enchant back on his weapon. We'll probably give the other architect stomach over to Overshield, who is actually missing a right foot. I didn't even know that. And we had to replace one of their legs as well and got blown off. They also are a thrombomorph. They randomly got that from a powerful mutaserum we injected into them. And so once the thrombomorph does fully take hold, they will have 3 times HP on their body parts. We also need to make them a Duskbringer. I completely forgot about doing that. We were kind of running out of money, but I found out we had pretty much unlimited copper for trade. 6,000 is going to get us quite a bit of cash. 1,000 is about 4k silver. So you can do the math on that. And that's going to allow us to get 2 more architect arms for Alan, which are not only more efficient, but they increase his manipulation and lowers cooldown. We already went over those, but Vamp Girl has them, Alan doesn't. Now Alan has them too. The next raid's almost here, and we randomly got this quest where travelers are looking for aid. We gave them their 700 silver they wanted, and they're leaving. It looks like they are going to be able to make it out. It's convenient. We had the silver over here. And the reason why is because anytime we do any trading, the trader now drops it near the entrance of our map, which is not the best thing. I'd rather they drop it closer to our base. But we did tunnel out a way to get over here, and sometimes raiders will kind of meander this way. but for the most part, the raiders do head to our main choke point area. Wave 38 is bugging out. For some reason, it does not want to call in this raid, so we're gonna have to reset this wave and do it with some other faction. And already, it's the sword faction with 139,000 threat points used, and that means they are very heavily compressed. Here's their stats, and yeah, you can see they're a bit crazy. It probably should have been like 500 of these guys. Well, you can see our rocket launcher is actually doing some work on them right now, which is something I wasn't really expecting. Surprised that we can actually pierce their armor. And one thing you may notice is our rocket launcher should only have this range, but we have a ideoligion perk that actually gives us increased range. And here's the ideoligion sharpshooter, gives us 10% extra shooting accuracy, but anyone that uses melee gets a -5 mood penalty, but it doesn't stack, so it's not that bad. These raiders wanted to prepare carefully before they attack, so you can see they're just walking right by us, completely ignoring our dudes that are beating on them. And I'm not sure if this is like a Winston Waves thing or if this happens in vanilla, but we're able to snipe at them and take out quite a few of their numbers, and they are just chilling. They do finally decide to begin their attack, but by that time we've thinned out enough of them to where they want to flee, and so we get the reward pretty early. There we go. This is what we've been waiting for, the research boost. Give us crazy amounts of, oh yeah, provoke pit gate, proximity detector. Provoke pit gate was a really good tech because it costs 80 advanced research, and we already saw what a pit gate is. We explored that earlier. Serum synthesis allows us to make a serum lab where we can brew void site serums, and these increase the amount of knowledge we gain when studying anomaly creatures. Their materials are also not that bad. We're mass producing bioferrite right now by using these bioferrite harvesters that we attach to the anomaly creatures, and it's just pumping out bioferrite for us. We also got bioferrite weaponry, which costs a whopping 60 basic anomaly tech. I do think at this point these weapons are pretty obsolete, so we probably won't craft any of those. We also unlocked this tech to allow us to draw shamblers. And these can attack raiders, but at this point the raiders are so boosted that I don't know if it's going to help us too much. And then we got this tech from a mod, which allows us to do a surgery that makes someone thin and brittle, but very fast. And wow, this one's pretty crazy. They take more damage by 25%, but their melee cooldown is halved, and they get more movement speed. They're just a bit uglier. I think it's worth it to do that surgery on all our melee guys, because the melee cooldown is so good. We don't get that surgery done before the next wave, which is another shield belt melee wave. And speaking of surgeries, Alan's new architect stomach is preventing him from vomiting when he gets hit by EMP, so we did reinstall that enchant into Alan's weapon. The reward for that wave was a legendary fuel drop, and we don't really need the chem fuel or wood, but we are running low on uranium. From killing those raiders, Alan got enough psi focus to upgrade 2 Sword of Raptures up to Masterwork. This one gets a pretty big damage boost because of that lowered melee cooldown enchant, and then this one has much less damage, but that's because of the sharp enchant, which cuts its damage but makes it deal extra sharp damage. That is only an uncommon enchant though. We might just remove that and replace with something else, but then obviously the legendary enchant that it has is amazing. Increased sharp armor, and the lower incoming damage is going to help counteract the emaciation surgery increased incoming damage that Alan will be taking. From that raid, we got a bunch more melee weapons that we sold off at the nearby ranger faction. They had a ton of silver, and we mainly bought a bunch of unrefined magicite that we used to turn 3 more people into Duskbringers. As of this point, all of our shooters up here, except for Doom Never Break, who's got the power to never break down. I think they can break themselves out of mental break. Well, I haven't seen that yet, but Doom Girl 2, Overshield, and Weapon Expert are all Duskbringers, and they're in Wreath of Darkness mode, so they get lowered incoming damage. And I think they're going to need that because the time of reckoning is now here. We're on wave 40, and this is when the void raids are going to begin. Wave 40 is going to start with 100 void raiders, and every wave past that is going to increase the number of raiders by 5. And we're going to do that because I think compressed raider is fully maxed out at this point. And here they come. I don't know if the animals are compressed. Oh, they are. So they get crazy stats. I don't even know if we can pierce their armor. Yeah, we can't even pierce their armor, I think. Or I guess we did pierce this thing. But yeah, I don't know if this is going to be feasible with compressed raider. They're breaking through our security door down there. They don't even care about that at all. We need to get someone down there so they don't stack. The stacking mechanic is something I don't know why they added. But yeah, and then there's something weird going on where raiders will just break our doors down no matter what. Even though there is a way into our base, they have ways to get over to, oh, we're getting hit over here. Vamp Girl and Alan are actually doing work though. We already killed one of these guys. Vamp Girl does have a grinder. She should have the Sword of Rapture, or Sword of Darkness. She is moving quick, jeez. I want to move out of the way. Oh, and Alan's freaking getting destroyed. His torso's almost broken completely. Okay, I don't know if we can handle this. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do Void here. Okay, Alan's just freaking dead. What the heck was that? What just killed him, I wonder? This GA-19 killed him. It does 40 damage, but it increases toxic buildup. Is that what killed him? Or I have no idea. And then really quickly before we do replay this, we do have the mech that calls in the orbital strikes. We were able to actually craft this thing using tons of materials, but it might end up being worth it. I guess it just calls the orbital beam strike on its own. And that was a good location to call it in. But you can see with Compressed Raider, we're not even able to really penetrate their armor. Their armor is increased by 245%. And yeah, our ranged weapons just cannot pierce that. That's just crazy. What I could just do with Compressed Raider is make it so it doesn't actually increase their stats. And I could cap the Void Raiders out at 100 and then just increase the amount of Void Raiders by 5 for each wave. Because Void is already completely imbalanced as is. Alright, so we're going to try this again with the Raiders not being compressed. And you can see with all their Void implants, they get crazy stats anyways. So they don't need to be compressed. And yeah, like I said, Void is not balanced. These Raiders are preparing for a while before they attack. So I am guessing they're just going to run right over Alan and Vamp Girl. We're going to have Alan use his attack speed boost and then his double damage move. And then he and Vamp Girl both have their Sword of Raptures, which I showed earlier. Alan has the one that makes him tankier. We actually already killed one of them, very nice. One thing about Alan getting killed earlier is he was not in Wreath of Darkness mode, and so that's why he took so much damage, so that was my bad. But yeah, these guys are just stacked on top of each other, and they're just getting wrecked as they're trying to path over us. And then Dennis actually makes it out, and Dennis gets killed. There's still like 5 more that made it out though. It looks like they're actually going to start shooting at Alan and Vamp Girl with those guns. We saw the power of them earlier. Oh man, Vamp Girl's getting ripped up. I don't think we can let them get behind us. I just hate the RimWorld AI now, how it like just completely doesn't care about, you know, just walking over your dudes. And Vamp Girl's leg doing okay. It only took 30 damage. That's not too bad. And those guys got stunned back here because our ranged dudes are just cutting into them pretty good. I do think this is like a fair difficulty, and I do want to say that, you know, it sucks that I'm having to adjust the difficulty on the fly, but we're kind of in uncharted territory here. I don't know if anyone else is doing stuff that I'm doing in RimWorld as far as like, you know, difficulty, and there's no guidebook on what to, you know, look at when it comes to adjusting your difficulty. The way RimWorld just kind of is, you know, you just got to kind of make your own difficulty as you go, I guess. Alan's getting absolutely destroyed here. His leg is almost gone. Link Alan out of there. I think the guys from over here that were going to be shooting at us, yeah, they have, oh crap. They have line of sight on us. Our maze is just a mess. Like, I don't know how to deal with the RimWorld AI. We're going to have to do some adjustments between now and the next raid for sure. Alan's leg is at 15 out of 105, so he might lose that Architect leg, which would suck pretty bad. His torso is at half HP. His eye is a little bit mangled. And then he has some brain scars, which is not ideal. 3 damage was taken off his brain. These Void people do have Neutronin 8B though, which can cure brain scars. And actually, that stuff does not get evaporated when they die. So we're about to get super rich off of these guys because we can just farm their Neutronin 8B. And each of this stuff has a value of like 2k. Yeah, market value is 2,800 on this. And each of them drop like 2 to 3 of it. So as you can imagine, if we're killing 100 Void Raiders, that's a lot of cash. I do think it could be fun to try to figure out how to turn that cash into something that can defeat the Void Raiders. Because as you can see right now, you know, we are not holding up very well. Our tank line is getting absolutely melted. The rest of these guys are still preparing. And I got the Infernus in such a position that it's going to call in a orbital strike right here. I wanted to call it in down here, but it doesn't have line of sight. It has line of sight here, actually. That's probably a better spot. And what the heck is that? That is horrible. We're going to be hitting ourselves with that. Oh, jeez. We called in another orbital strike, which probably was a mistake because we evaporated a bunch of Void Raiders that had the Neurotron B on them. I couldn't watch it, unfortunately, because a lot of them started charging us. I sent Doomol over here to help Vamp Girl out with these guys. And Doomol has his double damage on and his increased attack speed. We have 2 people with the heal other ability, which is super clutch. It gets Alan up to full HP here. Does have a 24-hour cooldown though. And then the rest of the raiders are stuck in our maze. It's hard to see what's going on because Vamp Girl's holding down here. I wanted to have her just close this door over here, but they started beating on it, so that was not an option. We got Doomol coming in to help out. And then Jay had a mental breakdown, that's good. So we can just let them chill for a second. And then up here, Alan and Doom Learner are getting stunned. I had Alan and Doom Learner standing back here, but the raiders did not want to aggro on them. Well, I guess they have their attention. And Doomol cleared up the rest of those guys below. So it looks like it's just these guys we gotta take out. And Doom Learner got his freaking right arm shot off. What the heck? Is he really that weak? Oh, he doesn't have the serum that triples his HP. Most of our Doom people have that, but I guess he is an exception to the rule. What we could do is just have him use a Neurotron AB, and his arm will be good as new. And voila, it's good to go. And then we have one more raider left, I believe. This is the final one. They're kidnapping our android that we made earlier. This person is, oh, here we go. Got the reward. 5 super nanites, I guess. Or wait, research boost. No, we gotta go for that. Give me some good stuff. We end up getting 3 anomaly techs here. As we're pretty much done with all the other research, there are quite a few Save Our Ship 2 techs, which are locked because they need a Archotech uplink. We don't need to unlock these techs though, because I did a bit of testing, and the random research boost will not give you any techs that are locked. The coolest out of the 3 anomaly techs we just got by far is this Oculus implant, which allows us to make a Psychic Reaper that gives us 5% Psi Focus on kill. Alan's Monosword gives him like 20, and it feels like when he uses that, he has infinite Psi Focus. They do cost Bioferrite, which we can easily farm, and 1 shard, which we cannot really easily farm, but we do have 11 of these from quests and stuff. And so I'm thinking we're going to make one of these for all of our fighters and turn them into psycasters. We'll go more into that process later. For now though, another thing we can make is a Psychic Sustainer, which again does cost a shard, but this thing is also pretty good for psycasters. It makes it so they pretty much don't need to eat or sleep while they're meditating, so they can pretty much meditate forever. We got 2 more techs, Disruptor Flares, which doesn't seem that useful. It can stun psychically sensitive creatures, but Void members have no psychic sense, so I don't think that's going to matter. And the other tech allows us to make Mind Numb serums, which prevents people from having mental breaks. It does last for 2 days, and does cost quite a bit of materials though, and we're not really having mood problems anymore, so I don't know how good that is really. After the raid was over, and I thought we killed everyone, I noticed a couple Void members still in our maze, and they did not have their Void helmets, so Doomshocker was able to use his Psychic Shock ability to knock them out. Both of them had Void Tech skins that give 300% global work speed increase, and Vengeance Guards, which are insane armor pieces. They not only have 200% armor to pretty much everything that's not the head, hands, or feet, but then they also have a 420% shield that regenerates 88% per second. This whole situation is very odd because I don't think their helmets are that weak, so I don't know how they got destroyed. But yeah, since they did get destroyed, we were able to Psychic Shock 2 of them that had armor on, and they are insanely good, pretty much 20 in all their skills. The only drawback is they do have a value of 1 million is that. Our whole colony's wealth right now is 2 million, so if we recruit 2 of those guys, our wealth would be 4 million, which is kind of nuts. Capturing the Void members really pissed off their faction, and they send us a pretty nasty event that gives us a Solar Flare and Toxic Fallout. It drops a bunch of Void members and Void creatures pretty much right on top of us. Anything that's not technically considered under the mountain is fair game. We also get attacked from our entrance, and this whole event happens despite the fact that I've been using the turtle-friendly raids mod, which disables drop pod and sap raid strategies. So during raids, we've only been getting sieges and attacks the normal way, but in random events, they can use drop pods. I did some testing, and the only way to prevent this event from happening is force recruit both the Void members using the Mind Wipe Psycast, and voila, Void thinks we release their members, and we don't get this horrible event. There was a pretty big drawback though. The Mind Wipe ability wipes all skills not in the backstory, and one of our Void members has a good backstory, so they retain a lot of their combat stats, but the other Void member was too young to have a backstory. I did some testing and I tried to age them up before mind wiping them, but this Void member does not get the Void member backstory, unfortunately. Their traits suck anyways. Pessimist gives them a -6 moodlet, so I think we're just going to extract all their Void implants and give them to someone else. Wave 41 is 105 of these Devil Hounds, and as you can see, they're behaving a bit better, like they're not stacking up on top of each other, because I put a turret here and then I put a door blocking the turret, and for some reason that alone will make it so nearby raiders will not stack on top of each other. These hounds are extremely tanky. They have 1650 HP on their neck and on their head, and I can't even see how much HP their torso has, but their shoulders, for example, have 2k, and whoa, Dumol already got tagged pretty good on his ear and on his torso. His foot also took a bit of damage. His foot is at half HP already, and we've only killed 2 of them. That's not good. We do now have another person with the Berserk ability, and we're going to use that on one of these guys in the back, and that's going to buy us a bit of time by turning these double hounds on each other. Well, Weapon Expert also use the Berserk ability on one in the back, and these guys stopped attacking, so there's no double hounds on this spot, but there are 4 of them knocked out, and that's because their legs are too injured for them to move. They only have 1k HP on their legs, so it's pretty easy to incapacitate them, I guess. While the Berserk hounds are tanking for us, we'll use the first aid ability to tend up their injuries, and we might bond with one of them. So far we've taken out 10 of them, and we have bandaged up a lot of injuries, but we've not got a bond yet. I did forget Nimble Candidate has this animal speech superpower, which can tame something, and it does actually work on these guys. This ability does have a full day cooldown though, so we'll probably only be able to tame 1 more of these guys using that method. I've also not gone over Nimble Candidate's abilities, but I named them Nimble Candidate because they got this Promising Candidate superpower. This is definitely the best one because you can do unlimited experiments on them and they will never fail. They also have the regeneration power, which allows them to heal their injuries very quick. And then we already went over animal speech. We'll tame a wild animal or calm a manhunting animal. These are not considering manhunting, so it just tamed it. And then most recently we picked up the telepathy superpower. As far as their weaknesses, there's nothing too bad here. They cannot be told to do anything. Unsure makes them have more aiming time, but they're nimble, so I was going to have them be melee anyways, so I don't really care too much about that. If they have a mental break, it'll probably be a tantrum, and they have heat intolerance, which is not bad. And we've taken out 14 so far. Still no bonds from tending. And to increase the amount of injuries we give them, we'll have Dumol take out the Plasteel Chainsaw. We can check the damage on that. It's 241 DPS, and that's because Dumol has Blade Focus on to double his attack speed and Psychic Frenzy to double his damage. Normally I think the Chainsaw is like 50 DPS, and the math on that actually checks out because 2 times attack speed would be 100 DPS, and then 2 times damage of that would be 200 DPS. Dumol is getting pretty banged up. Torso's down to 59, and there's some other injuries. Got a scar on the arm as well. We'll have our healer use the heal other ability, and I wonder if this cures toxic buildup as well, because it's at 68%. No, it doesn't. If their toxic buildup gets too high, they can have health conditions, which would not be ideal, but I guess we can cure them with Neurotron and AB. I do have to watch it though, because I think if it gets to 100%, then they die. And these guys apparently can inflict that on attack. Our Nephilim has the Lay on Hands ability, and I was wondering if this counts as tending for the purpose of bonding. And I'm not sure it does because we just tended 200 injuries with that ability and it did not bond. Vamco got injured earlier, so I sent her back to heal, and then I installed this Neurotonin 2B serum into her, which we extracted from the other Void member, and this apparently increases her natural healing rate by 200 times. So far, she's been able to just hold these guys off by herself. And right now, a couple of them are Berserk, like this one's Berserk. So we'll just tend these guys up and see if we can bond with any of them. We don't get any bonds from tending, but a day later, Nimble Candidate's animal speech comes back up. So we're able to tame our second Devil Hound. After taking out nearly half of them, it's been 1.5 days, I guess. I'm gonna get the reward. I think we'll take the 3 Xenohumans. The first one is insanely good at mining, 21 mining, geez. But they are a pyromaniac, and we have plenty of people that can mine, so I don't think we care too much about that. We got another dirt mole miner, and again, they're just not that crazy good. And then this dude is got a lot of cool stats though. Tough. Even though this person is about as good as you could hope from one of these rewards, we're just going to dump them because we just have too many people and it's getting hard to remember who's who, especially with no pause challenge. We're going to be going with the less is more approach. The next raid is going to prepare for a while before they attack, and I said we cannot use magic anymore, but we're going to use something that's going to look pretty magical. We loaded up some mortars with these mutagenic shells, which give a bunch of mutagenic buildup to people, and if the mutagenic buildup gets to 100%, they will transform into some creature. You can see a few of our mortar shells did miss and hit the mountain, and I forgot that I was not using the mortar accuracy mod, which makes mortar accuracy actually scale with intellectual. So someone that's really smart is much more accurate than someone that's not. You can also make it scale with shooting, but by default, it only scales with intellectual. So we're just going to leave it like that. And because we now have 3 people with about 20 intellectual manning the mortars, this next volley should be a lot more accurate. There should be no chance that we hit the overhead mountain because I aimed like here, here, and here. I think was kind of where I aimed. Got one right in the middle, very nice. That's going to transform a bunch of them. And you can see they're dropping equipment and silk. I believe when things transform, they drop morph silk, which is a material you can use for various things with the pawn morpher mod. And they dropped 4,000 morph silk. Holy cow. We've taken out about 2/3 of them. The rest of them are now going to attack. A few of the raiders make it into our hound cage. We've been taming one of these hounds every 24 hours using the animal speech power. I decided to keep these hounds alive because after knocking them out, they're not fully hostile anymore. They will attack anyone that walks next to them, but they won't actively seek out our colonists. As we're fighting these void raiders, I think a bunch of them end up getting overcome by delayed mutagenic buildup, and they get transformed, so we don't have to do much fighting. And as for reward, this is all pretty bad. We'll take the caravan. Calling in the trader was definitely a misplay because you can see the trader is now beefing with the void animals, and the animals are actually technically still part of the void faction. One of the void creatures is some type of flamer animal, and it's now setting the void gear on fire, which is not ideal. I told the caravan to leave, but they're just being stupid. I'm probably actually gonna end up just killing the caravan actually, when I think about it. Especially these guys, like I told them to leave and they're not obeying, so Quintilius, you gotta go, man. We killed one of them and we're going in -55 relation with them. Attack another one, and yeah, we're hostile with them, but you know what? Just had to be that way. You guys are cutting into our profits. Now we just gotta find what void creatures are able to set stuff on fire. I think it was this thing, this wolfalope. So we'll have Alan carry that thing out of here. And I just gotta keep my eyes peeled for something else that can spit fire. And also I just found out if we do knock them out, they're no longer part of the void faction, and we can tame them. If we do, whoa, what just happened? Something went crazy up here. Oh, I guess we're killing all the void creatures, or trying to knock them out at least. If we do somehow tame them and revert them back, we could get some void members. I don't know if they still are going to have their void implants, but they're going to have 20 in all skills. A lot of stuff was burning up, but Mermage has the Rainmaker ability, which can make it rain, and so we will be able to salvage most of the stuff. There's still 7 Vengeance cards on the ground, and Alan's already picked up a bunch of them. You can see he's picked up, I think, like 10 already, and then a bunch of Voidtech skins. There's still 10 more Voidtech skins on the ground as well. And I'm also seeing 21 dual blades on the ground, which all have a value of about 10k. I'm not seeing any Neurotron and B though. I think all the Neurotron and B got evaporated somehow when the Void people turned into creatures. We sent a few people out to tame the animals with around 12 to 14 handling, and it seems like the chance to tame is based on what type of animal you're trying to tame. So I was noticing Alan was having some problems with this animal, but then we tamed like 3 of them in a row, and so maybe those were really easy animals to tame. So far we managed to tame 4 creatures, and this one is mostly feral, and it says he can be reverted. And there we go, they were reverted. They do have all their body parts, they're part of our faction, and whoa, fast learner on a void person with a burning passion for shooting. They learn it at 1300%, which is crazy. The game does cap out how much XP you can get per day, and it's a pretty small amount, especially with this learning rate. So I'm thinking I'm gonna install a mod that removes that cap, because this person could get an insane amount of shooting. Like I could even see like 10 shooting skill in one raid. These other creatures that we tamed are still former humans, they're not feral yet, and so they actually can inject reverters on themselves. I'm not sure what's going to happen here because this butterfly is only H3. So is the person going to go back to H3? No, they don't. They're 66. Okay, cool. So I don't think there should be any problems with the squid. No, they're looking good to go. Then how about the panda though? They have a bunch of health conditions and those are all gone. Very nice. That Arco panda was like 3,000 years old, but yeah, their age goes back down to 57. Before recruiting those guys, our wealth was about 6 million. After recruiting them, it's going to be about 10 million. So I'm not sure how it's going to affect random events. I've never had wealth this high, but we'll see. I installed the Mad Skills mod and changed this setting so there's no daily limit. I don't know why a daily XP limit's a thing. Was the dev trying to make this a mobile game or something where you could like pay to remove the daily limit? I don't know. Wave 43 is yet again going to prepare for a while before they attack. We're getting pretty lucky on that. We're just going to unleash all these mortars at the same time. And as you can see, we're probably going to hit right in the middle of them. There we go. Shot right in the middle. And then what happened to the other mortars though? What I forgot to do is with the help of another mod, you can shift left click on the ground and it will just target exactly where you're aiming. I think maybe what happened is I clicked on top of one of the Void members that's patrolling around, and maybe the mortars were trying to lead that person and they ended up just firing into the mountain. This volley I think should be much better. And yeah, I am using a lot of mods in this run, but there's just some mechanics in this game that should be built in, like the ability to target the ground and not have to target on top of someone. And we got one already transformed into a thrumbolope, combination of a thrumbo boomalope. And speaking of boom, this is a boom wave. These void members will explode when we kill them, so it is very convenient that they are preparing for a while before they attack. If they just straight up attacked us, I don't know what we do. Here comes the next volley. Hit right in the middle, I think, or no, it hits overhead mountain. Oh. Well, okay, that one didn't hit overhead mountain. This area is technically considered roofed by overhead mountain still. It looks like a lot of them are going to steal what they can and leave. They're just going to jack each other's equipment and go, I guess, which I'm fine with. I do not want to fight these boom raiders. As they're retreating, I'm seeing some of them are transforming. And the way that whole thing works is their mutagenic buildup needs to get to 100%, I believe. This one's at 67. See if we can see any of them that are almost full on mutagenic buildup. 79. Some of the void members decide to charge us, and Doomol is currently picking them off. And they are exploding in his face, but they're not doing that much damage. I don't think their explosion damage actually scales that well, because Doomol's not even Wreath of Darkness mode, so he doesn't even have reduced incoming damage. I sent him into this maze, and he's now going to pick him off from behind, like some kind of creature of the night, some type of mole ninja running these things down. Weird, like, these guys don't have their weapons out. It makes me think they're looter raiders, and they're going to try to steal stuff and leave. Well, I guess we'll never find out. Doomhole is taking out all of them. Whoa. Architect artifacts drop. Weaken next wave. Or food and medicine drop. Let's take the architect stuff. Wait, we get another reward after that? I don't think we should be getting another reward. Let's just take the crappy reward, mini turrets. I noticed while editing, because we got that extra reward, the game skipped wave 44, which is not a huge deal because we're manually increasing difficulty every wave anyways. Just something to note, I guess. As you guys know, we're pretty rich now, and one thing we've been using our cash on is calling more Imperial traders to try to get that kill focus trait. And after I want to say like only 5 traders, we ended up getting it. This amplifying rod does have the kill focus trait, but its damage is absolutely terrible. We're going to use one of these transfer effectors to take the kill focus trait and to put it on this monosword that we've had, which also has the slasher trait. That's going to destroy the amplifying rod, but now the monosword has kill focused and slasher, and if you guys remember, slasher has a 50% chance to deal 500% extra cutting damage. I was going to bond this to Vamp Girl, but she already has an existing bond, and we have to destroy her old flame blade, and this is her old flame blade, which has the vampiric trait, can give her hemogen back when she hits a target. We can use the effector on that weapon, and we can give the vampiric trait over to her new persona monosword, so it's now going to drain target's blood and give her hemogen back. And now that the weapon is destroyed, we can have her equip it, and she's going to have an amazing monosword. We still have 2 of these transfer effectors left, and we could buy more. We have so much cash. I think I'll look for more traits to make her weapon even better. Well, then really quickly before I do that, I'll have Alan enchant the quality of the weapon from good up to masterwork. We can see the damage difference. Not a crazy buff, because we didn't get any crazy enchants. We could remove this crippling one and replace it with something that increases their DPS and lowers the cooldown on the weapon. After calling in a few more traders, we found this trait, light weaving. After slaying something, the wielder becomes momentarily invisible. We extracted that enchant to Vamp Girl's weapon, and she's now using that on wave 45, which is 120 devil hounds. We've only been at this for a couple minutes, and we've already knocked down 5 of them. And the reason why we're able to knock them down so quick with this weapon is because we're draining their blood as we're hitting them. So you can see this one that's knocked out has Bloss Extreme at 62. Even though their torso is pretty much full HP, as are all their body parts. So the vampiric enchant is insanely good at knocking these things out. You can see there's a ton of them that are unconscious on top of each other, and if we want to finish them off, I just have to have Vamp Girl manually target the ones that are on the ground. You can see we're actually finishing a few of them off, like we've just killed 5 already. And I also just found another crazy cool synergy with our whole build. So as we drain the target's blood, Vamp Girl regenerates her hemogen meter. With the new psycast tree I unlocked, we have this ability Blood Focus, which turns hemogen into Psy Focus. Because she's now getting pretty much unlimited Psy Focus from fighting, I gave her this implant, which lowers the amount of sight focus she gets from meditation, but also lowers the cost of all of her abilities, so she's about to be able to just spam whatever psycast she wants. The reward for that wave is nothing we really care about. We have all the lab parts, and we don't need to recharge sight focus, so we just take the legendary fuel drop. With Vampgirl now having unlimited sight focus, I bought her a bunch of side trainers and found one that may help us complete our anomaly quest. Bend probability makes some random event happen, and I've been having her just spam that before the next wave. One of the events we get was from a mod, and we have to have someone explore this crashed ship, and after doing that we get a message saying something's about to happen, and that something is this person enters our map. So this dude is not that good as far as his skills, but he does have 100 HP per day regeneration, and he is immortal, although I guess he was not immortal because he just died in a duel with a hound on our map. He disappeared. The Forest of Tentacles. This guy just spawned. He has 500 HP per day regeneration, up from 100. And she, I guess, does not feel pain, does not bleed much, and has a lot of built-in armor. And they're invincible for a little bit longer. They have plus 10% sight. And this person is the Priestess of the Unknown. They have 60 dodge, melee hit, 900% melee increased damage. They only take 15% damage and they can't get staggered. And they're very beautiful. They cannot be affected by psychic sense. So we cannot psychic shock them to knock them out. A bunch of undead wargs got called in and they completely smashed them. But the next wave is about to come in and I think they're going to get absolutely smashed. This wave is yet again going to prepare for a while before they attack, which is awesome. The Amorphous dude got absolutely destroyed. Seems they've come to an end. The first Amorphous person came back, who unfortunately was not that good. Although they have this thing, which gives them a permanent mood effect, lowered incoming damage, and lowered psychic sense. They are immortal and have resurrect coma for 2 days, and they are unconscious, so we actually could capture them. I just don't know if it's really worth it at this point. Like, their skills are just not that good. This trait doesn't seem that amazing. These Void Raiders are not under Overhead Mountain for the most part, and they are very clumped up. I anticipate we're going to get some direct hits on these guys. And this may be over before it begins. Well, there is Overhead Mountain. Okay, that one did not connect with Overhead Mountain, but that one did. And that one completely missed. Well, kinda. I aim the next 3 volleys here, here. Well, that one connected right in the middle of them. Very nice. That is perfect. And they're beginning their assault. Well, that one connects perfectly as well. And again, those guys in the middle are going to be transformed for sure. And then the rest of these guys are going to be getting built up over time. And then these are Boom Raiders and they're Sprinter Raiders, so they get more movement speed. They made it into our main maze area and they were beating on the door. But then as they were doing that, a couple of them ended up transforming. And I don't know where they're going now. I think they're just stealing stuff and leaving. Yeah, they jacked their allies' stuff and they're going to leave. I don't know how I feel about this whole transforming the raiders thing. Feels like we're kind of cheesing this. Moving forward, if the raiders do keep preparing for a while, maybe we'll do a rule where we cannot fire those mutagenic shells at them. We'll say Void figured out what we were doing and research some tech to be able to block the mutagenic stuff. And there we go. Drugs drop probably. We can buy selling neuroformers for less price, I think, than all those drugs. One of the random events Vampgirl got from using bend probability was another long night, so it's always going to be night. And there's now 2 long nights going on. I'm not sure how that's going to impact things. The other event that has been going on for quite a while is some kind of meteor storm, and it's been just completely messing up the map. There's tons of granite that should not be where it is essentially. And you can see over here a bit, the game starts lagging. The whole pathway is just completely blocked with granite. Doomol is doing a good job of mining it out. You can see there are 96 granite chunks and 183 unrefined magicite up here that we can actually use. I do think the meteor storm is finally over though, since we defeated the last wave. I guess our random event was a meteor storm that was gonna persist until we beat the next wave. One of the random events we called in was an anomaly event, and we got a bunch of these tough spikes outside of our base. I don't even notice this, but a bunch of our dudes already came out here and started fighting them. We've got a few more Void members out here that we recruited, and they're helping out. They're not anything too special yet. The main person that should be doing stuff is Vampgirl. I don't know why she was just standing there. I think she was trying to aggro on something that was unreachable, because a lot of our base is still messed up by that meteor event. There's no way to get to the entrance. We have to fix that. Off of this event though, I'm seeing we were able to capture 3 tough spikes. We'll be able to study those for some anomaly tech. And you can see the devastation of the meteor storm. 118 granite chunks that we mined out from that whole thing. And then our new ship that we built was all on steel bridge, but that all got wiped out by the meteor storm. We're going to have to rebuild the bridge so that it has a good place to land. We've been non-stop calling in events, and we have some more interesting ones. We have mutagenic fallout, which is like toxic fallout, except for it morphs anyone that's not in roofed areas. So we've been keeping people in roofed areas. Death pal resurrection, so things that are dead outside are resurrecting themselves. And then this one I've never seen before, blood rain frenzy. Anyone outside will be driven into a berserk frenzy, and you can see the map is looking very red. We already were keeping everyone inside anyways, so this isn't really going to affect us too much. But yeah, visually looks very interesting. Combined with the mutagenic fallout, I think that's also making things a bit darker. And then the death pal is also making things darker. So our map is covered with an interesting shade of red, I guess. During the next wave, Vamp Girl's death resting, which is something that vampires need to do every couple weeks, I believe it is. And we can wake her up if needed, but so far Doomol is doing a pretty good job of plugging the hole. And then if he gets low, which he has gotten low a couple times, we can send someone else over here to tank for a little bit. And he just got hit something nasty. I think he just got hit on his right leg, and that is pretty busted up. But everything else for the most part's doing okay. What's not doing okay is our sleeping quarters. We provoked a pit gate, and it emerged right underneath our bedroom. We did manage to move all the beds and everything out of there because we had 5 hours. And here comes the pit gate, which is not emerging any creatures. Oh, there we go. Spoke too soon. We do have a bunch of devil hounds in here. So far we've tamed 6, I believe. I don't know where the 6th one is. I don't think they're all fully trained. But of course we got some leaks coming in over here. Get Doom Learner over here to plug the gap. Oh, and they're just leaking hardcore. Oh man, this is a mess. Well, on the bright side, most of our people can now fight, so we're just going to duke it out with them. And this is a lot of potential anomaly creatures that we could capture. Yeah, here's a little bird's eye view of the chaos. I gave as many people as I could grinders and chainsaws, which are doing a pretty good job of ripping these things up. And then Alan, who's been pretty useless for these Devil Hound raids, he should be able to get quite a bit of psycast XP from killing these things. You could have him try using that kill skip ability, which will try to kill a target, and then if it does, it will jump to a nearby target. We did kill the first one there, killed the second, killed the third, we're still jumping. Whoa, we're still going. His Psy Focus just got the full. Okay, maybe this ability can just do this whole event for us. He's still skipping around. That ability is amazing for killing these things. I sent Alan into the pit gate, and we already explored one of these things. There's a dreadmill at the end that drops some bioferrite, and mainly 3 shards, which are hard to get. We need shards for those psychic reaper implants to give people a Psy Focus back when they kill. Meanwhile, above ground, Vamp Girl's death rest meter was at 100%, but it said she still needed 19 hours left, so I'm not sure what was up with that. But I decided to wake her up early anyways, because some of these devil hounds found another way into our base. That really caught me off guard, so I just kind of panicked. Vamp Girl does get this penalty for 5 days, which lowers her stats slightly, but I did find you can cure this with Neurotron and B, and we have tons of extra of that stuff, so we just cured that off. It was not a big deal. The reward for this wave was pretty bad. It just shows the serums, and I don't even know what serums they were. Someone picked them up and hauled them to storage. I'm guessing it was either these Metal Blood serums, which we had 3 of. I just had Vamp Girl eat one to see what it does, and it lowers her incoming damage by 50%. It makes her really susceptible to fire damage. Whoa, that's really good. I think V.O.I.D has an implant that makes her immune to fire damage. So yeah, we could actually just make these for her and for all of our fighters maybe. And the materials are actually really simple. 10 twisted meat, which we're getting tons of from butchering up anomaly creatures, and 20 bioferrite. And we are currently getting tons of bioferrite from harvesting these anomaly creatures. And we still have a few more rooms that we don't have bioferrite harvesters in, so we should probably set those up there. Even with all those harvesters though, we still only have 300 bioferrite in reserve. Although I will say we did set a lot of those harvesters up pretty recently. In the corner, you may notice an entity that we've not seen yet. We were able to capture this Nociosphere from a random event Vamp Girl called in. We can send it to attack our enemies, and I thought we had to put it near our base entrance, but I guess not. I was able to teleport it to this next wave, which is yet again preparing for a while before they attack. The Nociosphere has 25,000 HP on its shell. Holy moly. V.O.I.D is killing each other with a little bit of friendly fire, I think, because I can see the Nociosphere keeps getting stunned. Somebody is currently taunting it, and some other class, I'm guessing, stunned it, because, yeah, it's not really moving at all. It is doing its job, though, of just sitting there tanking. and causing Void to kill each other. It's in onslaught mode for another 94 seconds, but I don't think it's going to last that long. Its shell section is going down pretty soon here. At least this one is. There goes its shell section. And there goes 3 other shell sections as well. How about the core? That thing is going down pretty soon as well. And there it goes. The Nociosphere was defeated. The Nociosphere has been destroyed, leaving behind a number of valuable resources. As for those resources, I'm seeing 2 shards on the ground and some steel. Then I'm seeing some plasteel as well, and some more steel over here. Here come the rest of the raiders. Void Healer, who did get the heal other ability, so I named them Void Healer because they're a Void member. They are kind of stuck in a bad spot. But Vamp Girl is outside with her new psycast ability, Psychic Invisibility. And she actually lost that buff, I think, because she killed something. And her weapon, Psychic Invisibility, overrid that effect, I think. So we have to get rid of that effect. That is very bad. She's actually in a really bad spot right now. We're going to have to try to long jump her out of there. And then long jump her. Ooh, we just barely missed that explosion. That would have stunned her. Let's see if she can get her sight focus back up to long jump again. Or I guess we're fine if we have cover in here. But for now, I just gave Vamp Girl over a different weapon. And you can see the Psychic Invis is lasting way longer now. And these guys made it into our base. They're stacking on top of each other because I don't have a guard in here to prevent them from stacking. Like I don't have any turrets set up. Or this turret's too far, I guess. These guys are just gonna go into our base. I don't know. Not good. Try to close that door if we can. Oh man, this is messy. Where are they even going? And like this AI, dude. Whoever designed this AI, please fire yourself. It's terrible. The idea that the raiders should just stack on top of each other and move like a blob just makes no sense. Feels like they added that mechanic in just because they can. Like one of the devs was like, hey, you know, I found out how to make this really sweet mechanic that looks really cool. Look what I can do with my uber elite dev skills. But in practicality, you know, it's one of the worst things ever. Yeah, we're losing people right now. We just lost Void Cook, which we can resurrect. And there's not that many Void people in here. For some reason it says we defeated way more than we actually have. And somehow we knocked out Caesar. How the heck did we manage to knock out a Void person? They're in no pain, but we knocked out their legs, I guess. That is crazy. And as we're stripping them, they get back up. And we killed him. Okay, whatever. The hounds are coming in pretty clutch here because Vamp Girl keeps getting stunned. She's currently the master and they are just following her around, helping her out quite a bit here. Vamp Girl gets a really nice style kill on this dude after leaping on top of him. And then a couple Void members try to steal our 3 Archotech violence generators that we got from quests earlier. I only managed to recover one of these, so I guess some Void members came by and jacked the other 2. But yeah, these are a decent power source if enemy humans are dying nearby. The reward isn't anything that we need, I just take the extra drugs. The next wave is another Hound wave, and after 1.5 days of Vamp Girl tanking these things, we get a +2 skill boost for everyone. I got her a side trainer to unlock this tree that's normally only available to tribals, but with side trainers you can get around that restriction. This ability allows us to tame these dogs and make them fight each other like Michael Vick. I was gonna do a dog fighting meme and I tamed like 40 of them, but it was making the game lag, so I stopped trying to mass them. This is how much meat we got from butchering like just 3 of the hounds. We get a ton, and we can sell that meat to traders for a huge profit. While that was going on, Vamp Girl called in a bunch more random events, and we got some anomaly ones. This event spawned in some creatures that can eat people whole, and you only have a certain amount of time before I think they're fully digested. Thankfully, Vamp Girl can go invisible, so she is able to solo it. Another anomaly event summons a bunch of flesh mass on our map, which gunks up the pathing pretty bad. Eventually, we destroy the core, and we can study it for more anomaly tech. We finally discovered enough entities to fully awaken the monolith, which is going to cover the map in darkness. We're told the first wave will arrive shortly, and yeah, I think this is the final event. Immediately after activating the monolith, we got a couple of these void structures that spawned in, and we're sending people out to clear out these metal horrors. Apparently these can burst out of people if they somehow get infected, but I've not seen that yet. And as you can see, they're very vulnerable to EMP because they are metal, I guess. They're not putting up too much of a fight. And meanwhile, over here, Alan is activating one of the void structures. I'm going to send all the animals inside because they are just too much visual clutter. And I'm thinking I might send them off the map for now at least, because I'm starting to get a lot of lag. On those metal horrors dropped 7 shards, plus we can capture 4 of them. Alright, the void structure is about to activate. And there it goes. We activated 1 out of 2. We gotta finish activating this one. And while down here, there's a bunch more shards, 14 in total. I'm seeing 379 bioferrite. We activated the second void structure, and we got this event, Entity Attack. We're going to be getting attacked by 20 Devours and 68 Gore Hulks. The flesh mass is kind of blocking them off though. I don't think they can even make it into our base. Part of the final event sends us a bunch of flesh mass tunneling towards us, and we're easily able to handle it. And the next wave is here, which we're just going to skip. It's really easy. It's just another hound wave. And so is the wave after that. I find these hound waves pretty boring, so moving forward, if we do get any hound waves, I'm just going to reset it till the game sends us actual void raiders. The reward is amazing. It's going to give us a whopping 8 anomaly tech. Instead of reading what each of these does, I'll just show you. But first, we end up surviving the final anomaly event without really doing much. And here we go. We teleported to some unknown land. I probably should have done this with Alan just for some symbolism, I guess, but I wasn't sure what kind of power would be in this thing. Vamp Girl can definitely handle any threat. In the center, there's a void node that we can have Vamp Girl touch. She stands on the shoreline of an infinite black ocean of power. This is very thematic for Alan Wake. Nearby architect devices support the sphere along fragile connections. Vamp Girl could disrupt them, closing the link between the worlds. Or she could step into the sphere and merge with the void. It's unknown what dark power can be gained from such an inhuman act. Let's embrace the void. Vamp Girl steps into the void and black ocean floods into her, overwhelming every sense, suffusing every thought into her mind. The void node has been refocused away from the world towards one single person. The void structures scream, then blink out of existence. Vamp Girl has escaped the void. Her story continues. Skip credits. Alrighty, Vamp Girl returns. She looks withered by inhuman thought patterns of the void. All traces of humanity have left her eyes. Vamp Girl's mind and body are now permanently linked into the dark void of inhuman rage. Powered by this new connection, Vamp Girl no longer feels tethered to mortal needs like comfort or sleep. She's gained the ability to induce terror in others using the power of the void. The monolith is awakened. It hums louder with Vamp Girl's reappearance. Reminder that its connection to the void has opened and been made permanent. Alright, so we can see she does indeed have no need for comfort and no sleep meter, although vampires don't need to sleep much anyways. And then she's now got this buff, Void Touched, healing 100 HP per day. She gets 50% less pain. Her social interactions are altered. She can survive in colder temperatures. She gets less animals, social, and artistic. And she actually didn't have much of any of those anyways. Her vampire gene makes it so she pretty much can't do social, and she didn't have much art anyways, I think. And then, yeah, we didn't care about her animals. That's not a bad trade-off. Though we technically did beat the game, we've not explored everything in the Entity Codex. There's still 4 things left that we've not discovered, and we still have not unlocked all the anomaly tech. There's some unknown stuff, which I believe will be unlocked once we discover those other void things. And then in this LTS anomaly mod, there's still quite a few stuff for us to unlock. For wave 51, I put all of our dogs near our base entrance because I'm trying to fix some lag. And speaking of lag, we just got a massive lag spike. It took about 2 minutes for that wave to get called in. While the dogs are distracting, I had Vamp Girl use all of her psycast. She's invisible. And we do have the ability to make a new potion now. That last wave gave us the tech to make a Juggernaut Serum, which gives her some nice bonuses, mainly the increased melee damage. And it turns out this wave is a shield belt melee weapon wave, so we're going to get a lot of nice melee weapons off of this. Vamp Girl gets stunned. Yeah, she's probably going to get stun locked here. Yeah, I'm guessing she's going to get stun locked pretty hard as she's chopping through these things. I think the play might be just to have her kill some dudes down here. And like you see, there's a few that are going to blow. Well, that one blew pretty close to her, but did not stun her. See if she can move up here and then send her into the back line somewhere. Just like send her onto this dude. She's invis, so she can just path over everyone. She one-shots that dude and then just keep moving. There's a sort of darkness over here. Let's have her kill that dude. Wait, I'm seeing another sort of darkness and a... oh, that's her sort of darkness. But then there's a sort of rapture up here that we can turn into a masterwork one. And that's actually what she's using right now. She's using this sort of rapture. I still have not changed out that sharp enchant, but I do plan on it. The void members are going to steal what they can and leave because the weapons are such high value. I do think with my Raiders Never Retreat mod, it makes it so only one person... Whoa, Vamp Girl left the area. Let's send her back in. And wow, she made it to that tile so quick because she's so fast. You can see how quick she's moving on the world map. 618 tiles per day because she has a double movement speed buff right now. That combined with the fact that she's really quick means that she has 209 movement speed, which is absolutely crazy. I've never seen movement speed that high. A normal colonist movement speed is like 4, I think. And the reason why Vamp Girl left the map just now is because of another mod that makes it so you can force people to leave the map if you just right click on the edge of the map. Normally the caravan forming process in RimWorld is very annoying, so that's why someone made a mod for that. After killing 37 of the raiders, there was a message that popped up that said they're going to attack, so the raiders should be coming in momentarily. Weapon Expert in the back here has that legendary UAC rocket launcher, which does not have enough range, but there's a psycast that he was able to learn that effectively doubles his range, and he instantly gets a shot off before I could aim it, which is completely fine. He now does have enough range to unload into these guys, and we just hit a shot right where this one's going. Those chat bubbles are really annoying too. I'm going to remove them before the next raid. And then I'm also thinking I'm going to remove turtle friendly raids, which makes it so the raiders always are going to be coming in from the edge like this. For some reason, they just always are preparing for a while before they attack. And I think that may have something to do with turtle friendly raids. Earlier on in the run, they were not preparing on every wave, but now they are for whatever reason. Oh, there we go. We finally broke their shields. Their armors have insane shields. And we finally got some kills with the rocket launcher. That took a while. We are kind of firing into our own devil hounds here, so the rocket launcher probably is not the play. Our devil hounds have been tanking these guys for so long that some of them have destroyed helmets, so they have psychic sends, and we could actually use the psychic shock ability to knock them out and capture them. I just want to see if any of them are exceptionally good. There's a Void member down here who is actually about to get killed. Shen is a Deadeye class, which is a exceptionally good range class. Did knock them, so Vamp Girl capture them, and they are unwaveringly loyal, so we're gonna have to wipe their mind, and they're gonna lose pretty much all their stats. They are gonna have 7 shooting, and then this actually lowers shooting by 2, but it's actually not hard for them to level up their stats anyways. They get 230% global learning rate. They have no desire to learn shooting, so I don't know about that guy actually. We also managed to capture this dude who's bloodless, so it's gonna be really easy to manage his mood. Then fast forward a little bit, it says the raid's almost over, because I guess a lot of these Void guys got knocked out at some point, but there's a lot left, and they are now trying to get into our base because all the hounds are dead. I will say most of these Void members have pretty bad melee weapons, so this is not looking like it's gonna be too terrifying. We finally technically beat the wave, and I don't know what the chances of this are, but we get a back-to-back excellent research boost, which gives us pretty much all the remaining tech we need. There's just 2 tech that are still locked. Before this wave, I guess we discovered a new creature that hypnotized Vamp Girl, and the only way to get rid of this was either kill the creature, but I could not find it, or use a healer mech serum, and that can cure the hypnosis. We still have a lot of tech to go over from the last wave. We got advanced ghoul enhancements for Barry, which gives him a nerve shredder claw, which gives him biotoxin on his attacks. And he also has a dead life venom claw, and I believe if he kills someone with this, or if he just attacks them with it, he'll implant dead life venom into them, and they'll resurrect as a shambler. Unfortunately, Barry does not have much HP, so on normal Void raids, I don't think he's going to be too effective, but on this one at least, he can get some hits in because the Void raiders don't have good Void weapons. He also has a bioferrite extractor, which does what it says, allows us to harvest bioferrite from him, and then he's got gold plating, which lowers incoming damage, and then this skull gives him more sight and more melee. And I think it also gives them head armor. The raiders tunnel away into our base, and apparently some of them have secret implants that allow them to resurrect after a few hours. On the bright side, those raiders have all their equipment destroyed, so Vamp Girl is able to psychic shock them and capture them. Many of them had bad backstories, so instead of mind wiping them and making them lose a lot of their skills, I decided to turn them into ghouls using this operation for a shard, and we've been farming a lot of these from anomaly events. We have like 50. Those ghouls are all positioned in a ghoul cage up here, and before we get into their purpose, the next raid is yet again going to prepare before they attack. I did remove turtle friendly raids, but I think it's going to be affecting waves moving forward, not this one. So we'll have one more basically freebie wave, and we'll do a little something special on this wave. We're going to have Vamp Girl use this new psycast, which essentially drains everyone's shield, and that rocket actually hit a bunch of them. We're gonna have her just walk in between all these guys, make sure that she drains every single person's shield. For some reason she's stuck right now. Let's see if she can get out. There we go. Let's have her walk like here for good measure. There we go. And then everyone should have no shields anymore. And boom, huge rocket shot right in the middle of these guys. One of them did have a shield, or 3 of them had a shield that absorbed some of the damage, but for the most part, none of the other ones did. And that's it. They have had enough. They're beginning their assault. A lot of these guys are going to be stun locked though, because so many Void members are dying nearby. So a lot of these guys are probably going to be stuck here for good. Yeah, we've already killed 64. Oh, nice hit right in the middle of them. That probably killed a bunch. Meanwhile, some of the raiders did make it into our ghoul cage. We can check out what we got going on here. So I finally set up somewhat of a defense. We got the ghouls just tanking. We got 19 ghouls in here that have not all renamed yet to the proper names. And you can see at the top, they're taking up a lot of real estate when it comes to portraits. So it's getting harder and harder to click on who's who. There is a mod that kind of changes the way portraits work and allows you to put people into groups. I think I might actually be using that mod starting the next wave. It is kind of hard to see what's going on here, but essentially the ghouls are just a meat shield. And already I've seen 5 or 6 of them die, but they will eventually resurrect, I believe, after like a couple hours. So it's just like a never-ending meat wall, essentially. And then we got these dudes in the back that are firing over them, and they might be firing into their backs. You can have an ally stand 6 tiles away, I believe it is, and there's no chance that they will get hit by friendly fire. But any more than that, then you will end up shooting your allies in the back, which in this case is completely fine. Like I said, the ghouls can resurrect, and if we do kill them, then they will end up stunning nearby Void members and nearby allies as well if some of the back ones die. Also, one thing I'm noticing is these Void Raiders are stacking on top of each other. I'm not sure why. Like, I have a turret over here which should be putting these guys in combat. I might need to put the turret a bit closer to the entrance, like down here. Although you can see like these guys are not stacking, but then they get close to the center and then they start stacking. What might be happening is the Void members are resurrecting, and we can actually check their implants. This one has the implant that makes them resurrect. It doesn't actually say it here, but if you click on this and then you click here, it will actually show you that it is in fact the one that makes them zombies and allows them to resurrect. So I think that's probably what's happening, is some of them are just resurrecting. This one also has the serum, and this one does as well. So they might have gotten killed already, but they ended up resurrecting. One thing we can also do to help speed up this process is Vampgirl has a new psycast that we can check out. It's this one, Assassinate, which will strike a target a bunch based on how much psychic sense she has. And she somehow has 680% psychic sense. So she ends up pretty much one-shotting anything with this ability, I believe. We can check that out right now. And we can see how much hemogen and how much side focus she gets from just using that ability. If she kills with it, she should get at least 20% side focus back. I think she got it, or she only got 9 back. Maybe she didn't kill there, and she lost her invisibility, so we'll have to use the rest of her side focus to make her invis again. And then I don't know what we do with her, because if we send her into the fray, she's just gonna get stun locked permanently. So I want to be really careful with how I use her. What's going on up here? Looks like these guys are kind of breaching. A lot of them are resurrecting because you can see we've killed 115, so there should only be 35 left. There's way more than 35 raiders. There's 68 left up. So yeah, we're gonna have to kill a bunch of these guys multiple times, which is kind of making me think that maybe I should be using turtle friendly raids no matter what. Because imagine having 150 Void members drop in your base and they just keep resurrecting over and over. You can see they've completely breached our lines. Weapon Expert 2 should probably run. The rest of these Void members that have the B next to their name means they have that red implant that will make them resurrect. So I don't care too much if they get killed. They could get kidnapped is the only issue, but that's where Vampgirl comes into play. Speaking of which, she's actually about to get stunned. Can we get her out of there in time? Jump. No, we cannot. At least she got stunned in the corner, so she's not going to get constantly stun locked by things dying over here. And also, there is a door over here that's walling these guys off, so they cannot really get kidnapped, actually. We can see some of these guys are getting their shields back, so we should probably have Vampgirl use her anti-shield ability, which will affect our own dudes as well. Like you can see Void B4, I think, is getting their shields reduced. Yeah, it went down to 0. We just need to mainly get Vampgirl in the middle of the fray to reduce these guys' shields to nothing. And then we also, actually more importantly than that, should start stripping these guys. So these Void members will start jacking their gear and fleeing. And maybe moving forward, I should reinstall the mod that allows the raiders to retreat once we've killed a certain amount of them. Although I actually don't know if Void members can retreat in raids. Part of me thinks they cannot, so I don't know if there's any point to that. I do know they can steal stuff and leave though. We finally lost one of the gunners in the back. Void B6 has gotten killed, but he will resurrect after not that long. We can actually time it. It's 0 hour, 1st of December. We'll see how long it takes for him to res. I was going to zoom out a little bit and show you guys that some of the Void members breached our base, but as I was doing that, a new entity fell into our map, the Warped Obelisk, which we'll check out in a bit. Right now there's more pressing matters. We currently have some Void members breaching into our base, but I sent out the Nociosphere. We found another one of these, and currently it's kind of holding its own against these guys. And actually over here we gotta see what Vamp Girl's doing. She just took out a Void guy, and I'm gonna have her strip him hopefully before the dude blows up. Yes, very good. So someone should come by and grab that stuff and flee. And oh yeah, I was gonna show you guys the Nociosphere. It just did a boom on Laurentina, who did resurrect. We probably should get over here and psychic shock her down. And Vamp Girl can actually get over here really quick using a new ability that allows her to teleport to darkness. And she just hit the Nociosphere a bunch. Oopsies. And crap. The Nociosphere killed Laurentina, the one we were going to knock. Meanwhile, in our main maze area, you can see the Void Raiders have completely breached us. And I believe that's because they tunneled out some marble up here. Like you can see a marble chunk where I'm guessing one of the Void Raiders decided to tunnel. And we see some of our Void members get back up and flee. This raid has been going on for freaking ever. And did Vamp Girl just kill 3 Void members there with that assassinate? Those Void members kind of took over our old position, and they were firing into their own friendly dudes that were berserk and our ghouls and stuff. It's like that Spider-Man meme, like who's fighting who type of deal. I'm not even sure if that's what the meme actually means. We'll use that ability again over here. And I do think it actually hits adjacent targets, because I'm pretty sure she just killed 2 with that. Let's try to use the ability on Paulus right in the middle of like 7 dudes. And I think she killed 3. I'm seeing 3 X's on the ground, indicating that there's 3 down Void members there. The trick now is when nothing's about to blow up, we got to get her in here and start stripping these guys so they will drop things that nearby Void members will want to steal. And we can start progressing this raid. I don't know how long we've been going at it, but it feels like forever. And it also feels like we're not even that close to finishing it, because these guys just seem like they want to party all night and all day tomorrow and the next day after that. Whenever Vamp Girl uses her darkness skip ability, or I believe kill something with assassinate, she gets heat, and she's up to 900 heat, which is crazy. She's psycast level 23 I think now, or she's silent level 21, which increases her heat capacity. There's a psycast called neural heat dump, which dumps all of her heat and turns it into damage. And I'm not sure if we should cast it right in the middle of them. Probably should, just for science purposes. And kaboom. What is the radius on that thing? It's 900 heat, so yeah, I guess that's affecting the range. Wow, that went far. I don't know if it did much damage, but that was kind of cool. 530 notifications later, most of which being our ghouls have died, and 1.5 days since the raid began, we finally are given the reward. For some reason, I just couldn't find the last Void member that has not gotten killed yet at least once. We get a reward that I thought was going to be pretty crap, just an excellent armor drop, but we end up getting a really interesting helmet out of this that lowers aiming time and increases psychic sense, and I'm trying to implant all of our shooters with those implants that give them psi focus back when they kill, and I want to make them all psycasters. These helmets would obviously be really good for that, and in order to craft them, we need a Forsaken Forge, and that can only be built by someone with the Forsaken Knowledge gene. And then actually it turns out the helmet can only be used by someone with the Forsaken Knowledge gene. The way we would acquire that is send someone down to the Forsaken colony and capture one of their members, bring it back home, and then extract that gene. And I was planning on doing that, but as Vamp Girl was calling in random events with her ability, she called in an asteroid field event, which I believe should only happen if you're in space with Save Our Ship 2. I don't think this event is actually going to do anything. Maybe it's going to cause a bunch of errors and the game's going to lag, but it turns out that's not going to matter, because a void provocation ritual we did calls in the final event that we need, the golden cube. I'm not sure what this thing exactly does, but we do get advanced knowledge from studying it, and we need 30 advanced knowledge for the final anomaly tech pleasure pulse, and then we need 40 for the final LTS anomaly tech psychic beguiler, which allows you to modify the cube and implant it into the human, giving them powers. We should probably research that first. We ended up getting, I want to say, 1/5 of the way for pleasure pulse, and about a third of the way for a psychic beguiler, I trapped Alan in our massive entity room, and he's been studying entities using the void site elixir so he gets more study efficiency. His study efficiency was about 200%, and what I did not realize is since Famgirl completed the final event, she gets double the efficiency, and you can see she's getting 0.7 each time she studies versus Alan's only getting 0.35. So from now on, we're gonna have Vampgirl do the studying, and she gets 1.4 from this flesh mass nucleus. Whoa. And then the Revenant we captured is giving us almost 2. This thing was invisible and randomly just got bored, I guess, and popped out, and we were able to kill it. We were able to capture its spine, which I guess resurrected it in our holding cell so that we could study it more. And at that time, we still had 3 things to unlock. Between that time and now, we saw that obelisk fall in, and then we also had a corrupted obelisk fall in just randomly on our map in kind of a weird spot. I'm not sure why that spawned there or when that spawned there. It must have been within the past few days though. And yeah, now we're on wave 53, and this probably will be the last wave. I will say we're not fully prepared for this. A lot of our sniper guys didn't have ammo for their guns, so we're currently trying to scramble to craft that. Although it looks like we're not going to get punished too hard for this, because it's another prepare carefully wave. They're grouping up into 2 groups this time, and I guess we really only need weapon experts set up with the rocket launcher and Vampgirl with the EMP in order to handle a lot of these guys. Looks like that's it for the first group. They've had enough and they're trying to begin their assault, but they're going to get stun locked. Yeah, it looks like this raid is going to be a little bit anticlimactic. We're already taking out 66 of them. And never mind, make that 72. Pretty much most of the raiders have gotten taken out from the first group. And here comes the second. They're now beginning their assault. We did thin out quite a few more because Weapon Expert got an angle on these guys and ended up pissing them off, so they're charging early. And yeah, there's only 40 of them left, which is, you know, a little bit of a disappointment. I was hoping these guys would use the drop pods because we're not using turtle friendly raids, and I do have quite the setup for that, because if they drop behind us, like near our base, everyone is inside besides these ghouls over here, and the raiders should be aggroing to these ghouls. I don't know why this door is being held open. It's a little bit of an oopsies. This one as well should not be held open. But yeah, I do think maybe we'll try to do one more wave and see how we can handle drop pods, because this obviously is not going to be too difficult. Our setup is just way too OP. We have a bunch of ranged dudes using these Enigma Supremes, which are pretty decent. They have no cooldown and only 1 second aiming time, and they have a lot of armor pen is the main thing I like. Not the craziest amount of damage, but they should be able to pierce these guys' armor, I think. I don't know what that rocket shot was. And another one right in the middle of our dudes. Weapon Expert is a little bit drunk. I see why he's shooting his rockets there, because there's no wall right here blocking off the line of sight. Oopsies. We gotta get Vampgirl over here and have her build the bridge. And then she actually had the plasteel on her to build the wall. There we go. Shouldn't be doing any more friendly fire. The raiders are kind of breaching us here, but we'll just have our ghouls stall so Vampgirl can research the rest of the tech required to win the game, essentially. We're at 32 out of 40 of Psychic Beguiler. We still have a few more things ready to study, like the Metal Horror. The Devourer over here is going to be ready to study in 2 hours, and then the Noctil down here is ready to study in 3. After researching the Devourer, we finished Psychic Beguiler, and after researching the Nociosphere, we're a bit above halfway to Pleasure Pulse. The Revenant is ready for study again, and that combined with, I guess we studied some other stuff, gets us to 100% completion of all the anomaly techs. We've officially beat the challenge that we set out to do.
Leaving this place would be hard. Maybe impossible. It wouldn't take much for my thoughts to stray again. It was too easy to get lost in the dark place. Before, I was ready to curl up and die, let myself slip away. But here I was, the yet unwritten future waiting to unfold before me. A sequel to Departure. My name is Alan Wake, and I'm a writer.
So we accomplished our objective, but I did want to show off what a drop pod raid looks like. And you can see the drop pod raiders are not the smartest. They drop on top of the mountain, which ends up killing them. The drawback though is really annoying. They collapse our mountain in and destroy a bunch of random crap in our base. And this is the main reason why I've been using turtle friendly raids, because I don't like the way these drop pod raids are handled. If we zoom out a bit, we can see our power room is on fire, and then this power room over here, and our crafting room is also on fire, which is annoying, but this is the last wave and Alan's gonna get the heck out of here, so we don't care too much about it. We did have some void raiders drop on our little island over here, and a mistake I made is I did not give them a path to get to our main maze area. After the raid started, I deconstructed a wall over here, but I think by then it's too late and the raiders have already acquired a target. You want to give them a path before the raid starts. So those guys are going to do whatever. Normally they would have eventually gone over to our second ghoul cage, or this is our main ghoul cage now. I decided to put all the crappy ghouls in this room, and they're going to constantly be getting killed and be getting blown up and stuff. They're kind of a really cheap and free meat wall. And down here we got the more expensive meat wall. We got the Galvatros, which looks like it's wielding a gun, or I guess the dude behind it is wielding the gun. I made the Galvatros an absolute beast by installing the Neurotronin 4B serum into it, so it will res, and you can see it has 1600 HP. Then I installed it all the void implants, plus I gave it a stone skin gland, so it has reduced incoming damage, or more armor, and then I think I gave it a reduced damage incoming implant. Maybe I was going to, but I forgot. And there's some collapsed rock over here, which yeah, it's just annoying that drop pod raiders can drop on the mountain and collapse the rocks. Like, oh, I don't know why that's a thing, but there's a reason why turtle friendly raids is a mod. RimWorld is by no means perfect, and if you look on the mod workshop, you will see that there's a lot of problems that are fixed with mods. I recently wiped my mod list clean and started reinstalling only the mods that I thought were like super necessary, and I ended up getting up to like 200 mods. Vamp Girl was stun locked, but after she gets out of the stun lock, I have her mine out these collapse rocks, and now these dudes have no cover like they should have had to begin with. But a lot of our dudes in the back line have already died. I should have had one of our melee guys cover this area, but it's whatever, you guys get the point. I think in hindsight, what I should have done is move this back so that our ranged dudes have more distance, because like you can see even right now they're getting stun locked. Although if we put them too far back, then they can hit our tank line with friendly fire. And you notice I didn't actually really put a tank line in front, because I knew that we would just be doing so much friendly fire that it wasn't going to be worth it necessarily. But because we have no tank line, they're just charging in. So I don't know what the most ideal defense setup is. If we kept going, then we would have figured it out. But we finished the objective that we set out to do and beat the anomaly content. So I'm pretty happy with how the run went, and if you guys are happy about it, drop a like on the video. If you have any feedback, let me know in the comments. And what game would you want to see next?